Unbelievable. There's all Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was
Great
all
situation.
Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. I mean, there are 5 cars to choose from, and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as
true.
simple as that. So let's talk about your history. How have you got to this point? Obviously, I know that you come from CSGO and you've done a bit of sim racing, but where did the Corby journey begin? For everyone watching at
The
home?
Corby journey began when I met a good friend of mine who was playing who is still playing in the best German Counter-Strike league in the ESL Meisterschaft.
Wait, at what age was that?
That was 2 years ago, more or less, or 2 or 3 years ago, yes.
Okay.
At the beginning of the pandemic, beginning of 2020, so 2.5 years, yes. And we kind of got talking. We always were watching his games, and at some point I was like, I can do that better. Like, I can do that commentary better. So they put me on the spot, said, all right, you are going to do it then. And I got so good feedback from the team, and they liked it so much that I was like, all right, I might do that a bit more often. I should get into that, and from that it kind of took itself.
Yeah.
Path. It went on its own. I enjoyed my time. Went to Let's Cast, went to 99 Damage for Counter-Strike commentary. Then did some esports management for Kovana Gaming. And had the pleasure to even commentate a map from the Lanxess Arena this year from the IEM Cologne. So I don't know, it's a fantastic journey.
How did you get to sim racing? So obviously CSGO being the start, I guess.
Yes.
What made you decide to go into sim racing?
I always liked racing. I still remember when I was a kid watching all the Formula 1 races with Michael Schumacher and then later Sebastian Vettel with my dad together. So I always had a spot in my heart for racing in general. And then the Kovana guys came up to me and was like, hey, we're having this sim racing cooperation together with Race Room for the Cupra sim racing series. And we're kind of looking for a commentator. And you've been doing our Counter-Strike matches. Do you maybe want to go into sim racing? Yes, I really want. Like, this is the one other game I really want to do, the one other sim I really want to get into. And so it went from there, and we started working together, and now we're here.
But if I get that right, or let me get it straight, you only do that for 2 years now, is that right?
Yeah, 2.5 years.
And what age are you at now?
25.
25. So have you any recommendations for people who are sitting like in front of the stream, for example, who's saying, well, I could do that too, or I would love to do that too, because I guess pretty much everybody would love to do that, or a lot of people would love to. So what do you recommend to do when you want to start a career as a commentator?
So the easiest thing I would say is just get in touch with the people who do the races or the teams, because sometimes there might not be a commentator available for the smaller events, and you can just go there, be like, hey guys, I would like to try myself out, and they'd be super happy to have someone broadcasting it. That will give you the experience, and if you're doing a good job, you will sooner or later be recognized. Just improve yourself, watch your own VODs, try to think, what can I do better? Look at the other guys, how are they doing it? Which parts can I take from them? Do not copy. That's never a good thing in commentary. You need to find your own way. But I think working on yourself and just getting started, getting practicing is the most important thing.
I'm very envious, to be fair. I wish I got into it at your age. I got into it a little bit older. So yeah, I wish I was 25 and at the point you're at. So yeah, no, it's awesome to hear that story.
Thank you very much.
Honestly, it is. I have one more question concerning that. Like for me, for example, starting my radio career when I was a kid, when I started to like commentary on like cassettes somehow, and like moderating.
He has no idea what cassettes are.
Yeah.
No, I still know what cassettes are.
Really?
Still one in the museum once.
Okay.
No, I had a lot of 3 question mark, like 3 Fragezeichen.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a very famous one. I had like 100 of them.
Okay, nice. So you know that. Probably you don't know. It's something way before MP3.
Yes, way before.
And I did that like as a kid with a little microphone in my kid's room, in my playroom. So did you also, like when you were racing at home, like perhaps at your PlayStation or something, did you like constantly talk and tell about what you were doing there or something?
In some sense, I always enjoyed presenting or talking about stuff. So also in school, when it came to doing a presentation, I was always like, yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
If there was a group work and someone had to present, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do that. And I always enjoyed that throughout my whole life, and I always thought that I was somewhat good at it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of how everything started.
So everybody, just keep on talking. going to be fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, really. Just get repetition in.
Yeah, I think talking a lot, getting some repetition in, getting some automatisms is the most important thing. Because, I mean, if you do racing commentary, if it's the race start, there's so much happening that you can't just think about, oh, no, I'm going to say that sentence, I'm going to say this. It has to come by itself from your mind. And that the only way that happens is with repetition.
There's no script of live racing?
No. Never.
After you were saying, like, don't copy, find your own way, what would you say is your way to commentate on things?
I try to put in all emotions that I have. I'm trying to be very emotional. I think I know my place in some sense, that I know that I'm probably in most stuff I commentate, I'm not the biggest expert by natural, but I can work myself into the topic, and I know kind of where my boundaries are, and I'm not overstepping those boundaries. I think that's a nice thing. That makes me as a commentator special, because it keeps me from saying things that people are like, it's not that, it's not like that.
Okay, I get it. Cool.
Fantastic. Well, we are going to see a lot more from Corby this weekend.
Definitely.
We do thank you for your time as well. Of course, you're very busy with so much stuff happening this weekend. You're on camera all the time. But yeah,
you too.
We're now going to bring out another guest. So yeah, Corby's going to disappear.
Corby, thanks so
Enjoy
much.
the rest of your day, mate.
Give it up for Corby. See you soon. Yes, another guest on stage, right?
Yeah, we're going to bring... Oh, there's not going to be another guest then.
No, okay.
I guess Alex was a little bit busy.
Yeah, that might be, because there's going to be the paddock walk soon. Like, he and Paul are going to be like showing you the paddocks and all the teams, and discussing every single topic over there, whatever that might be. Do you have an idea?
Well, yeah, they're just going to be showing you the team, seeing... Today, they're actually racing, right? Like the last couple of days, we go through the paddock, and you can't really judge any emotions from anybody, because they're just setting up the rigs. But today, you're going to see maybe a few of the younger ones who've never experienced the LAN environment, especially racing next door to other teams. Like, it's just the nerves maybe trickling in, maybe get a couple of interviews and stuff. So I think it's going to be super interesting.
I would be interested in how is the feeling that there might be somebody coming over after getting bumped or something, like, because now they are not in their living rooms or something.
Yeah, it's strange when we've been racing online for the last 3 years because of what's been happening in the world. And yeah, people will send a Discord message, what are you doing that for? You know, not quite as nice as that. But yeah, in the LAN environment, it's new to everybody. Obviously, people are going to get emotional, but you'll realize that people rein it in. When they see a face, when it becomes more personable, and they realize they can't react like that. But you will still see, the passion. You will still see a couple of people having a discussion about it.
Yes,
I have seen people come to blows in sim racing events many, many years ago, but we won't see that now.
Have you already seen somebody coming out crying out of the paddock?
I've seen people cry because of mistakes they've made in racing.
Yeah.
Not from the paddock, though.
Hopefully not today. But talking about the paddock so much, I think now it's time to see the paddock, right?
Absolutely.
So let's do that. We are heading over to Paul and Alex. See the paddock. Have fun, guys.
Morning, Luke. Morning, Matsi. Morning, Paul. Good to have you with us.
Alex.
Finally, we're here. Just to think, when we started the professional trophy with the 2 qualifying races back in June, we were all Billy No mates. We're on the other end of a VMix call on our headsets, but now we're here in person. You've been getting the inside scoop on what we've got. We've got 39 teams, 15 of them. That's the best part of quite a lot. Nearly 50% of the field are running in the Porsche at the Nürburgring. What tidbits have you found out?
Well, some of the teams have been having a few little of their own challenges. Simple things like a power cable's missing, or a delivery of their equipment's a little bit later than expected. Some of the teams have had some technical issues. So wheels not working. They've gone through 3 wheels, bases misbehaving. So there's a few little bits of information, but also I think what you've got to understand is the drivers here their teams have got one bit of kit, and the drivers in their teams have got to get used to that equipment, which they haven't got here right now.
Exactly. Well, firstly, we have to have a little bit of a thank you for the rest of the team that were on commentary when either myself or Paul weren't able to make it. So Terry Farish, Daniel Handover, Adam Dean, of course, another person who's just been nominated for a VCO Simi Award alongside Luke, James Parfitt. Because on December 26th, VCO are going to host the 3rd annual Simi Awards where they announce the winners. So it's really good to see the paddock here. But 4 different winners. 4 different manufacturers out of the 7 that are going to be represented here. €2,000 up for grabs. It's between Williams Esports, Triton, UOL, and Yaz. And folks, I don't think either of us could pick a winner, could we, Paul?
No, we can't, because like in real motorsport, anything can happen, right? There could be a technical issue. A driver could just have a moment at any chance.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. I mean, it's 6 hours, Alex. As you know, it's a long time. Don't rush it. Just get into your stride, take your time, and the opportunities will come towards you.
I mean, there's been some real highlights so far this season. I think the big, Bathurst was one of the biggest turning points in the championship. Firstly, Dennis Schoeninger from Unicorns of Love having the brake pedal failure, coming through, of all places, the chase. Then halfway through, BMW G2 Esports have contact with Geeks Energy, who lose it going up the hill, and they were on for the W. It just goes to show that even at this critical point, we're here in a LAN event. Everyone is in the same building. What was your first impression when you saw all the teams mingling, conglomerating, chatting between themselves? We've even got Gamer Muscle doing a cheeky little vlog. I caught up with Lawrence as well. I door stopped him the other day on one of my walks here. But this is where it feels very real. I've spoken to Michael Chervinsky from Unicorns of Love. I spoke to Rennie Sievert, Michi Tauscher. They're a fan favourite. Of course, that livery stands out no matter what car you put it on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody loves that livery. Who can't? I've been here since Thursday. Obviously, the buzz has really picked up since then.
Yeah.
For me, I didn't know what to expect, right? Because I've been doing all this from home. And it's really impressive to see the different setups. And some have gone really advanced. You've got teams that have bought their own lighting rigs.
Yeah.
You've got some that have got energy drinks galore to keep them going.
Yep.
And some have just got a simple rig with a monitor, and that's it. And that's all they have. So, but what an atmosphere. You can see it now. It's really building up. A bit like it looks like the F1 paddock for me right now.
Well, when Corby and I did our first paddock walk earlier on this week on Thursday, that's what it looked like. It sort of looked like the shells where the transporters are offloading everything and now getting things really, really up to spec. Everything's got to be pretty much mustered right now because, as you said, technical difficulties, power outage, anything is effectively classed in the real world as a mechanical DNF. And that could be really, really hurtful to somebody's chances. But then we also have to talk about the 10 qualifier teams. Beaver Grease Racing, Adam D, I'm not mentioning the name that you called them earlier on this season, but they're actually racing here. And they were afforded that opportunity courtesy of Steve and Dan at SimRacing.gp. And we have to say a big thank you to their team because we have got one of the lovely things I like about sim racing now, live stewarding. That's going to be crucial because we've seen stop-go 30s, we've seen drive-throughs for contact. You've got to really be on point, hit every apex, every braking point. You cannot stick your nose up in the inside, even if it's 80% on. You've got to make sure it's 120%.
Yeah, because if you cause contacts, you're going to get penalties. That's going to really affect your race, right? Beaver Grease, they're currently on the Logitech stand, so they're not in this area here with the other teams. So they're on the Logitech stand. They're ready. They're waiting. They've been tweaking the setup since yesterday, trying to make things optimal. Because, again, it's not a rig that they're used to, and it's causing a few little challenges. Even the NVIDIA settings, like every minute detail. Some may say it's overkill, but I guess mentally, you want to be comfortable with the equipment that you've got and the game in front of you. So if it makes you feel comfortable and it mentally prepares you, then all for it.
Also, I'm looking at the manufacturers that are being represented. We've got 7 of them. And the odd ones out, the ones that really, really stick out in your mind. One of the Doors esports cars is the Bentley. And that's going to be, okay. When the car was released as a GT3 through M Sport, they took off a big chunk off of its carcass. But the thing is, it's not all about weight. It's about balance. It's about poise. The car's got to be set up right. We've got the M6 on the grid. We've got the Ferrari 488. And we've got also a lone V8 Vantage. The diversity that we've had, there's been no BOP at all this season. It's a flat-out sprint. And that's what's been provided. When we've looked at who's won so far, round 1, Unicorns of Love with the Audi in the 14. Then it was Triton in the BMW at Bathurst. Then Honda. That was a surprise for anybody. You know what the kicker was? Yaz Heat used it twice in a row. They used it at Mount Panorama where they had a 0 points finish, and that put them a little bit on the back foot. And then Kyle Army, Williams Esports, top 4, 24 points. For those wondering about the point scoring, it's 5 points for pole position. And when you think about it, whoever gets that pole position, I think has that little psychological advantage going into the 6-hour race, even though it's not going to determine where the drivers are going to finish.
Yeah, it does, and I think it gives you that kind of mental focus that you need. You know, you haven't got to worry about someone else's braking point. It's all about you. But as we've seen, anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race.
You know what one of the other close scares was? Triton at Bathurst, when we saw Geeks Energy reverse across the road, take out G2, and they were in the pits for several minutes repairing the damage. Triton got away with a scrape. They aren't going to be... I don't think anyone is going to have luck on their side. It is about focus. It's about determination. It's also about having the good old 7 Ps, as we would say in the United Kingdom. Yes. So it's basically... poor preparation promotes poor performance. Well, that's 5. I'm not going to give you the other 2. But to think of it this way, it's warts and all. Nowhere to hide. You can't hide behind a 1080p HD camera. You can't hide behind a Discord server. And we know for a fact that when we saw Kota, the amount of penalties that we had in the first hour, this is going to be crucial about making that first hour count. We know that you can't win on turn 1. You can certainly lose it on lap 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of the Nürburgring. But as you say, I mean, after the formation lap, the first lap, down into T1, as we know, it's infamous, isn't it? And it's such a tight corner, and you can take so many lines around that as well. One of my favourite tracks, you know, I'm not just saying that because I'm here, it genuinely is.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, when I first used to race it, I wasn't so sure, but watching the guys, I mean, the speed they're carrying through the Schumacher corners, mate, I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, well, folks, I mean, that's really about enough from us about the paddock walk, but what we're going to first of all do, take you through the highlights of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp season highlights up until this point.
What a 2022 SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp season it's been. So, over 30 teams accepted the welcome invitation, but we also had 2 qualifier races at Monza and Donington Park that set the grid for the opening round here at the Circuit of the Americas. The 6-hour affair in the Lone Star State was something interesting and set a tone and a pace for the season, as we had side-by-side action, bumper-to-bumper, wall-to-wall close contact, a few incidents along the way, but as darkness fell, it was Unicorns of Love that took the opening race victory in the number 14 Audi R8, the first of 4 different winners, as others fell by the wayside. From Texas, we went to a land down under, as it was dramas for Unicorns of Love as the carnage continued at the mountain in New South Wales and Australia. Bathurst had its fair share of thrills and spills, especially with G2 esports coming under significant turmoil in the halfway point of the race. This iconic circuit, known for the Liqui Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst, did not disappoint whatsoever, with side-by-side action, and also the Dipper and the S's catching out this spectacular roll from West Competition Racing in the BMW. But at the end of it all being said and done, it was the M4 GT3 of Triton Racing that took the win and thereby took the standings lead. For round 3, the halfway point of the professional trophy, we headed to the iconic Ardennes Forest as Spa-Francorchamps. The 7.004 kilometre circuit had also its fair share of dramas, especially going through the iconic corners such as Eau Rouge and Radillon and down the infamous Kemmel Straight. The rain also played its part in this race with significant 3-wide action at multiple points, including Malmedy and Bruxelles, and one of the fastest corners in GT3 racing, Blanchimont, following up into the bus stop chicane, also provided its fair share of trials and tribulations for the grid. However, at the end of it all, it was a third different manufacturer that Honda took the win in the hands of the 149 crew of Yas Heat. Then we went to the land of the Springboks. South Africa and Kyle Army again provided us with another thriller just 6 weeks ago. Porsche's South African home provided us with great racing action, but also with significant elevation changes and significant dark South African skies up above as we went into the nighttime sky for the penultimate round of the season. It was Williams Esports in the 124 Porsche 911 GT3R that took advantage of everyone losing their heads in the process, making it 4 different winners, 4 different manufacturers represented. But now the stage is set here at the Nürburgring Messe. Who will be our 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy champions? There's one thing left to do, folks. It's time to go green. Let's race and find out.
Just to think, late June, the first qualifier race got underway at Monza, Paul. It's now let's try and see if we can doorstep some people.
Let's
right.
make some people feel uncomfortable.
No. I know someone who's going to be very, very comfortable. Let's see if I can find this man. You all know him. You all love him. He's Mr. Positivity himself, if he is there.
Oh, no, I think he might have escaped your...
No, he's on... No, right, actually. Come on. Right, Mr. Boothby, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, finally now we're here. What's the feeling like for the Yaz Heat Camp? You know, winners at round 3. You guys used the Honda twice. And now you're in the fight for the top prize. How's the feeling in the camp, mate?
We do feel a little bit underprepared, but, you know, we're going to try our hardest and see what happens. I think with it being a LAN event, you know, the pressure can get to people a lot more. I think mistakes happen a bit more frequently as well. So I feel like we're quite... well adjusted to that, and we can, I don't know, I think we deal well under pressure, so maybe we can pick up on other mistakes like that, and it's a long race, see what happens, and maybe we can come out of it on top, who knows.
I think one of the biggest things is, because we're in this kind of scenario, we're in this situation, it's so nice to actually socialise rather than be on the end of a Discord server, a Zoom camera call. It's a completely different atmosphere altogether, isn't it? And that really is what this professional trophy has been about. It's not just about the racing, it's about the camaraderie within the sim racing community, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, like, almost everyone I've ever spoken to in the communities are just so nice. Like, everyone gets on, people are always there to offer help and advice if you need it. It's a really nice place, and everyone who I've spoke to is just so, like I say, great. So I know it might sound a bit cheesy, but, you know, it's genuinely the case. So it's just, like you say, it's really nice to actually do stuff again in person. And, yeah, it's a lot better than just doing it all online all the time.
Now, I know that Mikhail's not with us this week. Samir's jumped in. How's he? Obviously, he's a well-known streamer in his own right, but to have him as part of the crew for the finale, how is it feeling with him as well?
Well, he's a Ferrari main, so him taking the Porsche is a little bit out of his comfort zone. So we're just going to see how he does. I'm sure he'll be fine, you know. And in terms of our championship position, as long as we just finish and get a good, it doesn't have to be the best result, you know, just get a good result. At least we sort of maintain where we are. So, you know, we don't want to put too much pressure on him, but I'm sure he's going to be fine. He'll smash it. So hopefully not into a wall, but...
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, George Boothby from Yaz Heat. Paul, Paul, right, let's try and see if we can find some...
Right here, mate, if you want
no. You know what? You take this one.
Okay.
Jardier.
Jardier, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite.
Streamer extraordinaire. Jardier, how are you? I'm going to let you just shoot. There we go. How are you feeling about today? You feeling prepared? How are your teammates feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we are prepared. We practice at home, obviously. Here we didn't have too much practice because we are assembling the rigs and so on. But I guess we are ready, like normally as a normal race. But obviously it's very stressful because you're driving at a location and we are racing against another like 30 teams that are driving from home. So, you know, their wife is going to be cooking food for them and such. And here we are under the stress of everything. So I think it's like really nice to see how everybody will perform in this situation.
Have you taken a look at your competitors here and kind of looked at their rigs and some compared your setup to theirs? I mean, what have you been doing for the last couple of days?
No, we were just like taking all the expo together, you know, because there's so many things to see, so many people to meet and enjoy all the equipment and such. So the main thing, we're just checking where you can unplug all the other simulators, you know, like.
What's your aim for today?
In a quali, I would love to be in like top 10, and the race, I guess we'll see.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck. All the best.
Good luck, Jardier. Sorry, we caught you in the middle there, mate.
Yeah, we had to doorstep you. Really apologies.
No, he doesn't mind. He's still got a smile on his face. Right. Well, we've already talked with Unicorns of Love, so all the very best of luck to them. Right, I'm going to see if we can... Now, there is a little bit of a history link here. Last year, at the Expo in 2021, we had the Community Trophy.
Yes, we did.
But that did not take place at the Nürburgring. It took place online. And there is one driver who is actually here, who should be here. Well, a little bit of a history lesson, folks, because Florian Bauer won the Community Trophy this year, actually by Yeet Esports, so Corvana should be, I think, just down here. And then the man himself is actually qualifying. Right, we've got to have a chat with you. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Flo, so we had to doorstep you.
I'm afraid, yeah.
So, well, we've been catching up over the last couple of days. How's the feeling in the camp with regards to being here at the Expo itself?
Sorry, I didn't understand the first
one. No. So we've been catching up over the last... Well, we had an in-depth... What was it? Over a pizza the other night, we had an in-depth conversation about the history of Formula One, including Schumacher and everybody else. And that was thank you to Vincent Gottwald, of course. But we're not going to call him by his nickname. We won't do that on air. But how's the feeling in the camp? There have been some, let's say, difficulties trying to get the sim rig ready, trying to get the internet connected. Are you guys feeling as prepared as you can be in this situation?
Well, yeah. I think we made the best out of our situation. I mean, we had to build the rig until yesterday, 7 p.m. or something. So until we had a monitor stand with 3 different versions, and now we're ready. I think the feeling in the camp, in our team, it's great. I mean, the spirit, which just the whole work just brought us together even closer. And also with the other teams, I mean, you help the others. And one monitor stand we built actually now belongs to the team next door.
What's the Yeet Esports of all people?
Yeah, and I think we are prepared. I did some laps because I didn't know I'm in the car today. I only prepared for tomorrow. And now it's qualifying. We'll see what the race brings.
Well, all the very best of luck.
Thanks for your time.
I think really, right, people are just... This is the thing about having a roving camera around an expo. I mean, I think really the last sort of point that I really need to touch on, Paul, is when you got here, because we got here on the same day, didn't we?
We did indeed.
What was your first impressions? I mean, the stage is absolutely fantastic. The commentary box, you've already seen it.
Yeah.
Because we're going to need to also sit down. We've also got a couple of special guests arranged for the commentary. We'll let you in on that a little bit later on. But now it's crunch time. Qualifying is currently underway. 20-minute session, which sets our grid. And we then find out who deals the first psychological blow. I've got the goosebumps. I've got the chills. You're shaking.
Yeah,
you're shaking with adrenaline.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, the buzz. I mean, you just talked about the stage. I mean, it's amazing out there. I mean, the setup here is just incredible, mate. It really is. And they've done a fantastic job. And, you know, the production, everything, top notch.
Well, folks, we're going to go to a commercial break. Join us very shortly as we get into the meat and potatoes of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gP Nürburgring 5th round finale. Join us very shortly after this break.
work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want the TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Paul, we're in the commentary position. How are you feeling being up here, mate?
This is a new experience for me, let's be honest. I normally do it from home, so a camera in front of me rather than a webcam, and you're stood right next to me, which feels unusual. Normally I'm doing it virtually, so yeah, we've got this, right?
We have indeed. Qualifying, we've got about 7 minutes left to go of the 20-minute session. So, folks, one of the things you're going to see is that we will be updated with relevant drivers that will be in the cars. Now, I know for a fact that Igor Rodriguez from Williams Esports is still competing. Tinko van der Velde and Dara McCormack are here in person. So, you know...
I mean, they were on our stand yesterday at the Logitech stand and, you know, smashing lap times around Brands Hatch yesterday. So I've got the pleasure of actually speaking to them. So, they're here and I'm sure they're ready to race.
It's nice to have that opportunity. I mean, it was great when we spoke to, you know, to George, we spoke to Jardier mid-bite, of course. But the thing is that here, you can't get away from it. You cannot get away from it. So we're going to really enjoy what's going to happen in the next few minutes. As for those watching at home, you can actually see people getting involved on the Race Room Experience stand. So have a go if you are over here at the main hall here at Hall 8, which is where you're going to see all the panel talks. This is going to be broadcasted live throughout the duration. We have got some special guests lined up. I will tell you about them. I'll talk to you on a Discord DM about that. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're getting into the last 5 3/4 minutes. This is absolute crunch time, and at the moment in time qualifying, Williams Esports and Triton Racing separated by just 2 1,000ths of a second.
Wow.
Kramer Racing Esports in the 977 are P5, and what's more, it's not Porsche's, but it is, well, the thing is, it is a German car backyard, but it's 2 BMWs at the front of the field. It's the M4s leading the way, a trio of Porsche 911 GT3Rs. Then it's West Competition Racing, GTWR Esports 2, WPS, GTWR Go Setups, Arnage Competition, who are currently in the pits. And it's sunny. That's unusual for the Eifel region, isn't it? Who knows? I mean, what did we see at Spa? Rain.
Rain. Yes, we saw a lot of rain. So, yeah, I mean, did you expect the BMWs to be at the top?
Well, the thing is, this is more of a case of having a car that's got to be planted. I said that earlier.
You did.
Okay, now, yes, you're going to have different power plants. You're going to have turbo V6s, you're going to have flat six boxes, you can have the whopping V8 and the Mercs, aren't you? 6.2 litre naturally aspirated. So point and squirt will not be the order of this of the day. I mean, the circuit itself has been running in its current configuration since 2002. 3.2 miles, 5.148 kilometres, 15 corners in all, and it's also been hosting the GT World Challenge Europe for quite a few years, right way back from 2013. But look how close it is, folks. Down to 23rd position, Corvana Gaming in the number 7 Mercedes, 1.1 seconds off of pole. Paul, this session is crucial, and Williams would have a further extension over Triton, so that would be 102 plays 92. That's a 10-point advantage after qualifying.
That's amazingly close, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
As we look at the number 28 car, WPS Racing team, I mean, they're only half a second off the Williams Esports guys, and we've got 3.5 minutes left of the qualifying session. And we're now looking at the Triton Racing as they're coming to complete a lap through the chicane, and hoping to find that. They've slowed up looking, I think they've slowed up just to go for the next lap. So yeah, I mean, we've got just over 3 minutes left, Alex, of this qualifying session, and it's unbelievably close as we race right on board.
Yeah, Triton Racing now going into what used to be known as the Haughagen, now known as the Yokohama Curva, and then heading into turns 2, 3 and 4, the AMG Arena. Quite a few name changes over the years with these corners, so I thought, just to be on the safe side, for my benefit and for Paul's, we've got the corner names as they are, and it's got the official Nürburgring logo on there. There you go. How's about that then, mate?
Absolutely brilliant. Great work there, Alex. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of this section of the track. I mean, you can really sort of push the car through, and it's all about keeping that momentum.
Yeah.
And that's what I find when I'm racing here. And then as you go down here into the right-hander, you know, using it, getting that slingshot, because you've then got an uphill section. It's all about trying to carry, as it is with many corners, as you know, Alex. It's about carrying that most of it and getting that momentum up. Of course. It's really important here.
Now, folks, a stat for you: 25 teams are on site. That is over 62% of the 39 due to compete. So at the moment, for Williams Esports, the driver in for qualifying in the 124 is none other than Ireland's very own Dara McCormack. Still, Triton Racing have got to try and make things up over the next handful of corners, flat out through the right-hander at Advan at turn 13, then into the Vidal Chicana, turns 14 and 15. Nice and neat through the chicane goes Triton. And at the moment, the driver behind the wheel goes a little bit wide. Now, that was the number 10. That was Dominic Blyer behind the wheel as he comes out of the final corner. Good showing from the number 85 Porsche. 3.6 tenths of a second off of pole. This is going to be the last effort, I think, from teams such as Triton. And Triton really need to get that car handling right, because Williams, even though it's 0.02 of a second, really have got Triton's number. And they're the top two in the championship. When you look at it, Williams Esports at the moment, 97. Triton Racing, 9 points behind. A further 7 back to Unicorns of Love in the number 14, who won the opening round at Kota, and then Yaz Heat, who won round 3. But could we... I'm wondering, Paul, could we have a surprise in the offing? Because we've already had 4 different winners, 4 different manufacturers. Could we have a 5th different winner, have the title decided, and have a 5th manufacturer? I think that's possible.
Yeah, anything's possible. As we were talking in the paddock earlier on, before whilst qualifying was underway, anything can happen. And you know, Alex, like a technical issue, just a momentary moment from a driver.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, you can never say never, right? And that's why we love motorsport. That's why we love sim racing, right? That's why we love a lot of sports out there. Let's be honest, because anything can happen at any moment. Somebody can just have a moment of brilliance, but on the opposite side, they can also have a moment of craziness.
Yes, and that could be no further from the truth there. Right, timer has hit 0 for time qualifying for round 5 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by simracing.gp. Triton on their final lap in time qualifying. They've only got to be up by a couple of thousandths in through turns 14 and 15 for the final time. Goes wide towards round towards the Hyundai N curve. Turn number 16 out of the final corner. The pedal puts to the metal. Does Triton beat Williams to pole position? No! Williams gets the maximum 5 points in timed qualifying. So Williams Esports out of the final corner. That's going to be Dara McCormack once again. So he has been absolutely brilliant. So is Tinko van der Velde. Igor Rodriguez recently finished 10th in the FIA Motorsport Games finale. And Arnage competition will come out of the final corner. Will they improve from 10th? This is a big question we need answering now. Yes, P7. Good work for the number 100 crew. Kramer Racing, firm favourite in the German sim racing community. That flat 6, that sounds mega, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really, really does. And Kramer Racing then as coming to complete their final lap. Oh, a little bit bumpy over the curves, trying to cut, or runs a little wide there, unfortunately.
Grass cutting as well, doing Valtteri Bottas. Huh? But out of the final corner, Kramer Racing in the 977. And that's it for time qualifying. Well, Williams have the not just the mental advantage, they have the strategic advantage, because we now know how the grid is going to line up for this race, and pole. The goosebumps have just intensified. Yeah. I'm trying to do like my breathing exercises right now, because I'm absolutely chomping at the bit. And look at the smile on Dara McCormack and Tinko van der Velde. And there's Seb Hawkins, Williams Esports team manager, taking his headset off, obviously going over there to congratulate the guys on a sterling job. But now we're going to start gridding up, ready for 6 hours of racing at the Nürburgring. This circuit, like I said, has been in use for 2 decades, has seen the International GT Open, the FIA World Endurance Championship between 2015 and 2017, and now you see that Dara McCormack will take the opening stint for Williams Esports. Also, European Le Mans Series. Formula One has hosted it not just as the German Grand Prix, but also the Luxembourg Grand Prix. GP2, GP3, when it was known as that, before it was FIA Formula 2 and Formula 3. I think the feeder categories to Formula 1 have so many different changes.
Eamon Murphy currently sat in his rig there, ready to get underway in the racing.
He was trying to do his best Jessica Hawkins impersonation with the bobble hat earlier on this week. It's really good to see them all here. Really, really good to see them all here. And now, folks, the tension builds. The adrenaline is rising. I can feel some serious...
There's vibes, isn't there? There's vibes going on.
Yeah, that's the completely different situation we're in now. And I cannot believe that we are literally not that far away. And you know what? I've just seen a lovely little picture. Good to see the Hall 9 is starting to getting filled out on the first day of the weekend. That's absolutely brilliant. I've had you know what? Met up with IndyCar legend, 2004 IndyCar Series champion, Tony Kanaan, over the last couple of days. Yep. What a guy. And it's so good to have him here. Bruno Spengler's been here. I've even seen Adam Christodoulou, Mercedes custom racing factory driver.
Yeah, he was staying at our very hotel, actually.
How's about that?
I know. I mean, it's just crazy. And with regards to Tony, I helped him with the rig yesterday, and I also got to speak to his lovely wife, and an absolutely lovely couple, both of them. So, great to see them here. Right,
okay, let's take you through the grid. On the front row, it is the 2 leaders in the championship standings, Williams Esports versus Triton. It's an all BMW. front row. Then it's Unicorns of Love, the number 14 car. They're currently third in the championship on 81 points. They've got Team Racing points in the 85 alongside. Kramer Racing, West Competition, row 3. Arnage, GTWR Go Setups, row 4, completing the top 10 as the cars drop off the air jacks. GTWR Esports 2 and WPS. Yaz Heat and Veloce, row 6. Unicorns of Love 2 and Yeet Esports, row 7. Good to see David Brabham here over the last couple of days. His team starts in the inside of row number 8 with Team Ballast Esports B alongside on row 8. Now, Beaver Grease Racing, now known as BGR by OBS World. They have been in the top 10 quite a lot. They're even in the top 10 in the overall standings. They're on the inside of row number 9 with Wild Things Racing by Colex GG, Renvelton, Corvana, Door Esports Black, Gridfinder, Burst Esports round out the top 23. SGP and SOP 24th, Rocket Sim Sport, Team Ballast Esports A, Simulation Esports, Door Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy, Sim Racing Black, Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site, and rounding out the grid, 32 cars about to go on the formation lap in just 15 seconds time, and it's the number 35 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue. 6 hours on the clock, Paul. I have been we've all been waiting. I know that Terry, Adam, Daniel and James are chomping at the bit saying we wish we were with you, but you know what, guys, we want you just as much as everybody else, not here at the Expo but also at home, to enjoy the show. Paul, your thoughts right now?
Mate, I'm genuinely blown away by the whole setup here, the experience, the competitiveness, but also the community feel of what we're seeing this whole weekend, right? And this kind of, we're at the pinnacle point, we're at the top of Everest right now, and we need to see who's going to climb it the fastest, don't we?
Yep. So the team's now making their way through the AMG arena, and there is the 124. Dara McCormack behind the wheel. And now we're going to keep an eye on which drivers, and for Triton Racing, it's the driver that was in time qualifying, Dominic Blyer. Unicorns of Love, number 14, have Tobias Pfeffer behind the wheel starting. Kramer Racing in the number 977. They'll have Michael Bischoff behind the wheel. That's your top 5, and we see the full regalia of the masks of each livery, and this is so cool, isn't it, mate?
It really is, yeah, and I'm wishing all the teams the best of luck for today's round. I'm sure you are too, Alex, you know.
Yeah.
We just want to see great, clean, respectful, but hard racing.
We want it to be bumper to bumper. We want some paint scraping,
yes,
but we don't want anyone being taken out unnecessarily.
Exactly.
We want this final to be fair.
That's ultimately what we're here for, right?
Oh, you know what we've got to do? We've got to give a big thumbs up to Steve Morrow from SimRacing.gp, who's just taken our photo. Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Steve.
Dan is currently part of the stewarding team as well.
Yeah.
So they...
And Adam as well over there.
Adam, yeah, they've been doing an absolutely fantastic job. But it's about to get down to this pivotal moment. The finish is 6 hours away from this point. But now we get to the first hard part of the task. It's nailing the start. They've got to be on their best behaviour, haven't they?
Yeah, and as we said when we were doing the paddock walk, right, it's an infamous corner. We've seen it in many motorsports over the years, DTM, Formula 1, etc., and you can so get it wrong if you miss that braking point. And as I said, there are many different lines. You can take it tight, you can take it wide, right, because you've got a left-hander following that. So, I mean, you just... 6 hours, they just got to take it easy. Obviously, they want to make gains, they want to gain positions, we get that. You know, but, you know, losing a position isn't the end of the world compared to damaging your car. So it's kind of the lesser of two evils, isn't it? And I think, but look, we know they're racers at heart, right? They want to win, they want to do the best job they can for not just themselves, but for their teammates. So, mate, we're getting closer and closer and closer. The drivers are getting ready, they're lining up side by side. Alex, it's over to you for the start of the race.
So, viel Glück, bon chance. Good luck to all the drivers and the teams, 32 in total. They now make their way round towards the Hyundai N-Curve. The rolling start gets going. Williams Esports versus Triton Racing on the front row. Out of the final corner, we wait with bated breath. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we steady? Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. Good start by McCormack and Blyer. They're pulling alongside each other. Down in towards Yokohama for the first time. Unicorns of Love keeping them very, very honest. It's three abreast. Some cars snaking under braking, but Williams keeps the lead going into turn one. Unicorns of Love springs up the inside of Triton Racing. Through into turn three. Loses out and they're pushed to the outside. There has been an incident at the back part of the field. And now two of the title protagonists are side by side. Unicorns of Love looking through the inside, through turn number 4, but Triton still keep it pinned. But look at the way that Tara McCormack from Williams Esports has gotten away.
Unbelievable already, and great driving. As you say, a little bit of contact at turn 1.
Yeah.
But the most of the grid, cleanly, respectful. Unicorns of Love already putting Triton Racing under pressure, but as you say, McCormack is already opening up a gap, and we're only halfway round the first lap.
Exactly, we're going to break the first sector beam in just a moment, but that is about 10 car lengths. That's the lead. It's 9/10. That is how prepared Williams Esports have been. McCormack and Van der Velde, two known quantities, along with Rodriguez on Assetto Corsa Competizione. There's Rocket Sim Sport, the team run by Jensen Button. And they're looking towards the outside of the Porsche. That's going to be very, very close indeed, but it looks like they might get it done. A little bit of a run wide. Still keeping two wheels within the white lines, and they're through for 24th position. That was on the SGP and SOP collaboration Porsche in the 87. There's some side-by-side action. I spotted Brabham going through. There's Corvana in the number 7 car, and they get through on the BGR by OBS World Lithuanian crew, who have been paying tribute to the Ukrainian nation. Burst Esports in 21st position, just behind the number 68 car. Couple of drive-throughs coming through, might be for infringements on the start phase.
And we've had it at the back.
Yes, well spotted, Paul. There's been an incident at the back. That was the 563 and the 17, and that is the Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. We will be notified by any penalties by race control directly as they come through. Yeah. But Burst Esports versus Gridfinder Racing. Gridfinder's got the nose in front, and that's going to be through the second part, through turn 3. That was a nice little move there. Gridfinder have been a little bit in the wars so far this season, haven't they?
They have, yeah, and I've been talking to the guys earlier on, a bit of a community team that's, you know, trying to go into the esports realm, and Tom, who runs Gridfinder, had a bit of a chat with them about the team over the weekend, and you know, I think they're feeling quietly confident out there. They've had, you know, like a lot of teams, they've had their technical issues, but going well. I can see that potentially some penalties are incoming for some cars, but we'll wait for those to be announced officially on screen.
Oh, Tortellini nearly got a boot up the backside there, and well, he might have had a little bit of a touch, and that's assisted him into the 100 of Arnage competition with Maxime Batifouille behind the wheel. And they are side by side. You know what? I thought this was going to be a close race. I didn't realise how closely packed. It's like the young guns are trying to run through. Like there's some young wolves in the pack, and they're trying to get their way through to the front. But so far, it has been a fairly clean start, Paul, and that's what we wanted. In the first 5 minutes, they want to start getting into their rhythm. We're going to go side by side. Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg. They're going alongside, looks like, possibly Renvelten. I'm not sure. Well, that is the 71, which is Renvelten Esports. They've got a nice Porsche Cayman 718 on their stand here at the Expo. But a great move there. So behind the wheel of the number 96. Oh, hello, Harry Phillips. How are you, mate? Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant here, Paul.
Yeah, I think the drive-throughs we're seeing on screens for car 71 and 49 were infringements at the start of the race. I don't know what race control, if they'll be doing anything about those, but I'm sure they'll let us know. And yeah, so we'll keep an eye on those.
Oh, shout out to Wild Things Racing. Unfortunately, guys, if you need to tag Paul, it's at Glove Pup on Twitter.
Yeah, GLOVEP. UP.
Yes, yeah. Please don't leave him out. If you want, if you want to get involved, you can either get involved via the ADAC SimRacing Expo streams on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. I have been informed, I think, as of yesterday, we're currently broadcasting live on VCO. How's about that one? And we've got Florian Hasper here tomorrow with their new development, which will be unveiled to the sim racing community live here on the main stage. But 5 minutes in, West Competition Racing and the number 33 trying to close in on Kramer Racing. Gap between them is less than 0.3 of a second as we ride on board with the number 33. You can just see the amount of work, even with how much these, you know, this is early days, isn't it? We have no inkling.
We're 6 minutes in, mate.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's very early days, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you watch these drivers, you see how much movement they're putting onto the wheel. He's making a move on the inside into the chicane. That's great. It's side by side. It's so hard through there. And hopefully...
no, there has been a touch. Right. That, I have a feeling that might possibly be investigated. We will await confirmation in due course of any penalties, but that has really put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons. So West Competition Racing have been dumped towards the bottom part of the top 20. Veloce, in the meantime, now making their way. They're looking up the inside of GTWR Esports 2. Oh, that was a near miss if ever there was one.
Yes, but they took evasive action, and that's the main thing, right? That's the main thing, is that they are racers heart and heart, but also try not to take one of your competitors out. So well recovered as we're looking at the Yas Heat 149 goal. And you know, look at the time gap difference. It matches the number of the car. Beautiful.
Hey, well done, mate. Well spotted. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fun 6 hours. As I said, we have got some special guests.
We've got to keep ourselves going,
mate. I'm going to let the first cat out of the bag. Steve Worrell from SimRacing.gp is going to jump on.
Steve? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I think the thing is, both of us are going to have an opportunity to step away, and one of us will ask him questions about how he thinks.
He's actually quite good, but I don't want to tell him that because it will.
You can tell him. You can tell him to his face. But now the lead has extended to about 1.2 seconds. Paul, how are lap times looking right now in terms of... I mean, we're going to see a replay here. Now, this is what we saw just a minute ago. Now, this is the 563 up the inside of the 12, and that is on the Vidal chicane. Oh, the Audi's pinballed on the inside wall, and it's turned... that was the early... a big thank you to Heusingfeld for... backing us up with regards to, well, in terms of their support reference, the replays. So, at the moment, some great battles happening here. Team Ballas Esports are being reeled in. Now, we have seen great flashes of performance from Wild Things, particularly at Spa, if I remember correctly. They're now currently running 14th position. And they've got Door Esports Black, who have gone with the Audi in the 111. The sister team in the blue, in Door Esports Blue, have gone with the Bentley. And I do not see that Bentley in the top 25 at the moment, I'm afraid. But we run on board back with the number 926 car in the slipstream of the 163 Team Ballas Esports Audi Esport B car. And now backed by Gatto Chain. And both Unicorns of Love teams are in the top 10. Unicorns of Love 2 now up into 10th position ahead of Yas Heat. So from that perspective, we're going to see another replay. Now, this is from the incident between Kramer Racing. So, Paul, take us through it.
So he tries to go through the inside and runs the other car wide. And, oh, look, there's just a bit of contact there. That's so nearly avoidable. We just hit the rear quarter of the car.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as I said before, they went into the chicane. It's very hard to go side by side through there. It is possible, but you have to give each other enough room, and you have to sacrifice a lot of speed to make it happen as well.
Yeah, Sebastian Apostol was behind the wheel of the number 33, and Marco Bischoff was the other party involved. So coming up towards the 10-minute mark, and we have got some penalties coming through, I believe. Absolute Motorsport have just been hit with the penalty, and that is for... just looking right now, that's a 15-second time penalty, and that is for, I believe, contact and spin of the 563. That was from earlier on that we saw just a moment ago. So, yeah, the teams will get warnings. They'll also get racing incidents called on certain situations because they've got what Dan and Adam are doing in race control here, Paul, they're looking through a lot of different camera angles, aren't they, in order to get the full picture and make the right decision accordingly.
Yeah, that's right. They'll look at the driver inputs and different angles, but not
right. That was probably Simulation Esport. No, that was Geeks Energy SimRacing Blue, I believe. That was just had a little bit of a touch with Ballas Esports A. But yeah,
2 into 1 doesn't really work, does it? There?
No, it never does.
No, but the guys are doing a great job. I've done stewarding. It's not easy, and you're affecting people's races. So people are often going to disagree with those decisions, of course. But they'll look at every single angle. They'll look at the inputs, and sometimes if you can't make a decision because it's so tough, then racing instant for me, right? If you're sitting there deliberating over it for so long, then racing instant, right? Because it's obviously so hard to make that call. It's not easy to determine straight away off the bat.
Yeah, so we are riding on board with Veloce, the number 66. And Veloce, well, they've used it once again. They've used it before. They used it at Mount Panorama. They're now back in the trusty Honda NSX GT3. It's a car that I feel is rather understated in the ACC world. A bit like Godzilla. You hardly see any Nissan GTR GT3s. And then when they come along, it's won a race. Oh! Now that was very, very brave.
Yeah, and he's going to come into the right hand. Is he going to have the inside line? No, unfortunately, he didn't make it stick. But yeah, the Honda, but it had some fans out there. I mean, I know fans in sim racing that are in Discord servers. Absolutely, he's flashing the lights behind the Porsche, just as if he didn't know he was there. But
well, you know what? Eamon Murphy's fired up right now because he's behind the wheel. he's like, hang on, don't you dare do that to me. But this is the thing. This is how there's a lot of friendly ambience. But now that we're in race mode, it's everyone is in their own camp. They're tunnel visioned. So someone's calling the strategy. Someone's communicating with the driver. And that's going to be the key point. Communication above all. Rocket Sim Sport, pardon the pun here, Paul, they have rocketed up to 18th position in the BMW. They were down at 25th just a handful of laps ago. And the number 22 currently being piloted by Kieran Prendergast. He's partnered with Alaric Enslin and Luca Burke. Alaric Enslin known for quite a long time. But Paul, just give an update on what's happening with regards to lap times. Who's got the fastest lap at the moment?
So the fastest lap actually goes to the Triton Racing team. We were 1:53.775, but the fastest for Williams Esport is a 1:53.822. So, I mean, that's going to come down as the track rubbers in and the fuel eases off towards the end of the stint. Well, we might see that beaten, but I mean, you can see on the live timing that I've got in front of me. And thanks to Dan for that SGP. He's streaming it for me in Discord. We can see Veloce are right on the back as we're looking now, and Eamon Murphy's in the car, right on the back of the GTWR Esports team. So, and the field is very closely bunched together. I mean, even between Williams Esports and Trying to Race, it's still only a second. I mean, admittedly, we're approximately 14 minutes into the race, Alex. We're still 5 hours and 46 minutes to go. But that first 15 minutes has gone pretty quick as well from where I'm standing.
It has, and especially when we're jacked full of adrenaline. It's a completely different feeling sitting in your chair. We are going to be sitting down later on, folks, don't worry. There are more panel talks to come here on the main stage, but the top 31 out of the 32 teams are covered by, Paul, 44.3 seconds as of now. We're getting close to that crossover point where there are going to be those teams such as Renvelton who are all the way down in 31st position in the number 71 Mercedes, and Corvana have dropped a couple of places as well. So we're now seeing the race really get into its rhythm. So now what we can talk about is strategy. Now, with any endurance race, there is always a maximum stint time before the timer gets reset. A driver can still stay in the car and then go out for another stint.
Correct.
This is a circuit that is going to be, I think, quite high in terms of fuel consumption. And the reason why I say that is you're doing a lot of brake deceleration, accelerating out of corners. The car might get a little bit sideways going through different apexes, your approaches. You know, if you're trying for overtakes, Okay, you're going to use less fuel when you're in the slipstream.
Correct, yeah.
And speaking of that, Triton Racing have started closing that gap. It was 1.2 seconds. It's now been halved.
It just shows you. Sometimes I'm more of a driver that likes to. I don't know about you, Alex, when you race, but I like, if I'm doing an endurance race, I like to double stint. I find that it keeps my rhythm going. If I come out of the cockpit for a while and get back in the car, and I'm sure that's the same for many of the drivers behind the stage right now in their respective teams. So it wouldn't be surprised if you see drivers double stint, but then if you've got somebody who's potentially half a second or 2 tenths quicker a lap than the others in the team, you might put them in first and you might put them in last, you know, to strategize that way. But we're 44 minutes-ish away from like the first. Who's gonna blink first when it comes to pit stops? That's always interesting as well. What we don't get from the game, is okay. There might be as we're going alongside now.
Oh, here we go
into turn 1, and Eamon makes the move nicely, cleanly, and he'll hope now that he can close the gap up to WPS Racing Team. Great stuff. But he's got 2.5 seconds to find to get up onto the back of them.
Yeah. So Eamon Murphy doing a really, really good move. That was on the 38. Wojciech Fiala behind the wheel of the number 38 car. Also, good to see that I finally, this weekend, managed to actually talk to Luke Whitehead. He was like messaging me on Discord and going, are we going to meet up at the Expo? We're like, just make sure you show your face, buddy. That's the thing that I've really enjoyed, rather than talking to people on the other side of a Discord server, like us actually being here on the commentator booth, 15 feet in front of the main stage that Luke and Matze have been on all weekend so far. I've yet to I stood on it when I got here on Wednesday, despite there's a little bit of a story, and I'm going to tell it now. I haven't really told this to the general public. I flew from Heathrow to Frankfurt, got my connecting flight here to Nuremberg, and then was told my baggage had already arrived in Nuremberg, and I thought, what the hell are you talking about? I haven't landed yet. And there we see that Rocket SimSport have got the recovering Kramer Racing Esports hot on their case. Now, the good
hot on their case, I see what you did there.
There you go. They're on their case. We're going to keep an eye on them while I just tell the rest of the story. So I had I didn't have a bit of an argy-bargy. I had a very, very stern email to the logistics company, and my bag arrived, thank goodness, yesterday afternoon. Well, not yesterday afternoon, the day before at 4 in the afternoon. But again, this is now showing, I think the Porsche could be the dark horse here, because 15 teams have selected it from when I last checked. And that car around this circuit is the perfect mix of power and poise.
Yeah, if you can drive it, I'll be honest. My lack of skill means that it's not one for me. But it's a very popular car, and many say the engine's in the wrong place. As the car loses fuel, it can get a little bit unstable for me. When it's heavy on fuel, I love it. But as I say, that's not the car's fault, it's the lack of skill within me. But as you say, recovering, putting the Rocket SimSport team under immense pressure, who are in the BMW. We've got a couple of BMWs high up there at the moment, and they're faring well against the Porsches.
Yeah, well, considering the fact we've still got a BMW 1-2 at the moment with Williams and Triton, and the reason why Paul says that, and he said about the imbalance, where do you refuel the Porsche? It's on the bonnet. It's not on the traditional fuel, like say on the BMW. It'll be on the right-hand side, rear quarter window. That's where you put the nozzle in.
Yeah.
On a Porsche, you have to, the mechanic who has to put the fuel in has to jump on the bonnet. At least in a virtual sense, we don't have to worry about that. But Triton Williams have started responding. The gap was about 6.5 tenths a few laps ago. We're now coming towards the end of the first 20 minutes of this 6-hour race. Yaz Heat closing in on Yeet Esports. And that was a bit of a wide moment there for Tortellini.
Magic Malinowski. The Audi behind.
And that's Door Esports Black. Good to have Maurice Lerner with us for the last couple of days before he headed back to Munich. And the Audi's got the slipstream down the start finish rate. Pulls to the outside. Now is Yeet Esports going to send it round the outside of Yazheat. They're going to try. Yazheat blocks the door, going through into turn 1. Now into the AMG arena. Looks a bit feisty, does the number 111 of Door Esports Black. Yeah, this is getting very, very close. There was a nose up the inside. There was a slight touch. And now the accordion effect has reared its ugly head, I'm afraid, folks, because we're going to have a bit of a train. And this always happens at around the first 20, 30 minutes, Paul. It's where everyone's still, you know, they're getting into that rhythm. They're getting into that groove. But they're not 100% confident yet, because everyone's putting the feelers out. This is a 5th different circuit. Everyone's got free car choice. No one knows how things are going to react over the next 5 hours and 40 minutes. And as we said earlier, we can't pick a winner. We just want a really, really good, hard-fought, close-quarter exchange when it comes to an endurance race. There's now Door Esports Blue closing in on Grid Finder in the number 8. They've gone with the Audi this time. And listening to the roar of that naturally aspirated 5.2-litre V10 engine, mid-mounted, rear-wheel drive Audi, sharing the same underpinnings as the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Looks to have the measure on the Bentley. As they roll through Advan. Then it's going to be hard onto the brakes into the Vidal Chicana. West Competition Racing now also starting to recover. Behind, well, they've got Wild Things Racing by Collix.gg and Arnage Competition. And they've got the Audi in front, which is Door Esports Black. West Competition Racing going defensive. A little bit of a touch on the back bumper. Now Grid Finder has got Door Esports Blue to the outside going into the opening corner. Did you see that? How the Audi's nose just literally just went... It was like Jim Carrey in The Mask, wasn't it? Like when his chin drops down.
Yeah, I love the Audi. I'm a big fan of the Audi personally, as we were looking at the 977.
Yeah.
The Kramer Racing team, making a nice solid move. A little trio there going on.
Yeah, you've got the SGP and, well, SGP stands for SimRacing GP, and Symphony of Pistons is the collaboration there. Grid Finder.
Still under pressure.
Yeah, still under pressure. Doing a good job, though.
Yeah, like I say, a good bunch. I was chatting to them earlier on, and they're hyped for today. And not many Audis out there, but it's good to see it. I'm a big fan. But the Bentley has clearly got a bit more pace right now. And I do find that with the Audi, sometimes that you feel like the car is not coming to you, and then suddenly, bang, you get it back. I mean, as we look here at the Arnage guys, Arnage competition, BMW 100.
Oh, side by side behind them.
Behind as well, yeah, there is a battle behind. I think that's
Wild Things and West Competition, and Wild Things have got the advantage through Advan heading into the chicane. Turns 14 and 15. Still, I can't believe this. It feels like we've been going for an hour and a half, mate. We're nearly 25 minutes in.
I think that's because it's day number 3 here. That's what it is, right? It's taking its toll on our delicate bodies.
Well, what was it you said to me? My voice might be struggling last night. But you know what? The thing is, the adrenaline takes over, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And that's not for the drivers behind us, behind that stage. It's for us here in the commentary position. But it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, Paul, what do you think so far?
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely loving it. And great race. We haven't seen too many penalties either. A few teams are getting warnings here and there right now. A little bit of avoidable contact, and I'm sure, it's still early days, as you were rightly saying, Alex, and it's now getting into halfway through the first stint. And you know how you were saying not too long ago how close it is right now? We often see pit stops tend to kind of mix it up a little bit, kind of breaks up the field, and then each pit stop, it kind of brings them back again and then splits it up again. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the race at the moment. Do people make gains? Do they lose positions? Do you undercut? Do you overcut? It's decisions that need to be made, and we don't know what fuel the guys are running. Obviously, each car as we're looking here at a lovely battle between Yazheat and Yeet Esports. We're riding on board with Yazheat 149, 2 tenths back. And that's another thing here at Nürburgring. There aren't many overtaking opportunities, are there? It's normally in the big braking zones in T1 at the end of the straights. As we
battle for the lead.
T1.
Battle for the lead. Battle for the lead. Triton Racing really closing in on Williams Esports. That gap was at 1.2 seconds. Triton pulling to the outside of the 124. They have got to keep this clean. Above all, that was by a whisker. I mean, like Dominic Byer was right over the back bumper of Dara McCormack, and McCormack has responded in kind. And the good thing is, McCormack's got the advantage here, hasn't he? Because he can park the car on the racing line where he is entitled to do so. But folks,
Unicorns of Love are not far behind, are they, right now?
That's exactly what I just spotted as well. We're on the same wavelength. Brilliant stuff. This is brilliant. This is absolutely fantastic what we're seeing in the first, the first 35 or so minutes, because now it is really about how the teams are going to strategize. Right, so myself and Paul are going to be commentating with some special guests, but let's hand back over on the main stage. Take it away, Matze.
Yes. Thank you, Paul and Alex, so much for this first 35 minutes. I really enjoyed it. I hope you do as well. If you want to go on watching the race, we have prepared a second live stream on YouTube. If you like, go on. Watch it parallel, probably. And if you're on Twitch, you can use the live stream of simracing.gp to go on following the race as well over the whole distance. But please also stay with us, because we have so much nice things upcoming over here, and we will also switch back to the race every once in a while. So this is going to be exciting. You can probably see the sim racing rig of TRX over here. There's going to be a presentation later on, but now we start with our next panel. The topic is, are we on the peak of racing simulations? If you have any questions concerning that, please type them on Twitter under the hashtag SRE22. Hashtag SRE22 on Twitter. Type in your questions. We will ask our guests. And talking about our guests, I may introduce them now. I'm super happy to have them here. Steve Worrell, CEO of SimRacing.gp, is there. Will show up in a second. Alessio Ciccolari, CEO of AK Informatica, and Henning Pietz, CEO of Trak Time. And also welcome Stefan Filastre, Head of Brand Licensing and Retail of the FIA. Hi, good to have you here, guys.
Hello.
Hello, please have a seat already. Hi, good to see you. Hello, welcome on stage. Hi, Mats, nice to meet you. Have a seat, please. Exactly. Those 4 over there are for you. And we just make yourself comfortable. Hopefully you're good.
Very good.
Can you hear me? Not yet, right? Like, yeah, figure that one out. Shall I help you? Is that working? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Also, we have a little bit of a sound on stage. Wait, I'll come around and help you there. Does it work? It works? Okay, good. So, first of all, how are you doing? How do you like Nuremberg?
I love it. I love Germany. It's probably my favourite country. I'd move here tomorrow if my wife would let me, but she won't. So I get to come to cool places like this every now and then. But yeah, very cool.
Okay, nice. You as well?
It's perfect. Life around.
Okay. Please make sure you're always talking to your microphone. Exactly. For you?
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm Italian. I prefer the sun, but you know.
Yeah, of course. I understand that. I prefer Italy as well, like sun-wise. And you?
Yeah, I've been having a weekend full of sim racing. What could be better?
Yeah, absolutely. Have you all been to the Christmas market yet? Not, bro? Yes. Yes, it's a no. It's a no.
No.
Tonight for sure.
Tonight for sure. Okay, good. So I will as well. I will join you probably. We will see each other at the mulled wine stand, I guess. I want this to be not just an interview, but perhaps a discussion if possible. Like have a good time on stage together, and perhaps like make you guys or prepare a good time for you with some interesting insights and views of yours. And you can also discuss if you're in different opinions, of course. Yes, so since there are always like new faces to the sim racing world, especially in the stream, for example, and also right here on the fair, please would you be so kind to introduce yourself once again and tell about your companies or what you do. Steve.
Yeah, cool. So Steve Worrell, CEO of SimRacing.gp. SimRacing.gp is a platform for drivers to come and find races. It's for communities and organisers to create races, and it's also for brands to do esports. So we're currently doing the Logitech G Challenge, and we also were just watching the SimRacing.gp professional trophy in collaboration with Kavana as well, and that's all being run on SimRacing.gp. But yeah, it's just a platform for multiple sims for people to come together and enjoy their hobby.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Henning. I'm the founder of Traktime, a company who builds simulators from entry level to high-end motion simulators. We are part of the KHW Automotive, who also has the Usher brand and Race Room. So we are a big family of sim racing companies, and yeah.
So good to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Alessio Cicolari, I'm the CEO of AK Group. So my companies are working mainly on gaming, but especially in sim racing. We are a tournament organizer. So we are the organizer of GT World Challenge, Ferrari Esports, so many others. And yeah, also we create computers and gaming rigs that you can see even here at the exhibition.
Okay, great, thank you. And Stefan?
So my name is not Stefan, actually. We had a change of people
okay,
at the
sorry,
end.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, all good. So my name is Eric Strana. I worked at the FI now for 2.5 years.
Great.
I don't need to explain what the FI is, but basically I work fully with sim racing, fully with esports, and on the sporting side of the FI, so we're trying to see what we can do in terms of being a federating body and a governing body when it comes to esports. Looking at the FI Motorsport Games, for example, is one clear recent example together with Alessio. And yeah, let's see what we can do in the future.
Yes, hopefully it's going to be fine. To see into the future or like watch the actual situation, like it's always good to also regard the past. So on the topic, are we on the peak of racing simulations? My first question is, in your opinion, what have been the most important developments in racing simulations in the last 10 years, for example? So feel free. Would you like to answer?
Yeah, sure. I think for me, one of the most important things in the development of sim racing has been the quality of the software and the quality of the hardware. They've just both come on leaps and bounds. I've been sim racing for 20 years, believe it or not, from a young child racing my first sims. And they've just become more sophisticated and just more enjoyable in that respect. And I think that's one of the things that people, when you're trying to explain sim racing to people outside of the industry, for many years it's been a case of, oh, it's a video game. Yeah, it's not quite a video game. It's like the software is really sophisticated. The real-world F1 teams, motorsport teams are using this software to plan strategies and practice and train. And they can only do that if the software is accurate. And now we've got the hardware as well, which is, in many cases, one-to-one to real life. I mean, Alessio, you were just talking about some pedals which are essentially one-to-one to real life. And the inputs that you're putting in on your controls at home are basically the same as what you're putting in the car. So it's incredibly sophisticated now and still very enjoyable. So,
Would you agree on that?
For me, it's a hardware aspect. I started 20 years ago, and it was always a problem to tell your friends I'm sim racing, and they told you, you're a nerd, you're a gamer, you're crazy. And I was kart racing all my life, became dead, and then suddenly I wasn't able to travel anymore. And so I found sim racing, but it was an Xbox, it was a PlayStation, and I had no feedback of anything. And so I started to look for alternatives. So I started with aluminum rigs, I started with the first direct drives, which I made open sim wheel with Bernhard Berger many years ago. And now everyone has a direct drive wheel. And Martin Usher was a friend of mine who started the first button plate, who also has now shifters in the real motorsports and now in the McLaren car. So it's so nice to see how sim racing developed over the time and got the acceptance on the market. 10 years ago, I invited friends or different people to my home to show them that I'm not a nerd, that I'm making motorsports in my basement. And now everyone knows sim racing and accepts it. And 10 years ago, it was a niche in the niche.
Could you tell, like what would be the most important developments?
For the future?
No. Now, like in between the last 10 years, because you pretty much mentioned everything.
It's hard to tell. A big thing was the direct drive wheels, because all the gearing and belts that made the feeling cocky and not direct. And I think even the VR glasses made a big step forward to show people how motorsports could look like.
Yes.
You may not use it every day, but to show how motorsport looks like, it's perfect.
Okay.
Even for motion builders like me, who connects motion with steering forces with visuals. It's like a connecting cloud.
Get it? Okay. Alessio, what's your...
Yeah, for me, I mean, the development of the multiplayer, the way now sim racing is connecting people around the world. We manage competition where we have people connected really around the world with very small delays. We can have worldwide competition, and then we have this beautiful place where they can meet in person. During the Ferrari Sport Finals, we had people coming from North America and Europe. One sentence that one of the guys said show what is, for me, the best development. He said, this is the first time for me traveling the world and meet people with my same passion that we normally now group together. So it's not just hardware, it's not just software, it's the way sim racing through multiplayer development allow people to compete and enjoy the sim racing globally. Then there are minor stuff, but this is for me the best one.
So would you say that it's not only that it is an online community, but now this community finds together also in the real world somehow?
Exactly, excluding the COVID time that was very bad, but you know, LAN for me especially was always super cool. At the Motorsport games, we had the chance also to have the audience cheering for the drivers. One of the drivers was saying, I was literally hearing people screaming when I was overtaking. This is because the sim racing is reconnecting everyone. So networking, multiplayer, for me, is the best thing that sim racing did in the last 10 years.
Also, in terms of attracting the audience, it is pretty similar to real racing, I would say. Like, what was your opinion?
Yeah, no, exactly what Alessio said. I think the number one key is that community spirit and doing things like Steve is doing with simracing.gp, just to give people actually a good platform to race on. But I think if you have to point one certain thing out, I think it's just the quality of the graphics, how far they have come. That you thought that things were photorealistic maybe 10, 15 years ago, and then you look at the stuff now, and then you think, what's it going to look like in another 5, 10 years? Yeah. And I think that's the first thing that people see when you look at a simulator or you look at a broadcast. It's, wow, the graphics are really good.
In some way, you just answered my first question, concerning your perception of the things. Like this year's FI Motorsport Games were the first time with Assetto Corsa Competizione. So how did you like the performance of the sim?
It was really good. I mean, when you have a big event like that, you have 20 simulators, you have probably 20 people working on everything, there's lots of tech, there's lots of everything that could go wrong. I mean, in the end, every single thing worked really well. And everyone was very, very happy with the event. I mean, we had drivers being happy, partners being happy, we were happy as FIA. I hope Alessio was happy as well. And in the end, it was all a big success. And there's been lots of good things being said. There's lots of things to improve still. But overall, big thumbs up.
But there you lead exactly to my next question. Like, what would be, if there is something, what would be, blah, blah, blah. Forward, what would be good to improve?
I think from my seat, where I'm sitting when it comes to the sporting side, is to have more robust kind of race control tools and result handling and that kind of thing, where you have a set series of regulations which you need in terms of penalties and all that kind of boring stuff, but to be able to actually implement that directly into the different games, regardless which one it is, and then you just get an Excel sheet with proper results instead of having to do what we did at the FI Motorsport Games, which was this guy has a 5-second penalty, go into Excel, add 5 seconds, make sure you did it correct, make sure your math is on point, and just doing that kind of stuff, I think would, from a sporting integrity side of things, would really, really make things even better.
Okay, perhaps giving that back to Alessio, I guess, would be perfect person to answer.
Yeah, I would love also this kind of tools, because normally now we do everything manually, but these are improvements that we are suggesting to publishers, to developers on the new games, because if you think that, for example, Assetto Corsa 1 was made when no big competition was made, so now all the software we develop that connect to the game that can do a lot of stuff in the future, that now it's required to have proper tools for FIA, for us, for results, stewarding, whatever. It's really needed. We have better tool than in real life sometimes, because for a steward, just looking at an action is way better than just in the cameras, even if we have new tools on the cars and stuff. But if I can say what needs to be improved in the future, for sure, it's to get more into this new metaverse stuff, integration, collaboration between publisher. I mean, I would love also to have more FIA involved in all the big activity, at least. I'm not saying just the community, but there are a lot of competition running right now, and the community is big. We need really, like in the real life, we have an official entity that is basically on it, and as organizer, then we can rely altogether on the same, at least base regulation, ranking and stuff that we were talking before, even with Steve about that is a common issue we have. So I'm not talking just about hardware and stuff. The hardware and graphics will develop until they will look like real. You know, if you ever tried VR, right now it's still improving. Now we are lacking on hardware because the display are not that good still, but the software is coming. So we will have a lot of AI, metaverse, NFT integration that I would love to have in sim racing.
Okay, I see you guys like willing to answer. Yeah, just go.
I cannot tell much about software because I'm a restroom guy, but I do not make events. That's my colleague Holger who's responsible for that. But I'm a hardware guy, and VR is really good at the moment. When you look for the Mario glasses, I don't know. Have you seen them? Already?
Yeah.
The resolution is insane. It's
Excuse
so
me,
high,
but it's not really so high right now. It's still lacking a little bit. So it's not like your eyes. No, it's a term of dot pitch between the different pixels in the hardware. So I work a lot with Samsung and with other brands that are making displays. So it will improve for sure compared to the first Oculus Rift that they had. This is insanely good.
Have you tried the Vario one?
Not yet, but
do it.
Have a look.
I will.
It's level.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. So we're working with them, and it's insane. It's too good, not nearly.
Question that we discuss later is if we have reached kind of the ceiling over there, or if you believe in there might be some further improvements. But first of all, you just mentioned that you would like to have also a more intense communication with the FIA, for example. Is the FIA willing to like increasing this communication and like working on it? And
yeah, I mean, I'm a sim racer myself, and so my purpose with this job is to actually, what can we do with sim racing? How can we structure it, and how can we actually put this logo more into what sim racing is? Because there's a huge potential. There's lots of, I mean, you have a really, really low barrier to entry, but you can also have a super duper high level. And so for our side, I think from a governing body and a sanctioning body, it's super interesting to see how can we develop into this different discipline of motorsport. It's still a motorsport. 110%.
It is.
But the question is, it's different in a lot of ways from other disciplines. So what can we do there? But absolutely, I mean, it's a day-to-day job. Is how can we actually get involved from the regulation side, from the official side, from the training side, from licenses, structure, ranking, like Alessio was saying. All of that stuff is really, really interesting, and it's the end target for sure.
Do you have any ideas on that, or already? Not really. No, it's hard. I think those are the things that need to be discussed, obviously, of course, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that is going in future. So, main focus of sim racing seems to be in the competition and esports, but it's also, I think, very important not to lose track of the other elements, like as we already like scratched on AI and immersion, for example. So, how is your perception on that?
AI is an interesting one. I think, like Alessio said, multiplayer has become so important now. I feel like AI. You're referring to AI as in the other cars on track, yeah, right? So, it's an interesting one because I think there is still a place for offline play, but it's kind of just a single player. I think the multiplayer aspect of sim racing is what brings us all together. It's really, I think, why we're here. And I think it kind of gets left behind a little bit, the offline play, but it's still a good entry point for people, right? It's still a nice way to get up and running. I think a lot of the games like F1 obviously use AI, but when you get to the more sort of hardcore simulations, it could serve a purpose for training perhaps and practice, but yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to develop, actually, the AI. I think it might actually, we might see it just all fade away completely. I'm not entirely sure.
What do you think?
I see it only as a training tool for beginners who are shy and not brave enough to go to a server where very many good drivers are already. And
Is that a diss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So it's the same for me. When I'm not in training and I'm going back to the iRacing service or something like that, I try the new car offline.
Yeah.
So
of course.
that's the way to do it.
First getting in touch with everything. And
when my times are good, then I go on the online server. And with AI, it's okay.
Yeah, we are working in different projects with AI. Cannot tell much more, but we are, let's say, using it as a training tool for sure, and also using esport and gaming to improve AI on the real vehicles. Because you can imagine how many hours a machine can use for deep learning on sim racing, and then use in a safe way a training for an AI that can actually drive a car or use additional help to you driving. Because if the AI will be so good to understand the way you drive and the way you can do and the car can do, it can take over before you make a mistake. And not like now that it's taking over when it's already done. The ABS, the traction control, is taking action when it's already too late or almost too late. So we will announce shortly a very nice project together with the guys of a very big say corporation doing autonomous competition, but yeah, it's a spoiler.
Okay.
No, but I think that point of immersion and mass participation, like you said before, it's like when people start sim racing, maybe they don't want to join a server immediately and risk being run off in turn 1 at Monza, as we may have all been at some point in our lives. And you actually go on and you start with AI and you start learning and getting better and better and better. I think that's almost the most important part, to make sure that the accessibility is there and it's really easy and enticing for people to get into, because if we don't have that mass, we won't have the elite. So you really need to make sure that you really focus on that bottom wide part of the pyramid in order to be able to develop further up as well.
Yeah, and AI is not just another car. You can imagine in the game when you put the idle line, it's something fixed. It's designed in the game. But if AI is dynamically telling you where to go, when to brake, and for having the best optimal on the track condition and stuff, it will be a good training tool for everyone. No? For
sure. As a training tool, I think it's super. But do you think like it would be, somehow good to implement AI too much into like real racing, or to avoid, for example, like you said, to avoid accidents, because it's all about the mistakes of the drivers as well, like to compare them and to be like the best will be like who makes the least mistakes, and if the AI overtakes there.
No, I was saying just for a normal car, not for racing. For racing, I would love to see people crashing into each other. Yeah.
Motorsports.
Well, probably not crashing into each other.
Not crashing, but you know
but yes.
What I mean.
Okay. So, getting back to a little bit, like perhaps from your perspective, not too important, but still, from my perspective as a beginner, very important parts of sim racing, something like the sound, for example. How about the sound development? Is it important to you, or do you think there's some improvements to do in the future, or do you think like we can leave it like that? Because also, not only the cars sound different, but also the racetracks, for example, give a different, feedback on the ears somehow.
I think it goes back to the immersion point.
Yeah.
The more immersive you can make the experience, the better. And sound is obviously, after graphics, I would probably say it's the second most important thing. So sound, making sure that the sound is actually genuine and sounds realistic, I think is super duper important, for sure.
It's already like really good, right? I remember, Alessio, we were at Monza for SRO 2019. ACC, hearing that for the first time, and we were right next to the pit lane. I was like, the cars are out on track already. And it wasn't, it was ACC. And I was like, oh my God, it sounds really good. And Race Room, of course, also is famous for the sound.
But you can tweak it. When you're now the real race car, you can shift the levers. And in the real race car, the wind and the tire noises are much more loud than the motor noise when you adjust it right.
Yeah.
Only the adjustment could be much more better when you can reach this.
I
adapt it to real motorsports.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the like I say, Race Room is again famous for the sound, and that's not to say it's at its peak or whatever. Is that it can't improve? I'm sure it can. There's again, AI is a technology, like coming at AI from a different angle. there's machine learning that can be applied on all sorts, and sound, I don't see any reason why not. They're taking all of these samples and this data from across YouTube or mic recordings to make optimal sound. Who knows? But it's already really good.
Yeah, and don't forget that there are all inputs for the driver. So it's not just like a beautiful landscape on the screen. So if the sound is not just good, but it's also giving you information like sliding of the wheels or strange noise behind. So it's something that gives you more input to be a better driver.
Yeah, try it. Turn off the sound and try to drive. It's impossible. If you don't hear the motor, you're dead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I believe so. But do you think that there can be like improvements in the future, or have you something in mind of which could be like improved somehow? Yeah. Or do you say
either or sound or anything else? You mean?
Well, now we're talking about sound, but if you want to bring up something else, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think every aspect of what we're doing can be improved. I don't think any of the developers are sat there thinking we've made the perfect product. There's always something that can be done, and I'm really excited to see what's coming out in the next couple of years with new games on the horizon. What new innovations they're going to bring, right? And I think it's. I genuinely think we're just at the beginning of this. There's been the boom through COVID, and we've been but we've been playing these games and enjoying sim racing for years. But we really are at the beginning of this, and it's just. I can't imagine what they're going to come up with these new innovations.
Okay.
For me, there are two things. First, that the software developers have data for the hardware producers, so we get information about pedals, travel ways, limiters, forces, everything, that we can get this data and adapt it to intelligent hardware and use it so that it feels real.
So improve the communication between software and hardware developers somehow.
That we get more data from the software side. So I know from which car the steering range is perfect and which pedal travel is perfect, and first time on
no worries
on this one. So it would be perfect to get more data that we can play with and that we can use, because it would make adjusting the simulators much easier for the customers.
Okay, I get it.
If you know the pedal force, for example, we don't need to put in different rubbers or springs. If there are motor-driven pedals like Simucube uses now, and the software is telling us what we have to adjust them, that it feels real, right,
would make things way easier or perfect. Yes.
Talking about audio, like graphics, there's still improvement. Now we are still working on samples that are triggered when something happens. But as Steve was saying, with AI, it can be flexible. AI now is able to make song based on what the machine learned. So basically, we can have this improvement for sure, and then it comes to hardware, where proper headset, better sound system. The peak is not reached for sure. For other kind of technical stuff, that is still way to improve. Like in the real vehicles, we have still in the simulator. So that is not limit right now, in my opinion.
Probably never is going to be a limit, like with the development or like growing of techniques, which we probably don't know yet. Like that's probably obviously something that can improve always. Let's talk about the realism. Like racing simulators these days are already very realistic, and it's also because of the feedback of real drivers. So how important was or is this feedback still, and how will you improve it somehow?
Don't know, because I'm not a real racing driver. But one thing that I hear that comes up a lot, and just talking about data that comes back, is how some like the tyre manufacturers, how like secretive they can be about the properties of their tyres and stuff. I think that's going to be something which I don't know if we're ever going to get that data. The developers are going to get that data that they need. But I know from what I've heard, like the Dave Perel, for example, with the Assetto Corsa Competizione, was had a big impact on the or fed back a lot into that game and how the cars should feel. I think that's now just commonplace. If you're developing a game, you're getting a driver in to say, look, how does this feel? And Aris, again, at Kunos, he races cars, and he does the physics, and he races cars, and he knows how this stuff should feel. So, I think it's just part and parcel now that if you're building something, you bring a driver in to feedback.
So yeah, I mean, I work a lot on this side of things with feedback from the real drivers, but for the manufacturers, for the Fanatec Sport Pro Series we have the real drivers competing in the simulators before the races. So I heard a lot of feedbacks. I mean, the first issue that the publisher has right now, the developers, is that officially the car manufacturer is not giving real proper data of the cars. Because, you can do engineering on that, so a competitor can see actually the data. So there is a lot of IP to be protected. So let's say the data they receive is just basically softened. So it's not really the physics of that car. Unless you have a different kind of simulator, like training simulator, then the physics is different. I know also when working with Dallara on their model, we develop, and the physics are one-to-one. The one is different, even to drive. So the feedback of drivers, okay, but it's not acting actually like my car. The tire is not the same. This is not the same, but it's something that the poor Aris cannot do alone, just testing the car. Because when it comes to road cars, it's okay, but GT cars, it's impossible to test outside. So the feedback of the drivers are really important, because we cannot expect that the manufacturer will send proper data all the time because of the reason we just said. And we are approaching, say, a time where mostly all the real drivers are also sim driver right now. No? So even in F1, so the feedback will become more important. Let's say like that.
Okay. So do you think these two sports in a way will merge at some point and be one sport?
Well, I think it's inevitable. I mean, we spoke about this yesterday or whenever it was. I think you've got these beautiful cars here that in 2035 you're not going to be able to buy a car like that because it's going to be electric.
Yes.
And then put another 10 years on that, another 15 years on that, it's going to be automated, right? So it's going to be an automated drive. And the only way you're going to be able to experience this drive is either on a racetrack or in a virtual world.
Yeah.
So I think it's not, in my opinion, I don't think it's a chance. I think it's inevitable that the two come together in a marriage.
Could you? But I think they have to develop separately at the same time. Whereas you don't start pushing them together just for the sake of doing it either. So that you can, motorsport is motorsport and it's existed for hundreds of years and will keep existing. But that you take the sim racing and esports and make sure that it can develop into something proper itself, so that it doesn't just become okay, you're good in a rig, let's put you in a cart and then forget about the sim racing stuff. Because there's still a lot of potential to develop the sim racing part of it as well.
Sure, of course. But at the same time, could you like maybe aside that, think of a combined championship or something like that, like a real.
Already exists.
We already have, and we created last year with Thomas Schickemeyer, Fanatec, and GT World Challenge, where, as I said, we started back in 2019 also with Steve.
Yes.
It was just with sim driving at that time, but we showed that doing parallel championship with the competition is something good, and it was good. Then 2020, we had just the online series, we had a lot of big drivers join, like Leclerc, Baton, and many other GT drivers. And 2021, we decided to have this mixed championship with the regulation approved by FIA. So because the drivers take points in the championship and prize pool together. So we built this arena inside the Paddocks. It's a big arena with up to 30 simulators. And there is a competition for 1 hour. Obviously, we cannot do the 24 hours, but it was interesting to mix the two things and how the teams changed the way of approaching sim racing in those 2 years. So the first year was like, okay, we have to do it, we do it. Now we have meeting with teams like WRT and others with drivers give you feedback. And as Eric was saying, it doesn't need to be for sure the same thing. I mean, esport has got more potential than motorsport somehow because we don't have physical restriction. So we can develop new stuff that with the cars we cannot.
Yes.
So the mixed thing is already exist, and the Fanatec Esport Pro Series is the first one in the world. including all the other esports, because we need to remember that sim racing is the only esport that is really like the real one. You play FIFA, you're not really playing with your feet. So it's the only one that can compare between the two. And,
I was also thinking of that on a even bigger scale, like FIA improved, and perhaps with like TV and everything, like in a real league and a. You know what I mean? So can you...
Yeah, I mean, I think, like what you were saying, is that kind of stuff is growing, and there's more and more interest from promoters, from manufacturers, from teams, from drivers, from us as well. I mean, we want to see and explore those kind of ideas. What can we do? I think the biggest challenge right now is to how can we actually regulate it properly, and how can we govern it properly? Because then you introduce potentially where you can have a championship be decided by an esports competition, and you really need to make sure that it's super waterproof. There cannot be any holes in that case, and it really needs to be tight. And I don't think we're there yet, but I think that's where we can be. In give it a couple of years, and I think we can be. And like Gilles was saying, the SRO GT World Challenge has been a really good example of it. And I think there's going to be more and more of that moving forward for sure.
How many years would you estimate?
Ooh, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, before Christmas.
Sorry?
Before Christmas.
Before Christmas, yeah, exactly. That's I like your ambition. 2-3 years maybe, I think. I mean, as this, in terms of sim racing esports grows and gets more and more popular, there will be more push for it. So I'd say maybe give it 2 or 3 years, and hopefully we can be somewhere very cool.
Yeah. Concerning that, the FIA Motorsport Games are a one-off event. Once a year or every 2 years. Can you consider or think of a, I don't know, regular high-profile esports series in the near future to highlight the wider reach and professionalism of sim racing?
I mean, I think in terms of, I was speaking about this with Leslie before, what we thought during COVID was, what should we do now? Should we put on our own FIA World Championship esports series? There's no point for us to do that because there's already such a well-established community with lots of people doing such a great job. There's no point in us trying to create a competitor to those competitions. So I think from our side, what makes more sense is that we can go in and we can offer the sporting structure, and we can offer the legitimacy that comes with, and the officialing and all that kind of stuff, and start certifying competitions instead of organizing separate ones. The FI Motorsport Games is a bit of a special one, obviously, but I think, there's definitely interest for us to see what we can do moving forwards, and in terms of certifying competitions, championships, one-off events. It's definitely it's in here. It's already in there.
Yeah. Thank you for that perspective. Of course. Are you willing to say something? Because
no, I think it's interesting, and think for people to be able to pick up a framework and work from a set of guidelines to put on consistent tournaments. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think if you just look at some of the esports competitions over the last year, the inconsistency between decisions is a tricky one, right? It's like no one gives their referee a handshake, meaning at the end of a football match, thinking, "Oh, great game!" Right? It's always a problem with the referee, and I think with sim racing at the moment, we're all working with different ideas and different rule sets and stuff. So I think, the idea of a community or an esports organizer being able to work from a framework, I think is going to be good.
So this might be a very important topic, but overall, what do you think are the most important steps, in your opinion, that racing simulations need to take over the next 5 to 10 years to be at constantly high level or even improve the level?
Yeah, I can say that is what Eric said. So what I would like is to have a consistent race direction that is important for everyone, because I can jump between one of my competition, Virtual Le Mans, F1, whatever. But I would love to have same kind of decision. I mean, if in GT racing, an overtake must be done like this or not, need to be the same for everyone. And it brings to have global standings, sporting regulation that can be the same. Then the championship itself can be different. But I mean, the baseline of the regulation should be the same for everyone. And I think it's something I was discussing with Eric like this. And as organizer, we are keen to help to develop this, because obviously it's a thing that all the organizer will take advantage. And for the technical part of sim racing, I'm not saying anymore, because there are a lot of improvement year by year. So I didn't know even about the new VR set. So we tried pedal set, wheels. It's all evolving.
Okay. You wanted to say something as well, or
I was going to basically say
the
same thing, because I think in terms of the sporting side of things, to provide that sporting integrity and the governance, and to have an independent adjudicating body to actually take that role, I think is important for the sake of integrity. But then in terms of actual content, it sounds simple, but just making sure the content is up to date, because that's what people like. When there's a new hypercars being released, then people want to drive them in the sim so that they can come out that quickly. It's a lot of development work and tracks and whatnot, but I think those two things are probably the most things I would focus on.
Yes.
For me, it's getting more beginners in the hobby, because there are many friends of me who don't know sim racing. Even they know motorsports, they don't know that we have something like that we live here. That we have something like we have here.
Yeah.
They don't know sim racing, and we have the work to do to make it public, more simple, more public, more reliable.
Yeah.
So I'm a hardware producer of high-end simulators. Okay, but we need it simpler. We need, when you go to the expo, it's very hard for a beginner to be motivated, because you see all the nice, shiny, expensive rigs. And maybe it's hard for them to believe.
So lower the hurdle in a way to just get into the sport.
Like in motorsports, that the good old Breitensport in German, I don't know the English word.
Yeah.
That we find kids in the local sports clubs or in the town halls to attract them to the hobby.
This is what
having more simulation center, for example, might help.
Perhaps that is nice. That would be nice. It's also something what I think like sim racing is lagging of, some local aspect of it all. Do you think like local teams would be, so, for example, an option, because like everybody's teaming up all over the world because it's so online, right? Do you think, like, perhaps also from the FIA perspective, that would be a good thing, like make a regulation that teams can only be built in a certain region or area or something like that?
I think it's very dangerous, because while it can be very helpful, the risk is that you start over-regulating. And then you get into that typical problem where you start creating hurdles rather than creating solutions. But I think that something that would help even more is, we're a member-based federation, so we have 146 sporting member clubs around the world. Whether it's Motorsport UK or the DMSB in Germany or whatever it could be. And I think getting those national sporting clubs to start getting involved on a national level would also help, like you said, to help this mass participation part, to promote it locally in the correct language and correct culture and correct way, so to say, and to really get more people into it. And then, as the point was very correctly made, when you get more people in, you get a wider base, and then you can funnel people up and up the ladder as you go.
Yeah, find talents, local talents. And the idea should be to have a local sports club who has a simple sim rig standing there with a educator, with a trainer who looks for talents.
Yeah.
Who's motivated, 8 years old, 7 years old.
Great
Maybe
idea.
with sponsors from the town who could present the name on the simulator, but to find talents.
Yeah, I need to promote better the simulation center, because still in Europe, some countries like Italy, it's famous to have over-regulation of everything, and it's hard really to open a simulation center in Italy because of the regulation that is not really taking care of esport, but is taking care about gambling and other stuff. But for I don't know what reason they are like mixing stuff. So if we imagine to have like a simulation center every big town where who is not able to pay a rig, even if it's entry level, you have to pay at least 5,000 for a simulation rig, and not everyone has the chance. I have a gaming, an esport palace, so basically it's an esport center where we have a lot of people coming and try the simulators, or much more than the other computers to play Fortnite or Call of Duty. So, and there is where the community starts physically. And the community, the other end, is helping throughout the creation of smaller competition, because obviously if we have F1 esports, GT World Challenge stuff, we always know that we'll have Baldwin, Tonizza, and the others. And if I'm just a beginner, I cannot compete. So the ranking, then it will help to have this separation. So in the real motorsport, you have the pro, you have the silver, you have a lot of, let's say, categories that helps gentlemen drivers like maybe I can have to compete and not be the last one, but I can be the first of my class. Yeah. So
also a good thing. Would it be also perhaps possibility to team up, like as developers or platforms, for example, like to build somehow a sponsorship for those like centers, and say like, okay, let's use this fair over here to just talk about something like that, or bring up the idea and make a WhatsApp group or something, and just think of it like to improve the sport. Would that be a good thing?
It'd be really cool. Yeah. I mean, if end state vision for simracing.gp, let's say that we have sim racing centres all connected on the platform using an FIA framework for regulations. I mean, yeah, that'd be absolutely awesome. The other component, which I think maybe we missed on that last question, is that how I don't think people have to necessarily be racing to engage with sim racing, right? You see, like Jarno Opmeer and his audience is pretty youthful, let's say, and I dare say a lot of those aren't actually racing in a rig. They might be racing on a console, perhaps, or they might just be enjoying the content. And I think that's another entry point into sim racing, which I think may be overlooked, because we've for years not been able to create the heroes in the sim racing industry like we have in real world motorsport. Last couple of years, it's started to happen, and I think that's going to just continue to grow.
Nice. Did you want to say something, because you were like nodding the whole time? Okay, good. So I think that is also a very good idea, and I basically want to thank you guys for being so creative and so like into the topic and discussing it so vividly. I really enjoyed it a lot. I think you came up with really good ideas also for the future, and your perception of the actual situation was really nice to get to know and to learn. So I hope everybody enjoyed that. I almost forgot that we have a race going on. Thank you for being here on stage. And guys, now I guess we're just popping over to Alex and Paul and have a look at the race at this very moment. Enjoy, guys.
So, well, you know what? That was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The first hour here at the Professional Trophy finale, at the moment, it's been an absolutely big dogfight. Williams Esports currently leading after 36 laps. We're now on lap 37, 1.4 seconds. The battle that you might be seeing on your screens at home is between Yasin and Unicorns of Love 2. There's been a tag. Unicorns of Love 2 in the Mercedes AMG get a tag from the 149 Porsche. And that allows, well, Wild Things Racing by Collex.gg have managed to get through, but I think we might have a little bit of a recap of what's been going on so far. It has been between Williams Esports and Triton Racing so far, but the battling has been pretty clean so far. Wouldn't you agree, Paul?
Yeah, I would with that. Yeah, it has. I mean, a couple of minor contact a little bit here and there, as we just saw live on stream just a moment ago. But it's been respectful. We've had some drivers trying to go side by side through chicanes, which isn't always going to work, let's be honest, until you give each other room. But yeah, I mean, you were saying you felt like the first half an hour felt like a couple of hours, but,
yes.
But since then I feel like there's been a lot of action out on track that's kept us focused, and we've had the pit stops now, and that's kind of, as I kind of predicted, shaking it up a little bit. We've still got a little bit of battle here as we look at the Wild Things Racing team in P11 going down into T1 chasing the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah. So at the moment, the top three are the top three in the standings, and at the moment, with the way things are, Williams Esports, based out of after time qualifying, are on 102 points, not taking into consideration the 25 that they currently also have. That puts them on a pretty big score, 127 points, and if it stays like it is, Williams Esports will follow in the footsteps of last year's. And I'm going to say this in a very, very particular term. Last year, the Professional Trophy was a single-driver competition, which was won by two-time SRO esports champion and also the FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner, James Baldwin. So they're on 127 points. Looking at it from this perspective, Triton will wrap up second, Unicorns of Love will wrap up third. But really, this has been a very, very competitive race. We saw the top 23 covered by, 1.2 seconds after time qualifying.
Unbelievable qualifying.
We've already had our first retirement with Burst Esports after just a handful of laps, but again, we go back to Wild Things Racing from Collex.gg, battling away with Unicorns of Love. And the good thing is, Wild Things actually, with Harry Phillips behind the wheel, really did the sportsmanlike gesture.
Oh, I just had a moment. The Porsche behind there.
Oh, Yaz Heat.
Had a moment. Yeah, the Yaz Heat car just had a moment. So we've seen a bit of that today. We saw that earlier on in the BMW, didn't we?
Yeah.
And these professional guys really pushing hard.
Professional guys and girls, I might add, as well, especially when I've caught up with Alexa Gates from, she's with Brabham Esports. Also have to give a shout out to Denise Pope, who's the Wild Things team boss. So there's a lot of people, of course, SimGrid, one of the pioneers in the sim racing community with more female racers by Thrustmasters, which is now heading into another season. There's more events coming on SimGrid, like the SimGrid VCO World Cup, which will be in a couple of weeks' time after this event. And they're doing the 12 Hours of Kyle Army. Funnily enough, that was the last round we had 6 weeks ago for the professional trophy pool.
Yeah, indeed. And, and all of this event you're seeing here is all being run by simracing.gp for your pleasure. And the guys behind the scenes doing race control, Dan and Adam, are all from the team. We've got the Logitech G Challenge currently taking place at the moment on the platform as well. So there's a lot of stuff going on around in sim racing at the moment. And it's really great to see a lot of teams taking part and a lot of drivers taking part too.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, the way that Williams Esports are just running away, 4.2 seconds now is the lead. Going to go to replay, courtesy powered by Heusingfeld, and this is the moment from earlier on. That was a double tap there from two love taps from Yaz Heat on Unicorns of Love 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the stewards see that. I'd imagine there's a penalty incoming for Yaz Heat, but we'll await that decision, won't we? We won't try and preempt that.
Yeah, it's down to Dan and Adam behind the scenes. They are looking at so many camera angles. I saw Dan this morning. He went, "I'm just stressed," because he knew what was going to happen today. That he was going to be looking at every single camera angle as Wild Things now closing in on Unicorns of Love 2, and that was a bit wide from the number 4. Wild Things up the inside through the final corner. They're going to get the move done. There's going to be a little bit of paint swapping, but fair play to Wild Things now up into P10. We're going to have a look at the replay here. Oh, massive tank slapper from Yaz Heat right there.
Yeah, it was. And now, as we cut away to that replay, we were just seeing that they were having a little bit of look on the Unicorns of Love into T1, and that's exactly what's happening. They've taken the position, but the Unicorns of Love trying to attempt the cutback, which they've tried a couple of times today, but they've not been able to make that successful. I think the Porsche just off the line is pretty strong. The Merc is great in a straight line, but it seems pretty good.
Go on. Social media. Sonic is in the house, people.
Sonic is in the house.
Go to the Team Forza stand. Yeah. It's like literally right across the way, because they've got the new P1, which is actually the car that was designed by the sim racing community and now is being used as a sim. The car on there is the Ford GT.
There you go. Right, so the stewards will look at the contact, the Yaz Heat, so we'll wait for the update there. But as you pointed out a moment ago, the Williams Esports have kind of opened up that gap to Triton. It's a 4-second gap. I mean, you look at the lap times. I mean, there's nothing really separating them. It's just slowly but surely edging that gap up just that little bit, chipping away at it, and that's all you can really ask.
It's like a game of Pac-Man, but at slow speed. Like really, really slow speed. You've got to. It's like on a YouTube feed. You can slow it down to like a quarter of normal speed. It's like, that's how it is. But
that's what you need to do, right?
Exactly.
You don't have to be like a second quicker a lap. As long as you are quicker, then guess what? You remain ahead. That's how it works.
Yeah, they've just got to be consistent, and in a sprint race you can go a bit more. You can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more, risk versus reward situation. But we're getting to that point now where they've got the first stint out of the way. That was, get through the start, get through the first 10 minutes, get through the first hour, and then get the first pit stop done. That is what every team would have wanted to have done, but Burst Esports, unfortunately.
Tick.
Yeah, it's like going through your checklist, just ticking off as you're going along. I mean, I could do that with. I mean, these cards are invaluable.
We seem to. I don't know what's happened there, but maybe.
Right. Okay, I think we might
have a problem somewhere. We're just trying to find out what...
Oh, hang on. We might very shortly be having the standings coming up very, very soon. I'm not too sure if we may have had... we'll just wait for confirmation as to what's occurring at the moment. So please bear with us.
Yeah, I can see that there are drivers out on track looking at their screens behind me. So...
Right. Okay, well, what we're going to do, folks, we're going to be right back after these messages here at the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo. Back in a moment.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Hey everybody, we're back on stage. Don't forget that you can follow the race and everything that happens on our parallel streams. Right, on YouTube we have one, and on Twitch it's going to be simracing.gp stream to follow the race. Right here we have the next stage panel, and this is going to be super exciting because it's one of our premium partners over here, Trak Racer, who just developed a brand new TRX rig, which we are going to talk about obviously. But first of all, I'd like you to get to know Matt Sten and Johan Ackermann. Please come right here on stage, guys. I'm looking forward to meeting you. And here they come. Hi.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. Hello. Good to see you. I think we have a seat over here. Exactly. You just choose one. Okay, I will sit right beside you. That's a good thing, though. Yeah, so how are you doing?
It's exciting. Yeah, it's been a good show. We've gone all out this year.
Yeah.
It's great to have this boy here. He's our European manager.
Cool.
Yeah, we're very happy to be here. It's been a long journey for us, but especially the TRX. It was a bit tight on the deadline, but we're very happy to finally showcase it here at the Expo.
Yes, since I didn't introduce you with your position, like you're the CEO, obviously. Yeah, please tell us a bit. Like, how do you like the fair so far?
I think it's pretty busy today. It's been good to meet the other brands, network, work with our great team.
Cool. And now you're here, not only with the Formula One race car of Fernando Alonso, but with your brand new TRX rig, which is super beautiful. We're going to take a close look later, but please tell us a bit about the development. How did it work out? You work with the Alpine Formula One team, right?
Yeah, so we started in November 2019 with Alpine. It's taken a couple of years to develop. We built a few prototypes. We sent it over to Alpine. They gave us feedback. We thought we were going to go out in June of this year. We sent them samples. It didn't meet their quality standards.
Okay.
As you can imagine, with an F1 team. And they also wanted to improve the ergonomics of it. So we went back to the drawing board. We took on their feedback, and here we are.
Okay.
We're like the customer gets a much better product, having waited a few more months, and we'll be shipping orders this month.
Okay, get it. You want to say something?
Yeah, it's been a long journey, especially with the Alpine F1 engineers. I mean, you can imagine the development that went into this is insane. The amount of work and hours that put in from our side and our engineers, but also the collaboration between both brands, it's unique. And I believe at this stage that there's no rig out there that has such a high level of development that's gone through.
We are looking forward to get to know it. What I really like to know is how is the feeling? Because when you produce a prototype, that prototype is probably what the best you could think of at that point, or something like what you come up with as a company and say like, hey, see, nice thing, don't you think? And then there comes this feedback somehow.
Well, the first sample that we showed them, it was better than anything in the market.
Yeah. Already?
Yeah, already. And then they said, no, we want it better. So it's, the plan is to get it out to all of the Renault dealerships. Globally, it's about 10,000 dealerships. So they want it to be Mickey Mouse. And, like when we set out to design the rig in 2019, like my main objective was to have a tubular frame that's equally as adjustable as the extrusion rigs. And that's what we've got. Like, people wanted more adjustment. They've got more adjustment. It's a lot easier to adjust on this rig as opposed to an extrusion rig. You can switch between Formula and GT mode in under 2 minutes, as we'll show you.
And the cool thing about it is, of course, you try to get the GT position perfectly right, but the Formula 1 position or Formula 2, Formula 3, it's all possible by having all these sliding features, the up and down movement. It's 98% of the people will literally fit in the seat. And we had a lot of feedback as well from children, actually, because the frame is designed in a way it fits the little ones, but also the Ocons, the Alonsos,
the U's,
the me's. Yes.
I just want to say, like, also you fit into this one.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of people that are 2 meters or longer. So
yeah.
Obviously, I am also very long, so it needs to fit me, but also the people that are just the very little guys or girls. And with that in mind, also the request from Matt, he said, I want to have this thing to be fully adjustable without any tools, under 2 minutes, with the pressure of having an Alpine F1 team watching on your shoulder was insane. But I think we pulled it off, and we're very happy to showcase it.
Sounds really good. Before you guys are heading over and showing it like in detail, I have just one more question. Because after doing all this work and now having this, based on that, is it probably like looking into the next 5 years to produce also some make it more affordable for like a wider range of people in the future? Can you think of that somehow?
Yeah, we got, of course, a very wide range of products available already, starting for a very low price point. Same with our electronics, that we really aim at a level where it's affordable for everyone. And the goal eventually would be that, of course, everyone will be driving a track racer simulator at one point. Yeah,
that must be your aim somehow, right? Okay, so I'm really excited for you getting into the details of this thing. So please just help us out there.
Yeah, I'll glad you show, Matt, if you can.
Yeah.
So
you just go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to show the pedal mount. Now we're in Formula position. Now we're in GT position. So incline and decline. And the sliding function for the little guys.
Yeah, very nice.
The seat adjusts in seconds between Formula and GT position. It's also got a seat slider. And of course a wheel mount slider and heaps of adjustment. We had a very strong man on the booth yesterday, and he said, "Give me the Pro at 100%." He couldn't even make it flex, so it gives us complete confidence. We'll be throwing on a Simucube Ultimate later on, and running it through at paces. But this thing is strong.
Yeah, so with of course all the development that we did in this, we also forgot actually one feature, because of course you're changing your seating position from Formula 1 to GT. You want to have the monitor also closer or farther away from yourself. So also a requirement from Matt literally saying no tools. So what we did is made a very clever solution where it allows you, even with a motion platform, to have the monitor very secured on the base. So you can adjust the height with just lifting the monitor up and down. We also have a customer base that would like to lick the screen. So we offered the monitor stand to go all the way up to the front end of the wheel mount. The bolt holes you see on the side is also allowing you to add in keyboards, etc. And all those little details that you would not see currently on the TRX is all the extra holes we added on the sides to allow it for rumblers or any other additions that anyone would like to have. It's locked, sorry. So what we did is we made it as versatile as possible. So technically you have an aluminium profile adjustable simulator with the looks of the tubular frame, and with the aluminium and steel combination, it's just as rigid as the actual simulator that is being used by the Formula 1 team. So one extra addition I wanted to show you guys is we, of course, announced that we are doing the electronics. So as you can see downstairs here, we actually just finished the prototype, and this is the golden one because it's the first production rumbler that we have. We didn't officially name it yet, but I'll let Matt do the talking about that.
So the amplifier took us a couple of years to develop, just to take the low frequency and only pull those lower level sounds. So the engine rumble, the hitting a wall, etc. You'll feel it through you. So the amplifier is a 2x100 watt RMS. So we will be offering this around April next year. A kit with two shakers and an amplifier. Is that it for you? Yeah.
You want to speak about the wheel pedals, etc. So of course we have a very trusty partner, Simucube, that offered us the strongest wheelbase that we can ever imagine. With the Ultimate on there, and during the testing we had the pleasure of having 76 Newton meters applied to the wheelbase, and we tried to break it. We managed eventually, but at this price point, for what you get it's probably a lot cheaper than a Formula 1 car. I heard from the dealership here locally that the current Alpine A110S on the booth is around 75,000, and I believe this is a little bit cheaper the last time I checked on their website. So currently with the ongoing discounts, I'm pretty sure that a lot of you will have the pleasure of getting the same feeling as the Alpine race car, but also the normal road car in there. The one other thing is, of course, the pedals. Currently we're using V&M pedals on the TRX. We're very happy to have this on our website available for ordering. However, we are, of course, developing currently and prototyping our own pedal set that will be available later in Q2 in 23. Sorry?
If you swing by our booth, you'll be able to see our four wheels, pedals, handbrake, shifter, bass shaker, quick release. Stay tuned for a direct drive next year and motion. We've also just announced yesterday our partnership with D-Box as a global distribution partner, which is very exciting.
So one of the things, of course, with motion is we thought about how can we get this tubular frame as strong as it gets with motion. So with motion, you usually have oscillation on the upper end of the frame, especially because it's a long tubular frame. So what we tried to do, and sorry for being too nerdy, guys, but there's a lot of you that really want to know all the details of it. With a long tubular frame, of course, you have the issue eventually that it will have a little bit of flexion there. So we tried our best to make sure it's as sturdy as possible. And by doing so, we tried, of course, with the Simucube motor to make it as strong as we could ever imagine, but also with Logitech wheelbases or Fanatec or any other brand you can imagine, it will fit on there, it's adjustable, and you will have the same experience over and over and over again. Also, the warranty, I believe, is 5 years currently. Correct me if I'm wrong. 5-year warranty on the frame? Yes. Yeah, so 5-year warranties on the frame, on the Trak racer frames. Also, the customer support is now up to 48 hours and 7 to 15 hours even. During Black Friday, can you imagine? It was, we're very proud of that. And I also want to thank and take this time for everyone who pre-ordered, even nearly a year ago, and had the trust in us to buy this product of a render. And during this process, while we even updated it, that gives us a lot of confidence, and we're very happy to have the customer base and the trust of all the sim racing community to pre-order a product that long ahead and now finally be able to see the actual product. So thank you very much for that. It's meaning a lot to us that you guys made us push to deliver a product that is unprecedented. So we're trying to push the boundaries, and we really hope that you guys agree with that. So thank you very much.
To be running anywhere.
Matt Stan and Johan Ackermann, thank you guys so much for giving us a brief insight. Thank you. Really looking forward to testing it. I didn't have the time yet, but it's going to be amazing, I guess. Like, hopefully having the time later on this day, meeting you on your booth. Like, everybody who's joining the fair, of course, make sure you visit these guys at the booth, right? You have even more there to discover, right?
Yes, of course. We have the actual Formula 1 car there from the 2019 season. So if you never experienced the F1 car up close, feel free to look around. We have the Alpine 810 there, and tomorrow we also going to have the Trak Racer Mobile at the booth available, where you can take in selfies and just sit around and pretend to be a real race car driver without actually driving. But
really good.
Yeah.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Have a great time. Thanks for being on stage. And you guys, we're heading into a next panel from sim to real racing. It's going to be really exciting with Luke later here on stage. Before that, we head into a short little commercial break. See you soon.
Work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula 1 we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want the TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Sim Racing Expo 2022. There is so much going on right now. I just did a bit of commentary there with Alex Goldschmidt with our professional trophy. They're into the second hour of 6. It is currently Williams Esport that lead the way from Triton Racing. About 1.1 second is the difference, and they've got Unicorns of Love, everybody's favorite livery, chasing them down. About 13 seconds the difference. So with that being 4 hours left in the race, anything could happen. 10,000 euros on the line, and we will keep you updated as we go through the day. But also, you can check it out at simracing.gp on YouTube. The full broadcast is indeed there. Maybe you can have us on one TV screen and then that on another. We've also got loads of panels left to do today as well, including a very special one is coming up next. We've then got tomorrow, which is the final day, and should be super, super exciting, with an NASCAR race, which I'm super excited for, at Daytona, so absolute carnage for sure. We've also got the GT500, one of the most historic sim races in the history of sim racing. And we've got a game show as well. I have no idea how that's going to go down. It's my job to know this, but I don't know. So that is going to be carnage in itself. And then, well, some well-deserved beers. So the next topic is all about sim racing to real racing. And well, to help me discuss this topic, I have 3 very special guests indeed. I would like to welcome up onto the stage for this, Andy Golden, a race driver and chief driving instructor at the Nürburgring. Okay. Woo! You'd like to take a seat on the far left there, bud?
Thank you very much.
Guest number 2, Team E-Brit driver Yvonne Hufela. Hello.
Hello.
Take the far left there, bud. You sit in the middle there, Yvonne. And then final guest here, we've got Lucas Niederscheider, YouTuber and TCR race driver.
Hello.
Hello. So welcome to all of you. The question I always ask is, Sim Racing Expo, how incredible is this?
I mean, I take the first word?
Yeah, you crack on.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also a pleasure to be up here now and talk a bit about sim racing and real racing as well. I've been at the Sim Racing Expo last year, but this one is really a step up, I have to say.
It's huge, isn't it?
It's absolutely fantastic. It's so many people here, and it's really good. I enjoy to meet all these guys. Normally I know them all from the Discord channels, and now we can meet us live here. That's quite awesome, and yeah, with all these shops, all these supporters here, it's super nice. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, the same. It's nice to meet everyone and build new contacts, because a lot of people I know indeed also from Discord or YouTube or something, and it's nice to meet them all in person and just have a little chat.
I think we'll start off, look, from sim to real racing. Let's just start with the differences, shall we? What are the major differences and what are the major similarities between the two?
I'd say the major differences are, I mean, it's the virtual racing is, of course, at home, or the sim rig, you don't have the G-forces, you don't have the smell and so on. And then another difference, of course, is you don't have the event type like real racing weekends have. You have people who go there, you have a big racetrack, crowded place and so on. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest difference, and as well, you don't have like a pit crew. So I think that's as well a big point.
And no grid girls, so that's quite a shame. So I miss the grid girls. First of all,
hey, I can send you videos of me on Discord if you like being a grid girl. I'm down.
No, I think the only difference.
What about grid guys? Actually, come on.
Yeah, let's do it. No. I think the racing is completely the same. I really love it. So I'm the opposite way. I'm from real to sim racer. And I
really
have to
leave, I'm afraid.
No, I really enjoy it. So because the racing is completely the same, the pressure, all the strategy work. I really enjoy this. The teamwork. Okay, you don't have the mechanics around, but you have your teammates, and you can you can join all this much more intense. So in real racing, if you have your stint during an endurance race, so you do your stint, you jump out of your car, you say good luck to your teammate, and that's it. And then you can have a look to the split times on the dash, and that's all. With sim racing, you have so much more opportunities. You can drive with your teammate live with different camera positions. You have so much more programs around, strategy programs. You can see what is your opponent, what is he doing. So I really enjoyed the feeling, the team spirit is, to be honest, it's so much better in sim racing.
Maybe you've been in bad teams in real racing?
No, for sure. Team spirit is in real life also awesome, but the event, the feeling, you can coach your teammate live. So this is much better. I really enjoy sim racing.
Your passion is very obvious, by the way. Very obvious. It's brilliant.
Well, what I miss a little bit in the sim is the adrenaline. I don't really have that in the sim. I'm always very in control and relaxed, and I always say to my teammates, just drive and don't forget to enjoy, because they're getting very nervous. And when I get in the car, I feel when I close the visor, then I know, okay, now it's on, and then the adrenaline begins to flow, and then you hear the engine going, and have a time for yourself before the race starts, and it's really good. So I think maybe with the motion rig, I tried it yesterday, and I think that's already a lot better and comes a lot closer than just a normal sim.
Mind-blowing, isn't it?
I mean, of course, when you're driving in a real race car, the whole level of excitement is higher, because you get suited, you get into your overall, put your shoes on, you put your hand system on, your helmet on, your gloves on, you go into the race car, the seatbelt gets really, really tight. I mean, that's an amazing feeling. Sim racing can't do that. But as Andy said, sim racing has a lot of other amazing opportunities, like in team racing, in endurance racing, with coaching your driver. But sim racing is also, I mean, I always have to laugh a little bit, because the mistakes and also the overtaking, the strategy, not like as team, also as driver, is very, very similar to real racing. So is there a gap? Isn't there a gap? So the whole procedure of judging your movements is, I'd say, 100% the same, and that's really amazing to enjoy.
Is there anything in particular that has helped you hugely, either from real racing to help you in sim racing, or from sim racing to help you in real racing?
I started with a sim to learn a track, and I drove at a couple of tracks in England that I didn't know that they exist. So it's really good to learn a track, and of course there are a little bit of difference in there sometimes, or a different layout, but the base you know, and that's already a good start.
Yeah, I think what I learned during my career, when I started with karting, when I was a kid, so what it's all about, it's about concentration, about getting into the right mood to handle your race car in a proper way. So it's all about concentration, and sim is totally the same. So my little son, he's 12 years old. Together with my wife, we had a little discussion. So what should we do with our young gun? And we was talking about maybe karting, or maybe a PlayStation, or maybe a bigger sim. And I said, no, come on, let's buy a good simulator, and let's start this way. Because karting, you need a lot of money, you need a lot of time, and I don't have both of it. So we made the decision, and it's so nice to see, especially young people, young guns. We try to support them also in our team. It's so good to see how focused they are, still the kids. So if they have free practice, okay, they play around and they do crazy things also in training. That's quite normal. But as soon the qualifying session starts, or also during these endurance races in the simulator, it's so good to see how focused they are, and to get used to the keyboard, to get used to these programs. So this is, I think, very, very important, and also for parents, it's super important also to give them the knowledge how to behave in the middle of the internet, and how to handle this. So we realized very quick that the community of this whole sim racing, it's a really big family. So all of the other drivers, or most of the other drivers, are really friendly. They want to help. So they are much better connected. And we're really enjoying being part of the community. So it's just awesome.
Just to go on from your point there, we'll skip ahead a little bit because of where you've just gone with that. Negativity in terms of an incident. If you have an incident in the real world, of course, it's not ideal. The same as sim racing, but there's a massive difference. You get a Discord message from someone, right, on the old sim racing venture. But when it's in the real world, you can have a face-to-face talk with each other. How have you found the differences between the two?
Yeah, I have to say, if you do a mistake in real racing, push another driver out, after the race you go to the stewards and have a nice meeting. Most of the time it's not so much fun there, because if they blame you, you can't talk your way out there. I mean, it's important because on the other side, on the sim racing, you don't have, in big competitions there is live race control, but if you have normal racing under the week, you mostly have the race control from the simulation, which isn't working so precise, to be honest. But that's okay. So the drivers bring in more fairness in sim racing than in real world racing. But of course afterwards, if there is an incident, I think it isn't that bad that you can't talk directly with the other person. You can write over Discord or so on, but you can cool off a bit, and you can take a step back, maybe watch the replay right after the incident, and you can say, oh, okay, that was not a gap. Because, if you're in a race car and you see a gap, it's not always a gap. So, and then you have the problem, someone goes out, goes off. It's not fair, of course, that's part of racing. And afterwards you say, there was a gap and it's not my fault. And you really can't, take a look at it afterwards. And in sim racing, you make the same mistake, you hit replay, you watch the scene again, and you see, okay, it was my mistake, my fault. I think that's quite nice because it's, you can talk more on eye to eye with the people, and it's not so it's your fault, it's your fault. Yeah.
You should put out a t-shirt, by the way. You may see a gap, it's not always a gap.
Yeah, I'll try that.
How have you found it?
Well, I found it better in person. I had both, and if I did something wrong, I'm the first one who was apologizing and said, I'm sorry if it ruined your race, because it's not my intention. Unfortunately, when I drove from the racetrack, I needed to go to the hospital, so I couldn't talk with them, because the ER time was a little bit longer than I thought.
That's the extreme silver lining.
So I sent a message on Instagram because I didn't know the driver. I was still a little bit new, and I just sent a message from, I'm very sorry, I just saw the footage and he just couldn't avoid me. And it ruined his race as well. So, yeah, I felt a bit bad, also for the team, because they're working hard also, and there is always a whole team behind, and that's with every driver. So, yeah. I like to apologize more in person or in Discord, send a message, and especially online, sometimes it happens and then you're thinking, what happened here? So then you just watch the replay back and say, oh, this is not my fault, or oh, I'm sorry, this is my fault.
Well, for me personally, I always have to think twice, because as a driver, so my decisions are just my decisions. But now as a team boss, and I am a team boss of our sim racing team since 1 year, so everything escalates quite quickly. But now as a team boss, everything changed. So in all our meetings, I always say to our drivers, hey, come down, please take care. Everything, we have so many cameras around, everything is official. So we want to enjoy our sport. And therefore it's always, it's so important to have a good behavior. And this is also, once again, it's so important for young guns, for young drivers, to get taught also with the right behavior. So sometimes it's good to have all these possibilities to have this replay in different camera positions. That's perfect to have to make a good decisions for the race control or for the stewards. Yes, but at the end, I'm missing the old times sometimes when I think back, Senna against Prost. So I think this was sometimes quite a little bit dirty, but some of dirty moments are also nice moments. So it's quite difficult for us. But at the end, with all these discords, all these chat rooms, and the live chats, no, we want to have fun and we don't want to create shitstorm. So I think that's important, and that's quite a little bit dangerous out there.
I'm quite baffled that you're all racing drivers and you took the perspective of when you've made a mistake opposed to when someone's made a mistake against you. Are you really racing drivers? You should be admitting to that. Have you ever driven a car, driven a circuit in real life that's given you more appreciation for what you've experienced with that same car or same track in a sim, in terms of realism?
Well, I'm looking forward now to Genoa, because in Genoa, together with our main sponsor, with Deutsche Payment, we, together with my teammate Mark Henritzi, with Alex Autumn, we will drive again the 24 hours of Dubai. Wow. So, and our car, it will be a Cup Porsche, will have the same livery, the same skin, with our Deutsche, or the same like our iRacing car. So it will be super funny. I'm really looking forward to this, and that's quite such a funny moment from sim to real and back to sim again, because 1 week later we do the 24 hours of Daytona in the sim again.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, so it will be funny.
I mean, it's amazing how good you can transfer the racing in real life to sim racing and back to it. So I've been practicing Porsche Cup car for racing Croatia in Rijeka. And before that, I've never driven in Rijeka and I've never driven a Cup car. So I decided to go into Assetto Corsa and take it for a few laps. And coming to the racing weekend, I stepped into the car, went out the pit lane, and it was like I've been driven there since maybe 20, 30, 50 laps.
Wow.
You know, and it takes so much effort to go on a racetrack which you've never seen and drive a car which you've never driven and get fast there. So the simulator really helps nowadays, because you have those laser scan tracks which are really precise to the real world, and also the physics in the simulators with the cars, which are mostly often really they come out with in cooperation with the manufacturers. And if you have good equipment at home, you really have a lot of similarities. I mean, the steering, the viewing technique, also braking technique, and nowadays with braking pedals on the simulator where you can push like 80, 90 kilograms on the brake. I mean, that's amazing. You can really fine-tune your trail braking, and this is very, very helpful, like in a Cup car where it's it's so important to have a good braking technique. And coming back from the racing weekend, I said, well, it went well. Let's jump back into the simulator. And I was instantly a second faster than before I got to Rijeka. So you saw the progression for the racetrack, and then you saw the progression for the simulator, and that was just amazing to see.
Well, I noticed even in another car in the sim, going back on the same track like Snetterton or Silverstone, it's going instant now already better than it did before. And even I drove those tracks many times, many hours in the sim. it is something different in real life, and I think it's very difficult to explain. You need to feel it a bit, and then it's going also better in the sim, and that's good.
Well, I'm a little bit jealous because you drive so nice tracks in the UK. You have so many super nice tracks. I really love them all. Well, I have only the chance to drive on this boring racetrack like the Nordschleife.
I would like to join you.
I have to drive the Nordschleife. That's my home, and it's so funny to see how realistic everything is. So I'm used to the Nordschleife with every kind of cars. At the moment, I'm a proud driver of the digital NLS, the DNLS. I do both. I do the NLS with the Toyota Supra GT4 and the DNLS with GT3R with a Porsche. And it's funny because we have high raters in our team. And we changed the position. So normally I am the instructor, the real life instructor, and I teach our customers how to handle the Nordschleife. In sim now it's different to find the last tenths, and we are always looking for performance. To find the last tenths, you have to train a lot. You have to improve yourself, and we changed. Now the high rater is the instructor, and I am the student. And it's funny. It's also very interesting to learn from our high professional sim racers. It's funny. It feels weird sometimes. But now at the moment, my homework is not driving the GT3 car. No, my homework is I have to drive the Cup Porsche just to get a better feeling for the inputs, just to be more smooth on the brake pedal, on the steering, because if you drive the GT4 in real life, you need a little bit more power behind your inputs. So it's super interesting, and just the fact that I'm the student feels strange. Yeah.
From a coach's perspective, where does it, where does helping to learn new techniques to improve in the real world from the sim become bad habits?
I didn't get the question actually.
So, trying to learn new techniques to improve your real racing via the sim. How can that transition into bad habits, or when does it become bad habits?
That's a very good question.
It's difficult. I think there is no bad habits now from sim to real. Only the fact that if something goes wrong, you can press the escape button. But everyone knows to be successful or to finish a race on first place, first you have to finish the race. And this is, I like it pretty much in iRacing. I'm not very used to Assetto, and I think they have the same system, but especially this iRacing system with the rating. So you have this iRating and you have this safety rating. And especially in the beginning, the focus is on your safety rating. So this is also good for the young drivers. They get used to don't crash. They get used to don't drive on the grass. So you have to stay on the black line between the two green areas. That's important. So I think that's quite cool. But at the end, you have to take care. In sim racing, it's easy when I think to a Mootkurve, which is a super fast corner. I think a lot of guys know the Mootkurve on the Nordschleife. So in real life, you will never overtake someone in the middle of Mootkurve. In sim, you see it so often because you don't have to be scared. So if you crash in Mootkurve, for sure you will hurt yourself in real life. In sim, not. So I like the fact that you cannot hurt yourself, but maybe that can be a bad habit.
Yep, because I think on the simulator, you have the possibility to find your limits from the top down, but that doesn't work in real life, you know. So you have to work yourself up from down to your limit in real life because you don't want to crash the car every couple of laps. But you know, if you do that on a simulator, because you try like Woodkurve or Schwedenkreuz corners like that flat out in the first try, because you say if it doesn't go right, then okay, it's not working. But if it works, I don't have to try it like 20 laps. But in real life, you don't do that. So, but I don't think that's a habit you will transfer from sim racing to real racing. But because as soon as you are in a real race car, I think you get it that you are in the real world, and if you crash the car, you might hurt yourself.
Sure. Well, I think as soon as you go to the track itself and you go to the pit box and see everyone, see the car, you also realize, okay, this is real. So you're not gonna go full out the first lap. It's in the sim, it's different. You see a lot of barging around, and I don't like that. I like more the endurance racing and keep it consistent, keep it clean. I like the clean racing.
Oh, I've seen some endurance races this year in real life.
Yeah, they were also not very clean, some, but hopefully most of it is. And I really like to do that. And the sprints, you see them all elbows out, and that's not how it goes in real life. And sometimes I try to tell them also a bit friendly, maybe you should do it different, and you will enjoy it eventually also more. Yeah. And as soon as you go to the real track, you know it's all real, and you're not going to do that, or at least I hope you're not going to do that.
For you, Yvonne, here, which has helped you more mentally to prepare for racing, sim racing or real racing?
Oh, well, I like to be prepared always, so I'm always too early. Same in the sim, also too early. Yeah, I just use the sim to know the track, to get more experience if they have the car, because that is sometimes a thing. I really need to look where I can find the race car that I drive. Then I'll do laps with that. But most of it, yeah, it's just doing laps, getting the experience in, and that's all what I do in the sim to go to the real track.
Perfect. So whenever you want to come to the Nordschleife,
yes,
feel welcome. Yeah. So then give me a call, and then we can do some laps
I would love
together
to.
on the Nürburgring. Yeah.
The best thing you can ever do. I never want to do it again though. I went around with Moritz Lohner this year, and Nick Hanke. Absolutely, it was the best thing I've ever done. Yeah. Don't need to do it again.
Last year for the Expo, we were at a hotel next to the Nordschleife, and it's in the game. And I'm doing 3-hour race at the Nordschleife, and I'm streaming then also 30 laps. And every lap you hear, oh, that's the hotel where we slept. So yeah, it's great. It will be a dream come true.
Perfect.
Go on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you.
I ruined my team's 24-hour last year because I didn't realise it was going to be dark when my first stint happened. So I've been practicing in just daytime. Didn't go well. There's no lights around the Nordschleife, that's for sure. My next question is, what would be your number one piece of advice as an instructor? Either sim or real.
Yeah, stay focused. Stay focused. Be prepared. Like Yvonne says, that's important. I think you cannot jump into a race car and touch the limit quickly. It's too dangerous, and it's the same with the simulator. So prepare yourself. That's important. And yeah, try to stay alive. That's I think that's
a very good start.
Good, yeah. Real good advice. That
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit more passion. Maybe you cannot win the race in the first corner. So
unless it's Monza.
Yeah, we're looking for it. It will be interesting tomorrow, the GT 500. So we are also taking part of it with Deutsche Payment Esports. But like Lucas says before, so you always need also cars to make a nice field. So we are not the front runners, for sure not. But yeah, we're just proud to be part of it.
I mean, I think I'm working as an instructor as well in real life. You always try to get your customers to feel more into the car. I think that's in real life it's very important to get a feel for the car, to know what it's doing. You know, you feel much more with your body than that you think. So I think that's very, very important to get a feel of the car, and also to be very aware of your viewing technique, because it's always the same in real life when you do like little slalom parkouring, or maybe also on the racetrack. If there's a mistake, most of the times it's the viewing technique, because you were looking somewhere else and then you drive somewhere else. You know, like Walter Röhrl said, if you how did he put it? If you see the tree you're hitting, it's understeering, and if you hear the tree you're hitting, it's oversteering. And the thing is always you have to look where you go, because you want to, in the end of the day, you want to hit the tree, or you want to hit, you don't want to hit the tree. You have to look be beside the tree, you know, and you also have to look where you want to go. You have to look at the curbs, you have to look at the gap where you want to go, and that's something you can transfer to sim racing as well. The viewing technique is like some of the key factors in racing and sim as in real racing.
Have you seen the Toby eye tracking over at the Logitech stand?
Not yet,
so
but
that'd be a useful tool for sim racers.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Wow, yeah. I guess for you, has there been any teammates that you've had that maybe feel like they're a little bit faster or a little bit more developed than they actually are? They've got a little bit ahead of themselves. And again, for you guys, that more to do with the coaching, I guess. You've had someone come in thinking that they are Lewis Hamilton already, and they've just kind of let themselves down a touch.
Well, the most teammates that I help are actually quicker than me, but they have a much better pedal input than I can do with my legs. But I can help them with the lines, and we go through the Motec data, and then we can see, okay, if you turn a little bit less or a little bit more, or brake a little bit later or earlier, that's how I can help them. And I'm going to try to drive with the hand controls. I found a very good system here. So when that's available, I'm going to try it. And hopefully I will gain some pace, so that will be nice. Because I like to win. I say that honest, but I know there is more in it. And I want to get the best out of it every time I'm in the sim. And now I'm just helping others and driving myself a little bit more on the back now. But that doesn't matter. I'm glad to help other people, and that's why we are rebranding now Eating Bread, because it stopped. So we're now a United Sim team together with Soph, with my partner. We're doing this, and it's united because I want to help everyone. It doesn't matter where you come from or you have a disability or not. Everyone is welcome, and we try to get the best out of everyone with the pace, with the game they are doing. It's all good. So I'm very happy that we have the opportunity to do this now. And hopefully that's all working out very well.
Sounds very nice.
Thank you.
Absolutely, sounds super. From sim to real, so this is my experience now in our Nürburgring Driving Academy. So we do Formula courses, events on the GP circuit, and it's so funny now, because I always ask in the beginning in our theory session, what is your experience? And then the hands rising up, and a lot of guys say, okay, I have a lot of experience in sim racing, and now it feels good. A couple of years ago, I was a little bit scared when they said, oh, I have so many laps on PlayStation. But now I realize that the level of sim racers is so good. When we do this lead and follow on the GP circuit, we do, one installation lap, and then we speed up very quick, and we can really push them, and sometimes I have to close the door to stay in front, so it's quite funny with them. Yeah. So the level is super, super good, and it's always good to meet sim racers in the paddock. So feel free, they are all invited. When you see me in the paddock somewhere at the Nürburgring, give me a kick, and then we can have a little chat about sim racing. I really enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah, well, as Andy said, like 6 years, it was. If somebody said I'm driving a lot on the sim, you were like a bit, suspicious if this helps. But I think there has been so much going on in the last couple of years, which really improved the level of sim racing regarding the things you have to do in it. I mean, the thing is, sim racing is the only esports where you do exactly the same thing as in real world driving. So if you're doing FIFA or something like this,
you're taking all my lines from my commentary at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's it. And if you look at it, it's really interesting to see people coming from sim racing doing very good there. Like, I mean, a good example is, I think, Tim Heinemann, which won the DTM trophy twice now, and is really a fast driver in real racing, but was before in sim racing. And I think that shows how much potential the sim racing, the whole sim racing world has.
He won a race last weekend on Gran Turismo 7 as well.
Yeah,
He's gone back and he doesn't really do sim racing at all anymore.
No. He has
straight away back to P1.
Yeah.
Like,
I think at some point you just have it, and you don't need to practice it all day. And it's like a good example is Tim. I think he has it in his muscle memory so good, and he just takes it off and does it. And that's why he is a real pro in this sport.
You've just opened up another question actually. So, can you step away from sim racing for a period of time and then come back to it and be really quick? Can you do that in the real world?
I think you can, but I think you need maybe a little bit more time to adjust than in the simulator. But if you reached a certain level in no matter what sport you're doing, I think you will always be good at it. But of course, if you don't sit in the race car for 3 or 4 years and you come back, I think you have to get used to it again, because maybe something's changed since then. But actually, I think it's possibly in both ways.
Well, I stopped 9 years ago due to my disability, because I couldn't use the pedals very well anymore, and I was at the point that I couldn't be competitive anymore, and I always said I'll stop when I'm not competitive anymore. That was one of the things that I was really strict on. And now, 9 years later, I had the chance to drive again due to the sim, due to Gran Turismo, just for fun, that we played it, joined the team, and then I got a message on LinkedIn that I needed to read 3 times to make sure if I understand it well, that I could drive with hand controls. And 2 weeks later, I was in the car. And of course, it's the same feeling like then, and it was amazing to be back. But it was difficult in the beginning with the hand controls. It felt really different, and I needed to adjust. I needed some time to get quicker, and I was very cautious in the beginning because I wasn't sure what the car was going to do. Especially with the hand controls, it felt very different. So, it was quite a change from pedals to hand controls, but much better now than it was before.
Well, obviously, you had to deal with the disappointment, right? Not being able to race at the level you wanted to race. When you got that opportunity, was it an instant, back in the car?
Yes, well, I needed to read it 3 times if I understand it well, and then I showed Surf, do I understand this well? So I showed her, yes. Okay, so 2 weeks later I was driving on Silverstone on the Grand Prix track. So that was great. It was a great opportunity, and I took it with both hands because it was always my dream. And my dream is to go to Le Mans to drive in 7 or 8 years, and we are going to work hard to build up the license, build up the experience, get some sponsors involved, and see if we can go for the high goal.
Absolutely.
No, very nice. I think it's just important to have some talent, but it's lovely to hear that, to grab the opportunity to take the chance. That sounds awesome for me. And I think I cross my fingers for you. And it's at the end, it's your decision if you want to do the 24 Hour of Le Mans. Did I understand it right?
Yes, it was always a dream since I started go-karting when I was 7. And it was always a dream to go there because I always had back problems. So I wasn't very interested in the F1 cars, and then sitting like that, and that's not going very well. So the GT suits me much better.
I know there is another 24-hour race, which is also quite famous. Yeah, maybe.
I will be interested. Yeah, I know about it.
No, it's good fun at the end. So I think it's this sim racing. It's so helpful, especially for the young drivers, to find their way. And for me, it's such a big surprise that if I join on the practice server, if I do these official races, to realize that we have so many talents out there, so many good drivers. They know how to behave, how to bring your car in the right position for your fights, for position. So that's awesome, and this is the pool of rookies. It's good to see that we have so many talents out there, and it's quite a shame that not all of them have the chance to step into a real race car. At the end, we are here for fun, and it's good to see that we have a lot of good racers and high talents out there. Tim Heinemann is a good example. I think the way from sim to real, it's more easy, much more easy, because I do the opposite way. I did from real to sim, and in the beginning I was struggling a lot.
It's because you lose feel, right? You've got so much more feel in a real car. When you go backwards, you lose feel. But it's where if you go from sim to real, it's like you're feeling it through your bum.
It takes weeks and it takes months. And at the end, we are all patient. So we want to perform. So that's in our mind. So we want to perform. I want to perform. And in the beginning, I become angry, and it's difficult for me to wait. I don't like waiting. It's a waste of time. But I went through this period, and then you get this first success. Okay, now I'm able to hold the car on the track. Feels good. Okay, now let's have a look to the lap times. Okay, they become better and better. And once you got the feeling for it, and now I'm totally in it. I really, really like it so much. And once again, it's good to have these races with the whole community out there.
I have to say, the thing is, when you step from a real race car into the simulator, as you said, you don't have, you were used to all the feelings, and then you have to get back just to viewing and maybe feeling a bit. And what helped myself a lot was actually good equipment. So I think if you are used to a good steering wheel on the race car, you are used to your proper hard brake pedal, and you go to the simulator and then you have like a floppy, loose braking pedal. It doesn't work for me. So there are people in the simulator who are doing crazy lap times with super cheap equipment. I wasn't able to do that. I had to get myself good pedals to do a proper braking, like in the real race car, and also a really good wheelbase to get the good feelings, and that helped me a lot. On the other hand, if you go from the simulator then, and you learn a new car, a new track, and you go onto the real race, into the real world and real racetrack, it's amazing how much more information you suddenly have, and it's way more easier than to control everything. Yeah, that's super interesting.
If you were to look at a pyramid historically, karting would be at the bottom, wouldn't it? And then you'd have debatable what the next step would be, but karting would be at the bottom. How viable is it that sim racing now joins karting, or what does sim racing need to do for that to be an equal opportunity of getting into motorsport?
Well, the best thing, or a very big plus in terms of sim racing is there are no limits in case of driving time. So That's super important. You don't have to think about, okay, I have to buy new tires. I have to fill up, refuel my car, whatever. I have to book a track. So this, I don't have to do it. There is no planning behind it. So if I want to do sim racing, I only have to press a button, and here we go. So your driving time, and this is what is so important for a race driver, especially when you do endurance races, and your cockpit, you have 2 or 3 teammates, then it's always a fight. Oh, he did 2 laps more than me. I want to do it again. Can I drive some more laps?
Not my team. We just let the fastest driver do the most laps.
Yeah, that's so. In sim, it doesn't matter. So you can join in a practice session wherever you want, and your driving time is much better. So the decision, if you think about karting or sim racing, go for sim racing.
Well, sim racing is in the end much cheaper than go a season of Rotax Max in the karting. Then you also have a rookie season in the car. So yeah, I think sim racing is a good way to start, especially also for children, or if you have children at home and you're driving it yourself in the sim, put the child in the sim and try it out and have a try. And I think it's much cheaper in the end to start with the sim. And there are more people looking, especially since the COVID period, there are more people looking to the sim racing. And there's more out there now than there was before, or at least that's how I feel it and how I see it. And I hope it stays that way, because it's a good way, I think. And there are a lot of young drivers out there who are very fast.
You say about kids, like there's pictures of me in my dad's car with a steering wheel, but now I've got my kids in my sim rig with the steering wheel. Like, it's crazy.
Times change.
Yeah, it certainly does.
I mean, I think if you look at the ladder, as you described, from karting to maybe then Formula driving, and more upwards. I think you have to look at it. What do you want to achieve? If you say I want to be a professional in race driving, I think the sim racing gives you the opportunity in the early days to learn viewing technique, steering, all those things, and you can get a real fast driver, handle pressure, etc. Because that's all stuff you can do on the simulator. But if you want to be in a real race car one day, you have to be in a real race car one day. So you have to get that step also. I think karting, in the real racing world, you learn a lot of other stuff very well, handling the media, sponsorships, etc. I think it's also in sim racing, but at the moment, the people on the pinnacle of motorsports, they are not just professional race drivers, they are media professionals. They have to do a lot more than just driving fast. And in a simulator, it's very put down just to the driving, not just, but a lot of. And if you want to be a really good race driver, you have to be good at networking, making connections, etc. And if you want to do that in the real world, you have to get used to going on an event, going on a racetrack, maybe helping some people, etc., getting to know new people. I think you have to get used to this bubble of motorsports, not too late to get a feel of it, I think.
Well, we're running out of time here, and I've got one question I really want to get an answer for, so unfortunately you won't be able to give me an explanation as to why. Which discipline is the most competitive, sim racing or real racing?
I'd say, that's a very difficult question. But
don't upset people.
Yeah, don't upset people. No, I'd say sim racing is more competitive because, of course, you have more participants. And, in real racing world, also in Formula 1, you have guys there who paid for their seat and maybe they aren't the biggest talents, And it's difficult for a good driver, for a talent, for a young guy to get into motorsports because it's super expensive. We all know that. And in sim racing, you have the chance to really show your talent. I mean, it also takes a bit of an investment, but in the end of the day, you have a more compressed strength of field in the end of the day, because you have more good drivers out there. And I think the level of competition is much higher. And if you look at the real world-class sim racing and you look at the qualifying times, they are so much closer than in the real world, because the people, they don't drive like for tenths, they drive for thousands, and that lap after lap after lap after lap, and it's, yeah, I think it's way harder to be good there.
Yeah, I think that too, because I noticed in the sim and also at RFTVCO events,
we know,
which are very good, but they are very, very fast. And it's really a good format to see also how they're doing. They're getting noticed more, which is also a good part in the sim racing also, like in the real racing, that you get noticed. And if you see those quick drivers, they then give an interview like it's all normal, and I'm just watching. I wish I had a little bit of that talent, but it's far more competitive now, and it's great to see. I started 7 years ago with my laptop and a very cheap wheel just on a desk to try it out.
Oh, we've all been there.
Like we all.
Yeah.
Yes, and if you see it now, a complete rig, and all the people that I know now, it's a lot, and it's grown a lot. So it's great to see also now here and to network a bit around and meet people where I talked with every week on Discord, and now I see you in real life, or I listen to you a lot, and now I see you in real life, so that's good, yeah.
Well, in terms of competition, I think sim racing is on a super high level. It's more competitive. If you look to the lap times, if you look also to the range of drivers, so we have so many drivers out there, we have so many splits, so many races in the race, so that for sure iRacing or sim racing is more competitive. If we talk about the challenges, I think then for sure there is no bigger challenge than driving with an old Porsche around the Nordschleife in wet conditions together with 200 other cars on the track. So yeah, it's hard to give the right answer to this, but both is a big challenge at the end.
The most challenge is in real life. Indeed, racing on the track is the most challenge. But I also see why a lot of people are having the challenge in sim racing, because you can learn a lot from others, and that's why we always try to help around, and also with the series. And I think that's growing a lot now, and helping each other also. Like in real life, also in the sim. That's also giving new challenges and saying, oh, okay, I'm going to participate in that, and we'll see how it goes. And I think the challenge is there also, but maybe a little bit in a different way, like it is on the real track.
Sure. At the end, I think that's also important for the young drivers out there to make the right decisions the whole life through, but also if your plan is to become a professional racing driver, so then it's also kind of a decision, what car should I start with? Maybe it's a wrong way to start with a GT3 car with ABS system and traction control. No, do it the right way. Start with a Formula 4 car. Start with single-seaters. That's the best way, without ABS, without traction control. In these cars, you learn how to drive in sim and also in real life. And then try to become faster, try to become better. And if as soon as you think, okay, now I'm able to win races, now I'm winning championships, perfect. Then go to the next level, into Formula 3, into Formula Renault 2.5, whatever. And then you can also jump into touring cars, into GT3 cars. But driving with ABS, with traction control, it's always much more easy. So I learned from karting into Formula Renault, into Formula 3. So these cars was so good for me, because in those light cars, everything is so precise that you learn how to drive. And then when I jumped into the touring car, into the Trak Speed Viper years ago, it was like a toy. Everything was like in slow motion, yeah, because of the weight of the car. So it was a big advantage in my days, but therefore I say start with single-seaters.
Perfect, short, sharp answers there at the end. We could speak for hours, I think, of this. It's been an incredible panel. I want to say a huge thank you for all your time, and hopefully you enjoyed that at home. Well, now we're going to go check out some action. I think we're in the third hour now of the professional trophy with Alex and Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, folks, 80 laps in. It's a titanic battle at the front of the field. Triton Racing and Williams Esports have been literally inseparable, Paul. The gap has been fluctuating. We saw Triton take the lead after the first round of pit stops, opened up a gap of about 5 seconds, but Igor Rodriguez has been closing in. Dominic Blyer's done, you know, partway through his, most of the way through his second stint. I don't know where this pace from Williams is coming from, but they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, as you say, it's unbelievable how these two titans within this race and this championship of just going toe to toe. And as I've said, I think this is going to say it for the fourth time now, ebbs and flows. You know, we've seen the gap expand, we've seen the overtakes being made, we've seen that gap slowly but surely close up, and it's been absolutely fascinating to watch. And we're heading towards the end of the third hour already, which leaves us with 3 hours remaining, and we've got more pit stops to shake things about a little bit.
Yeah, upsets the apple cart, if you will.
Yes.
So the running order at the moment, it's Triton Racing leading by 1.2 seconds ahead of Williams Esports. So Williams looks to have lost a little bit of time just a second ago. We've got GTWR Go setups being chased down by the number 100 of Arnage competition. So Unicorns of Love in the number 14, 19.2 seconds behind the race leaders. GTWR Esports 2 in fourth, the Lot Shape fifth, Team Racing Point, and then the two on your screen at the moment, GTWR Go Setups versus Arnage. Wild Things and WPS Racing Team ran at the top 10. Yaz Heat in 11th, Kramer Racing, Rocket Simsport, Team Ballast Esports B, SGP and SOP, the number 87 Porsche rounds out the top 15. Renvelton, Unicorns of Love 2, Team Ballast Esport A, Gridfinder Racing, actually having one of the best races they've had all through the SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp, and they are ahead of the number 42 of Brabham Esports, who currently have behind the wheel Alexa Gates, who I caught up with the other day. Haven't seen her in a little bit, but really, really good to see a lot of people that I've worked with and also people that I've worked alongside in the virtual sense, and now here we are. BGR by OBS World, our top qualified team that has won the past 3 rounds on the bounce, sitting in 21st. I think, to be honest with you, it might have been just a little bit too much for them in terms of the situation.
Yeah, as I said, they had a bit of a technical issue during their pit stops where the keyboard wasn't working, so they couldn't get out of the pits. They lost approximately a minute because of that. Yeah. I'm sure there are other technical issues going on that we're not aware of.
Mm-hmm. Then we go to Corvana Gaming and Yeet Esports, Arnage competition again, trying to put the pressure on GTWR Go setups. So they make their way through the chicane at turns 14 and 15, the Vidor chicane, and then into the Hyundai N corner. And then that is another 5.148 kilometres completed. And the sun is starting to set, Paul.
Yes, it is.
Server time, 6:43 p.m. And just like Kyle Army 6 weeks ago, we're going to finish under the floodlights here at the Nürburgring. And you know what? These cars are going to look absolutely filthy. The paint's going to be scuffed up like a good one. But you know what? To get to this point now and be just over 20 minutes away from the halfway point of the race, there's going to be a sense of relief from all the teams, first of all. Second of all, there's going to be like a wave of euphoria, as if to say, we all got here, we all did it, and wow.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm sure it's something that these guys have not experienced like this before, you know, getting their equipment to the site, and having the challenges of getting it. I mean, there was earlier on I was talking to one of the teams, and they were under the rig trying to sort out technical issues. And I said, this kind of makes me think of Max Verstappen standing there on, in pole with these mechanics taking off the covers.
Yes. He had the tie rod, the track rod. They had to put a new front wing on it. They got it done. They said, you got 20 minutes. They did it in 13.
Yes, exactly. They had a bit more time than that, but yeah, there were challenges left, right, and centre for these teams, and the quality of the racing that we've seen, as throughout all the previous rounds, have kind of been up to the level that we would expect from pro drivers.
Yeah, exactly. But Kavana Gaming, got a real good toe down the start-finish straight towards the outside of BGR by OBS. Well done, the 68 Porsche was not. If they were ahead going through into Yokohama Curva, I would have believed their Paul. They might have had they could have done the over/under on them.
Exactly.
And it's getting a bit closer going through into the AMG arena. And no.
They got a bit of a wobble on.
That was a big old wobble.
And I think that's because they've taken a slightly different line there, and then applying the throttle. You see it when you have to take a different line, and it unsettles the car ever so slightly. But it's great to see the AMG out on track. But here we're back on for the battle for P1. Williams Esports currently in P2, following Triton Racing, and that gap is just over a second.
Would you like to know who's behind the wheel of particular cars at the moment?
Oh, go on then, give us the details.
Max Voichner now behind the wheel of the number 10 Triton Racing car. For Williams Esports, it's the Flying Dutchman himself, Tinko van der Velde, behind the wheel. We go on board with Yaz Heat in the 149, rounding out the top 11 positions. And it is Tortellini behind the wheel, Magic Malinowski. George Boothby has done his turn behind the wheel. So, again, it's a three-car battle. Because not exactly a three-car battle. There's a couple of cars in front. West Competition Racing not having a good day in the office. I think they had a bad day in the office at Bathurst, going through the S's and the Dippers. I mean,
that gap has really come down though between the top two, and it's now just over half a second. So, just looking at the lap times, I mean, in the last time round, Williams Esports was ever so slightly quicker. And it is just the small margins that we keep referring to. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we end up repeating ourselves again and again, and again and again and again. But that is what it is, right?
It sounds like we're a pair of old school 40 LP, like 45 RPM LPs. But Tinko van der Velde last time, 1 minute 54.725. Max Voichner, 1 minute 55.017, 3/10. And it's nearly 3/10 between the two leaders. Now, what did we see at Kyalami last time out when we were underneath the South African nighttime sky? All hell broke loose because it was pitch black. And Kyalami was never known for its floodlighting, even though that is now a circuit owned by Porsche South Africa. The Nürburgring
is pretty much the same.
It's pretty much the same. So what we are going to see in probably the next hour and a half, depending on the server time, when that will probably be around about 8:15, what we will see is braking points being adjusted.
Yes.
Apexes being missed. Out braking? Yes.
But especially if you've been in the car in a previous stint and it's daylight and you're not there during the transition. If you're racing during the transition, you get to adapt, right? Because it's forever changing in front of you. But if you do the first stint and maybe the last stint, I mean, if teams are doing that, then you're going to get into a completely different situation with the conditions, aren't you? And as I mentioned before, the track temperature is also going to drop with that as the sun.
Yaz Heat. Yaz Heat just sent it. A little bit of a touch between them and the 28 of WPS Racing. That was for 10th position. And now there is West Competition unlapping themselves on that particular occasion. When we saw that car a few laps ago, that was a bit crumpled at the front end.
It was, yeah.
It was crumpled, but the gap between Max Voichner from Triton and Tinko van der Velde for Williams Esports. That gap now is just under half a second. And you know what? Igor Rodriguez has done a standout job. You know, after the shoulder surgery, and is still racing in this competition despite it being remotely.
Yeah.
And you know what? As I said earlier, I've got no qualm with that whatsoever, because the way that, like with Seb Hawkins, the entire team at Williams Esports, Stephen English was the director of Williams Esports, who, funny enough, had just announced that they're opening up the doors of the Williams Experience Centre to the public properly now.
Oh, right, brilliant.
Which I just saw quite recently, so good on.
That is good news.
That is very good news, and it's also nice to have somewhere where you can actually go into a place, and you're right next door to where the next year's car is being made. But again, this is now where the ultimate cat and mouse game is being played out, and it's being done at over 240 kilometres an hour, going in to turn 1. And you can, one of the lovely little details I love about ACC here, Paul, the amount of pickup that you can see. Like that bumper on the front of that Williams BMW makes me sound like I'm commentating on Formula 1 all over again. Or makes me feel like I'm commentating on Formula 1. But that car was pristine. Now, 3 hours...
Ye be dirty.
Oh, ye be very dirty.
Yeah.
But Brabham Esports, I hope that David's watching at the moment. He'll have his leg in the air just to get some pressure off of the knee of his, as he's attending the Autosport Awards tomorrow night. OBS, BGR by OBS World, and still Triton Racing hold on to the fastest lap, 1 minute 53.775. So that would be more than likely Dominic Blyer as Esports gets through on Kovana
there.
And that is a genuine battle for position. And the driver behind the wheel of the number 7 Corvana Gaming Mercedes AMG is Samuel Hatz.
Slotted straight behind the Brabham car.
Right up the exhaust line.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, there were some sparks flying.
There were.
Now, that probably might have been from the BGR by OBS World car.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything in the background, any dust, and I don't think anything's happened. I think it's just a few, little fireworks. Chinese
fireworks. Only they all went off at once, not like bang, 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 like they're meant to. But with just under 3.25 hours still to go, you know what? I love that livery. And the thing is, we've got all the liveries in person, just like showcasing how nice it is. You know, never would I say the following thing: a BMW M4 GT3 with the Alex Agates just overcooks it into the braking zone. I'm afraid manages to rejoin. Samuel Hatz gets through, and still Tinko van der Velde. You know what he's doing? He's playing the I'm no fool game right here. He's saying, like, don't forget, I'm behind you. It's like a pantomime, isn't it? Well, we are we're getting close to Panto season. It's like he's behind you.
Well, we're in December now. I think it's already begun. But
well, it did begin with Luke's Christmas shirt on Thursday.
I don't think I got the pleasure of seeing that.
That was actually quite nice. It was quite understated.
He was wearing one with dragonflies the other day, I recall. Dragonflies?
Yeah, that was yesterday, and today it's autumnal leaves.
Yes. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Kramer Racing Esports?
And WPS.
WPS into T1. We're seeing a lot of action into T1. But that doesn't surprise me, really.
Well, especially with the amount of drag that you get coming out of the Hyundai N-Curve. Kramer Racing, you better be careful on your track limits, because that was 4 wheels out of it.
That's using a lot of the track, isn't it?
Right, now we go back to the battle. Voigtner versus van der Velde. And, you can tell that Voigtner is really feeling the pressure. As they say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. In this case, you're going to have to get out of the race car or your simulator. These drivers will be perspiring, folks. This is not easy. These are professional teams. They're here to race, but they're also here to win. One of these teams will win a title at the end of it.
Has a little look. Thinks better of it. It's a good drive out of turn one. Oh, I think there was a little bit of contact there between the two. Luckily didn't unsettle the Triton racing car. Is he now starting to push? Because a moment ago you were saying, just sort of sitting back, but I think now he's switched that up.
I think he's been given the go sign. It's like, right, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it, but don't muck it up. That'll be the key thing that Tinko van der Velde will be told by team manager Seb Hawkins. Tinko, you got my go-ahead to push, but there's always that fine line, Paul, between pushing and then just being a bit haphazard.
Yes.
And the latter always gets you in trouble.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yeah. And also, it's kind of like reading the situation, right? It's learning as you gain experience, because there are guys out there who are very fast hot lappers, but when it comes to actually getting on the track with other 30 other cars, don't necessarily have that experience. But that's not the case here. These guys understand how to give each other room and respect to avoid situations, but sometimes you just miss a braking marker, sometimes you just have that moment, and they do happen, and we very nearly, I feel like, had one of those there between the two leaders. But they're coming up on a back marker here as well as they're coming into the final corner, so this could make things interesting as they go down into T1, because they're going to have to navigate the Porsche ahead. I didn't quite catch what car it was, but let's see if the back marker has acknowledged that they're there. So he's pulled over nicely, brilliant, great stuff. That's fantastic, and not to interfere when this amazing, as we got the shot back off the rear spoiler of the Triton racing car. One of my favourite shots. That one of my favourites.
Right, folks, we're going to go to a brief commercial break here for the fifth and final round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy for 2022. We'll be right back. Eight minutes and 50 seconds until the halfway point of the fifth and final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp. Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover in the commentary position just in front of the main stage. Battle is waging on, and it's two titans within the world of sim racing. Triton Racing still leading after 88 laps, but it hasn't been all their way, Paul, because who's on their heels? It's Williams Esports.
Indeed, and we've seen a bit of contact with Triton as they exited their pit stops for their second pit. So they've had a bit of a moment, but the stewards decided that was a racing instance. So it's not all been smooth sailing for these guys, as Williams Esports are applying the pressure once again as we go out of the final corner. We've got the rear spoiler view there, and we've cut now back to the TV cameras, and again as we're going down the start-finish straight into T1, I don't think the Williams Esports car is close enough.
I don't think they need to be close enough. They know that they don't have to win this race,
right?
But then here comes the big but.
Don't they?
And I'm not talking about anyone's posterior, don't worry. The big but is, if you want to win a championship, what's the one way you want to close it in on? You want to close it off in style. You want to win. And they know. I mean, the thing is, since round two, Triton and Williams, don't forget, were tied on points. They were tied on points, but based on count back, Triton were the championship leaders. And now we've got Kramer Racing again breathing up the boxer engine of WPS, who both were quite
They must be really bored of each other right now.
Oh,
a bit like the top two. I'm sure they're bored of each other as well.
I'm just sort of like thinking, I'm just waiting for that whoops moment. And that could, I mean, to be completely honest with you, it's been brilliant so far. But looking at it from this perspective, you know, with regards to the championship itself, Williams are pretty much there. At this moment in time, we know that they, as I said, they know what they have to do.
Yeah,
but they want to go that one step further.
Of course they do. They're pro esports racing drivers. Of course they do.
It was like when I spoke to Corby last night. I said they're not just here to race. He said yes, they'll be here to race. I said, yeah, but they want to win. Every team that's here wants to win this race.
Yeah, of course.
They want to get bragging rights, and you know what? I don't blame them. But then at least there'll be banter in the pub or the restaurant that they're in, having drinks, having dinner together. And that is the big... I know that I'm talking about this so much, but I cannot get over the fact that you are seeing what we are seeing with the drivers in the paddock. And it's just such a glorious sight to see. But we're 5 minutes away from the halfway point of this race.
563's in the pits. The Team Ballas Esports A.
Yep.
They're in. So I don't know if they're the first team to blink, but they're into the respective pit stop.
Yeah. So again, we're getting that cycle of pit stops coming through. But what's really, really important is about how these teams react accordingly. And WPS a little bit wide coming out of the final corner. Kramer Racing, you know, this is home turf for them, as it is for WPS. Sorry, I just had to do an ASMR moment there, when you could hear the exhaust backfiring as they blip down the gears. Wonderful.
The sounds in this game are remarkable. One of the best things I like about it.
Yeah.
As well as many other things, of course, but
yeah,
you can't beat the sound of it. You know, when you're there and you hear a proper race car, you're like, oh.
Yeah, but we run on board now with the number 4 car, Unicorns of Love 2, the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, closing in on Brabham Esports. The gap is just under 3/10 between them, as that sunlight is fading fast there. Still going through the AMG arena, now through into turn number 3, then into the right-hander here at turn 4.
It's a very quick part, that turn 4 and turn 5, and it's all, as you see, the cars running kind of. I was talking about track limits earlier on. Coming out of turn 5 is often where I find I invalidate my laps. It's very easy to run wide there because the tarmac is available. So you try to use as much of it as possible without getting all 4 tyres across the white line.
Yeah, no, 100. Yeah, I completely agree there, Paul. And the shadows now surrounding the Nürburgring. A little bit of a touch on the grass by WPS. That's going to give Kramer Racing Esports, again, right up the exhaust pipe there for the 977. And you can see that WPS is just trying to move from side to side to break the slipstream. Worst pace scenario on the back wing.
Yes.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. And Kramer going towards the outside,
making them round the longest way round.
Yeah, that didn't really quite work out, I'm afraid.
But we have seen that work, haven't we?
We have
already this race, so it is possible. But it's good bit of racing between these two. Because the defensive move, he made the move early to break the slipstream, but then he didn't make any further moves following that. So kept it clean, but he plants his car in the middle of the track, and that's difficult because that's basically making the car following you go, right, okay, are you going left or are you going right? It's forcing them to make a decision.
Yeah, well, now that they've got backmarker traffic again. Now, we know what backmarkers spell.
Challenging.
I got another word.
Go on.
Trouble.
Well, in some cases, yes. In some cases, because they're running their own races, right? And they don't want to lose out to the car ahead. So it's a fine balance between doing that, but also being a good back marker and letting the car through.
Shout out to Wild Things Racing, Collex.gg, 9th position. They, you know what? They showed great prowess in the Honda NSX at Spa, didn't they?
Yes,
midway point of the season. But due to incidents through no fault of their own, they just got caught up in a couple of things. I mean, I still remember them coming through out of Malmedy, following on from Licom and the Camel Straights. They were 3 wide, and I think it was the Door Esports blue Mercedes that was on the inside of them, and they had a clash coming through into Bruxelles, and the Honda just went off. Then had the massive moment at the top of the hill at Hadillon.
We saw a lot of that race, though.
Yeah, we did.
We saw that a lot.
Right. GTWR Go setups now in the pit lane.
Yeah.
And we are, what, 7.5 laps away from hitting the magic century. But Triton Racing still being kept very honest by Williams Esports. And again, over the curbing. It was a little bit messy from both teams there. I must be honest there, Paul. But they're trying to, you know...
They've got quite a few back markers up ahead. They've got 4 cars in front of them right now, not just the one. So this is where... But we are coming up to a pit window, so they might all suddenly disappear and enter the pits, or 1 or 2 of them might do so.
Yeah.
But we can't guarantee it. What a lovely shot, camera shot there of the front wheel of the Williams Esport car.
I love that kind, you know, that's what I love about sim racing. The immersion is so much more in depth. Unicorns of Love, the number 14, have dropped the ball, and they're now in 4th. So GTWR Esports 2 now. I hope we can get a replay of that.
I'm sure we will.
Folks, we're now halfway through.
Wow.
We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Sorry, Smoking Bandit reference. I used that one last week in Portimao. But development. The Unicorns of Love, number 14, now has dropped behind GTWR Esports 2.
And look who's close behind.
Veloce. Who's in the car? Who's in the car?
Veloce are close behind. Unless he get a flag for car 100 at the moment, dropping down the order.
Arnage competition. Arnage competition.
Oh.
And that was the moment. It was through the chicane. Well, behind the wheel of that car, the number 14 was Dennis. Oh, no. You know what they say about lightning striking twice? It's done it for Dennis Schoeninger. He was the one that had the brake pedal failure at Bathurst, and now he's had that through the chicane here at the Nürburgring.
It's Jardier in the Veloce car.
I was just about to say.
Yes.
So, and he's literally right with him. As now Williams Esports.
We've got this battle going on as well, and I just want to say, like, the gap between Williams and Triton went up above half a second.
Yes.
Down again, and it's I'm going to say it again, ebbs and flows.
It's you know what? I'm just going to call you Mr. Pendulum from now on. But no, I mean, you're completely right. You are 100% accurate on that observation.
Yeah.
And now there it is. Oh. There's the move. Jardier up the inside of Unicorns of Love in the Veloce car. They come together. They come together. No. Well held, Jardier. Well held.
Okay, so he's decided to pit. So, I mean, that's, you know, would have been a roundabout now, but it would have been great to have made that move stick and not have the kind. It'll be interesting to see how the stewards view that one.
Yes, that's going to be the biggest question. How are the stewards going to interpret that?
Yes,
because I mean, Jardier was on point. We know when he always brings his A game. He's Mr. Positivity.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
And now Team Racing Point are in the pits. Here's the battle for P9, WPS versus Kramer Racing. And now Williams have extended their lead over Triton Racing as now both of those go into the pits. Now look at this for a camera angle. And this is off of the rear diffuser. You can see all the pickup from the rubber, all the dirt from the circuit, any bitumen that's been laying on it. The attention to detail here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We had to give a shout out to Kunos and also 505 Games for bringing this car, bringing this
sim.
This sim.
Yes.
This ultra realistic sim.
Yes.
I'll be completely honest with you. is one of the ones that I really like. Want to know why? It's easy to get behind the wheel and drive.
I love it. I love it. I love the detail. I love I mean, now as the sun is going down.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? When I'm driving around tracks where the sun is going, I find myself squinting even though it's not real.
That's the thing, your eyes play tricks on you, don't they? Especially in the virtual.
No, I'm like, I can't, like now we're on board, and you can see the reflections on the windscreen of the car, like, and it's beautiful. Again, that gap had opened up and it's closed again. I'm sure now when you know, like it's, these guys are going toe to toe, and they have been for this close racing, what, for the last half an hour, would you say?
More than that, more like 90 minutes.
But it's just, I mean, but the gap had opened up a little bit by that point. But yeah, I mean, it's great. It's really great to see. Right, GTW Esports 2, who just got past Unicorns of Love, are now into the pits. And the SGP team, Car 87, are also into the pits as well. So the interesting thing is, when are Williams Esports and Triton Racing going to make their stops?
Well,
they left it quite late before, both of them, didn't they?
They did. However, folks, another commercial break. We'll be right back. Well, again, another quick commercial break, just to give us a bit of a brief respite call. But now GTWR Esports 2 and Yaz Heat now are in the pit lane. And hopefully we're going to give you the updated virtual standings as they are right now. As Triton Racing have blinked again. Their earlier pit stop, they are on an alternative strategy to Williams Esports, and that could be a very, very different, that could be a telling sign. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go round there at some point and have a look at certain things.
Like track limits and things?
No. Traction control.
Right.
ABS. And the most crucial one, fuel mix.
Right. Yeah.
So from that, so those are three things that we've not really talked about at all in this first, was it, over 3 hours.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the thing, right? And each driver is going to want different ABS settings, different traction control settings. And, I mean, fuel mix, I mean, it definitely comes into play if you want to extend your stint and make it and be as effective as possible in that regard. So, I just sometimes wish that we had a bit more information, like have the tyres been changed on cars, you know. But looking, if we had the pit stop times in front of me, we'd have a kind of an indication whether we think they've taken on new rubber. Grid Finder, Car 8 have entered the pits. They're up into P13 currently. So as the pit stops are shaking out, so I'm expecting them to fall back down into the order, so it's probably a little bit miss.
Right, okay, there. Now I have just looked on some live points calculations. So, Williams Esports, well, we're going to go through the race control thing on the front. 88, that's 15 seconds penalty for contact. I think with car, that would have been with car 14. That would have been Unicorns of Love. But Williams Esports, 124 points. Plays Triton Racing on 117, but that will be updated. So that will mean that Triton Racing will effectively, I think, be on, it will take just a second, they were 4 points. So that was 92 after time qualifying. Add 24, that's 116 points. Williams would be on 127. Unicorns of Love, well, I think they may be resigning themselves to the fact that their race for the title has abruptly been, well,
extinguished.
Yeah, extinguished. I mean, you could say that just an unfortunate, unforced error.
But there's still 2 hours 51 minutes. Any technical issue could still develop, right?
Yes, exactly.
There are, so you can never say never. You're probably right, but there's always a chance that something could happen and change, of course. There's an incoming penalty for car number 4.
Oh, that's the other Unicorns Above car.
Yes. Looks like they've had contact with car 42. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's... well, now, because of their pit stop, Unicorns Above are now in the number 14. And that is Tinko van der Velde. He's grown his hair over the last couple of years, he has. I asked him once, and I said, why have you not bothered to get your hair cut? He said, I can't be bothered to go to the hairdresser, it's too much effort.
Fair enough. So look at this shot behind the Mercedes grille.
Yep.
Fantastic work as we ride on board with the Unicorns of Love 2, car number 4. But like I say, there is definitely an incoming penalty for that team.
Yeah, exactly.
Going through the final corner. And we're now back with the Triton Racing car number 10. So Williams Esports still out there, haven't done their pit stop yet. So which picks Unicorns of Love into P2 for the moment. So we're waiting with bated breath to see when the Williams guys decide to pit and see how that unfolds.
Okay,
Alex.
Yeah, indeed. So with 2 hours and 50 minutes to go, we're going to go to a brief commercial break, and then it'll be back to Matze on the main stage.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want the TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Hi everybody, welcome back on stage. So much for the race for now. You can stay connected to the race if you like via our parallel streams on YouTube and Twitch. Very welcome to do that, but stay tuned right here on the stage as well, because we're going to find out more about Grid Finder now. This is going to be a live podcast recording session right here on stage. So let me please welcome the team of Grid Finder and Sim Sundays podcast. Hello guys, welcome. Good to have you here. Fist bumps. Okay, we prepared here some seats over there.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. Please, have a seat. And now the stage is all yours, which also means all you do, you are fully responsible for. Have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to an incredibly interesting, exciting version of the Sim Sundays podcast. It's new. We've done 20 or so episodes, and here we are live on the stage recording with Lawrence de Souza and Dave Cam, and I'm joined by my co-host Chris from Grid Finder. Hi guys, how's it going?
Hello, good, thank you. Thanks for having me on. This is new and exciting.
This is very new.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a little surreal at the moment that we're actually sitting on stage at the SimRacing Expo, honestly.
Yeah, it's very cool. I mean, the talks that we've seen so far have been great. They've been very interesting. We've been talking a lot about the business of sim racing, where sim racing is going, kind of the link between sim racing and motorsport, etc. It's been great. We're going to do none of that. We're going to do absolutely none of that. We've got these two guys who we're going to ask them to tell us 3 stories. 2 of them are going to be true, and 1 of them is going to be false. And then we're just going to have a bit of fun. I'm kind of excited. We've got Lawrence, Mr. What's the Crack? And we've got Dave Cam, who used to be a policeman, so I'm excited to see what their stories are. But first, how are you guys finding the expo?
Enjoying it. We had a bit of a late start this morning. Well, not this morning. We got in late last night, a couple of drinks last night, so it was a nice, steady beginning to the day. Loving it, though. There's lots to see. I've just circled it like a shark this morning. Yeah, just waiting for my opportunity to have a go on the best equipment, but there's too many people there. But I'll have a go over the weekend, but Really, really good. Love it.
Skipping all the queues? Straight to the front?
Trying to. But no.
That's why Lawrence wore his shirt.
Yeah,
Straight in there. I can get you in there if you want.
Branding. Yeah. I'm not that cool yet.
Lawrence, what have you seen? What have you seen so far that's piqued your interest?
Lots of cool products. A lot of people are kind of stepping up the bar. A lot of companies are kind of doing a lot of research that we weren't really aware of, and they're throwing shapes and kind of changing what they're doing and what we thought they were going to be doing this year and in the coming year. So that's kind of cool.
So last week we spoke, and you said to me, like, I'm just going to go to the expo. I'm just going to be a punter. I'm just going to look around. I'm just going to drive some stuff. I'm just going to relax and go out in the evening. Yeah. I'm not going to record any content. And then I think every time I've seen you, I'm like, hi guys, it's Lawrence de Souza here, and here's another thing from Asatec.
That was my sole intention. I told everyone. I even told you. And then 5 minutes later, I bought a microphone.
I saw him on YouTube with a microphone. He said to me on Discord, I'm not even taking a camera, Dave. I put YouTube on, and he's there with this microphone. I thought, what's he doing?
You can't help it.
It's a maniac.
No, it's been great, and it's great to see so many people here as well. The last couple of days has been the B2B days, so we've kind of had a bit of time, bit of space to walk around, but now it's great to see so many people here. So, should we get into it? Should we get into your stories? We're going to start with Dave, because we figure Lawrence can talk for hours. So what we'll do is we'll go through Dave's stories first, and then Lawrence can just see out the show.
Right. So, I often tell my partner Julie that I have been given equipment for free to test when I've actually spent our money on new sim equipment.
Lying to Mrs.
Well,
Dave
that has
Cam.
to be true.
It has to be. I mean,
I once entered the Indy 500 on iRacing with no practice, literally logged on 5 minutes before the race started. I was streaming and won the race with the help of chat. And when I first, I'm an advocate of clean sim racing. Mm-hmm. No punting, no dive bombing.
Yeah.
But when I first started racing on iRacing, I was suspended for a week for intentionally wrecking someone.
Ooh. Would that, I mean, if that's true, would that be an exclusive? Because you are kind of the face of clean racing. Right? I mean, your videos, if you see dirty racing, I mean, you make it known. You name and shame.
Oh, yeah.
You're like putting out the iRacing IDs on there for people to troll, right?
Yep.
What do we think?
Ooh. Interesting. I don't know. Like, I don't know, what do you think? There was a little bit of a pause before the third one.
Yeah, there was, wasn't there? I think it's because maybe you're embarrassed by it.
It is a little embarrassing. It is a little embarrassing.
Okay, let's process of elimination. The first one, 100% true.
It has
the first
to be
one,
true.
Yeah.
Like,
that just seems like a normal thing.
And you rattled that one off first, right?
Yeah. So you lie about the price of stuff, or you withhold information. It's completely different to lying, right? You just...
I mean, tell an alternative truth.
Yeah.
You're not in uniform, you can tell us.
It's all right until you get found out. You can lie all you want until you get found out. And stupidly, I forget to hide boxes.
Receipts.
And then sometimes forget that, we do have an account that's shared. So she can actually see what I spend.
So, I mean, Julie, Mrs. Dave Cam, is in the audience somewhere.
She's
so we
over
can
there,
see if we can get like a thumbs up or a thumbs down, whether or not that's true. Okay. Insider information over here. So remind us of the second story.
The second story was I entered the Indy 500 on iRacing with no practice, not knowing anything about IndyCar. Started the stream, signed up 5 minutes before the race started. Mm-hmm. So it was the once-a-year Indy 500.
A lot of detail
and won
here.
the race.
You won the race.
Won the race.
So I also...
With the help of chat.
I also believe this one because it's a different class in iRacing, right? So you had a different rating. And you are a good driver. And chat is tremendously helpful when it comes to stuff like that. So I kind of believe that one as well. I don't know. I mean, it's a great story.
I mean, we can ask for details and see if he crumbles with the details.
See, it was live on stream, and I think I might have seen it at some point.
On Twitch.
Oh, okay.
This was live on Twitch.
On Twitch.
When I used to stream on Twitch.
Oh, so a while ago. Okay.
What were your tyre pressures?
I don't know. It wasn't ACC. I didn't pay attention.
Can we ask the audience?
We can ask the audience. What do we think? Story 1, 2, or 3?
Which one's the lie? 1, 2, or 3?
2.
There's a 1,
3,
3, a
2, 3, 3. There's a lot of threes.
I saw one over there as well. They were helpful.
Remind us.
A nice mix, just like we.
So remind us of the third story.
The lie. So when I first started iRacing, I was banned or suspended for a week.
So this was in 1990.
This was in 2017.
Yeah.
And I was suspended for a week for intentionally wrecking somebody on the last lap in the Global Mazda at Okayama.
Ooh.
Wow.
The specifics now have me a little bit thrown.
Mm-hmm. Why did you do it? Why did you do it, Dave?
Because he punted me earlier on the race.
Oh, okay.
Retaliation.
Classic
revenge. And it was a revenge punt.
Yeah.
100% revenge punt. And I am ashamed of it.
Yeah.
I am ashamed of it. Don't do it.
Have you got the footage of this?
No, I didn't stream it or anything. That was before
this is pre-stream.
I started streaming. So I'd literally just found iRacing, sim racing. I didn't know you couldn't do that. I thought that would have been all right. But I did lose my mind for half a lap and caught him and punted him.
Did you get like DMs in the chat afterwards?
No, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. I got
Poor
the email,
guy just
got the email
broke
from
down.
iRacing. I was invited to explain what happened, and I couldn't.
To who? Was there like a panel?
To the stewards at iRacing. They send you an email.
Oh, really?
So the stewards send you an email inviting you to talk about what happened.
I don't know if they do that. I think they just suspend you, don't they?
No.
I like the idea of you have to walk into an office and there's a row of people.
They just you just.
I'm a clean driver, so I wouldn't know. So you're gonna have to.
Well, that's the one and only. I've been protested before.
Yeah.
But that's the one and only time that it's been serious enough to suspend me.
All right. What do you guys think? I think I've changed my mind slightly.
Have you? What? How? Why?
I think that was quite convincing. I think the second one is harder to believe. I'd be delighted if it's true. He's either sold me the greatest lie and thrown me.
I mean, isn't there quite a lot to know about IndyCar? The IndyCar has some very kind of like technical things that you need to kind of practice in terms of setup, etc.
Weight jackers. I didn't know anything about weight jackers.
He knew nothing about weight jackers.
Chat told me. About
weight jackers.
And
but then how did you have your weight jacker button mapped? That's what I want to know. Now, I reckon it's number 2.
Yeah, number 2 is the lie.
I think it's number 2. Yeah.
So we're going 2? 2?
I'm voting 2. What do we have in the audience out here?
2?
Still got a 1.
Oh, everyone's saying 2.
Okay, we're
2.
convinced.
Dave?
The lie is that I was suspended on iRacing. I've never, ever deliberately punted anybody ever.
That would wreck your brand.
Yeah, definitely.
That would completely wreck.
So sorry everyone, but I did win the Indy 500 with 5 minutes practice, and chat was telling me when to pit, what strategy, adjusting the weight jacker because that adjusts the balance of the car. I didn't know anything about IndyCar.
And you've kind of messed up my mind a little bit because I was thinking, well, the first one's the truth, but it's not. It's also a lie. So the lie was a truth, but actually the story is a lie. So lied to Mrs. Dave Cam.
Yeah, and I have hidden the fact that I've bought equipment and told Julie that I've been sent it for review. One of the big things was a Simucube 2 Pro wheel. So it's like £1,000 disappeared out the bank account.
Yeah.
Oh no, Julie, it was sent to test.
I won the Indy 500.
Yeah, I've just been disqualified on iRace. Give us a break. But yeah. But I don't do that anymore. Julie, I don't do that anymore.
By the way, the
like
Dave Cam and Mrs. Dave Cam relationship on Twitter.
We are.
It's my favourite iRacing couple. Probably the only iRacing couple I know, if I'm being honest. But by default, you should follow Mrs. Dave Cam on Twitter, Dave Cam on Twitter.
It's like that.
I like how they just give each other,
But when we're not on social media, it's like that 24/7. So we know we can take it. So doing it publicly, that's fine.
Nice. Okay, right. Lawrence, are you ready? Have you rehearsed your stories?
I still can't believe you got me.
Sorry, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, well done. Well played. Well played. That's twice today you've got.
It is. I've got you done it
Check
twice.
his Twitter. Okay, so my first story is that I was once selling someone a car and they wanted to know if it could drift. So I did what any person trying to sell a car would do. I drifted the car in front of a squad car, in front of the police. And I got away with it. The police car didn't even pull me over. That's my first story.
Sounds a bit Fast and the Furious movies, but...
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
The second story is that the first time I did my driving test, I passed it the second time. The first time, I failed my driving test because they said I was too distracted because I was talking too much.
True.
Right, move on.
Yeah, sold.
Easy.
Move on.
I love the idea of you just making small talk with your examiner as you're going round.
In my head, I pictured him with a phone camera. Like, hey, we're live.
We're live at my driving test.
Yeah.
He's like, if you could just take a left now. No, we shouldn't go down there. We should go down there.
And the third story is that I once won a car at work.
Oh.
So,
what kind of car?
a Toyota Yaris hybrid in 2016.
What color?
Silver. It was silver.
Did you keep it?
Was it?
No, I took the money.
Took what?
Wait,
you
so
mean
you won a
took the
car?
money? Did you keep the car?
No, they offered a money prize. As
Oh,
an
you never
alternative.
said that.
Oh,
You was
okay.
confused.
Oh,
Then.
okay.
So, all right. So money
No,
on the car.
Yeah. But I won the car is like better than I won money.
How much money?
€22,000.
Real quickly, what was the car that you were drifting at the beginning?
A R33 Skyline.
Right.
But it was a non-turbo, so the guy wasn't convinced. I was like, it can drift.
All right. Okay.
That sounds like a scene out. You know the Sim Racer movie? I don't know if it's out yet or if it's coming out. There's been this big thing about the Sim Racer movie coming out. This feels like a scene from that.
Yeah, it could be. Couldn't it? Yeah.
It was like it was pitch black. It was about 12:30. Like it was like nearly 1 a.m. No cars around. A little bit wet.
Except the squad car.
And I'd put the squad car, but I didn't see him until the last minute. I'd put tires from another car onto it because I didn't want to sell a car with good tires and good wheels and all that. I wanted to keep the wheels. So they were plenty slippy and all that. So actually it was dry. And we were just drifting a couple of roundabouts, a lot of roundabouts near my house.
Don't try this at home. We don't endorse this on the Sim
Don't
Sundays
endorse it.
podcast.
Keep it on the track.
Very illegal.
Keep it on the track.
And as far as my wife is concerned, this never happened, right?
Well, it might have never happened. You could lie, but so you're telling us.
How would she find out?
Nobody watches my content.
The internet is temporary.
No one's watching.
So you're saying that you took the wheels off the car, put the wheels back on the car,
Yeah,
showed
put
him the
different wheels.
drift, and then put the wheels.
No, I sold the
again?
car with those bad tires.
Okay.
And so he bought it. He was impressed enough by your drifting ability
He
to
bought
buy
it, yeah,
it.
there
See,
it
that's
is.
where I'm not so sure.
So
Yeah, you wouldn't.
we were,
Would you? You wouldn't buy a car if you knew it had been driven.
we
by this
were
guy.
going broad sideways around the roundabout, and I did see headlights in the distance, but it was a big roundabout. Came back around, and I saw the headlights. But in Ireland, the squad cars at the time had a big strip along the side, the reflective strip. And we saw the reflective strip, and he was like, "Oh, and I kind of indicated, straightened up, went off this little country road, looked in my mirror, and the squad car went the other way.
Oh, so it didn't pull you over?
Didn't pull me over.
Right.
Interesting.
Okay.
You're going to go and have a word with your Irish counterpart.
Yeah. Was it night?
Night time. Yeah.
Night shift cops.
Yeah, but who's buying a car at
Exactly.
midnight?
Oh, that's a
night
good
shift?
point.
That is a good point, actually.
And then so you're drifting around this roundabout,
Yeah.
and you turned on your blinker to turn.
Blink.
To,
Oh, yeah, straighten
pretend
up.
like, I'm just
Yeah.
turning. It's okay.
Always
in
think
the middle
safety.
of.
Think safety when drifting. You've always got to be safe.
Oh, I'm going to switch directions.
You've always got to let other motorists
Think
know
bike.
when your drift is going to come to an end.
Yeah.
I am also a skilled driver, like my colleague here.
Okay, so that's the first story. I
don't buy that.
I'm not sure.
Nobody would buy a car. Although I went to Scotland and bought a Fiat 20-valve coupe at midnight. He picked me up and I drove up there and
Did you do any
Interesting.
drifting
Sounds
around
sketchy.
roundabouts?
No, I didn't know. I didn't do that. I didn't do any wheel spins or.
Remind us of the second story.
The second story was, which order did I do them in?
Uh-oh.
Just tell
Here
us
we
the
go.
lie.
It's all falling apart now.
No,
Single thread. And it all comes apart.
I'm trying to think.
The second one's a lie.
Or else I'm selling you guys a lie again.
Again?
What was that?
Again?
What was my
really
second
only
one?
talked about the first one.
And what was my third one?
Driving test.
Driving test.
I failed my. I thought it was the other one winning the car that I was second.
No, that was the last one.
So failed my driving test for chatting too much. So
What were you chatting about?
just everything, just about. So I had in my driving lessons with the I had a driving instructor who was very chatty. So we were constantly, and I did it in that car. I didn't own a car at the time. and I was just chatting that because I didn't know the town where we were and stuff, and I was nervous. Like, it meant a lot to me to get a driving license. I had a motorbike before that, and it's a different license. Got in the car, and I was doing lots of chatting, and there were little things as a result of the chatting, like you have to do a corner reverse. Like, I don't know if you have to do it in the UK test as well. Yeah. You have to do a corner reverse, and the instructor said that I was looking in my mirror too much, and I was chatting, I was distracted, and that was one of my major flaws. You're allowed like 2 or 3 major something, and that I was just, in general, like I was kind of coasting on the, like when we were going at junctions at hills, I wasn't putting up the handbrake soon enough. I was kind of using the clutch to keep the car.
There's almost too much detail here.
There's
a lot of detail.
Right. There is.
Lady doth protest too much, I think.
What car was that in?
A Ford Fiesta, 2004 Ford Fiesta.
So that's a lot of detail.
Did he not warn you about that before? Did he not say, stop talking, Lawrence?
No.
You've never heard that
before?
He was
very...
Has anybody ever said that to you?
No. He was extremely chatty. My driving instructor was.
He was chatty and you were
chatty.
Yeah,
and then he failed you because you were chatty?
No, my driving instructor...
Imagine that car, though, with him and somebody else chatting. Can you imagine?
No one's listening to anything.
That is a lot of chat. That is a lot of chat.
My driving instructor didn't do the test. It was a different tester. So,
well, he couldn't do the test.
But I had to
rent it. That would be cheating.
Yeah. So I had a lesson about an hour before my actual test, and my driving instructor had to be there anyway because I was using his car. Because rather than stepping into a new car, because I'd never driven, a proper car, so that was the one I'd done 10 lessons in, and that's what happened.
There's so many details.
Is that one a lie, though?
Which one was that?
You were clearly in the interrogation branch of the police, weren't you?
I
you nearly had him
interviewed one or two people, Lawrence, in my time.
Has Lawrence got any tells? You know how like people have like the little twitch?
A little bit.
Like a little
bit.
Blink.
He has got something. I don't know if he's aware of it, but he has got something.
What was the third one?
He smiles when he's telling a lie. He smiles.
But he's always smiling.
He's trying not to now.
The final one was that I won a car.
That you won? Oh, but you
won
took
a
the
car.
money.
But you took the money instead.
Where did you work?
With EMC. They're now.
You won it from work, you said, right?
It was So there are like thousands of people in the company, and there's like a monthly thing that you pay into, and I was only with the company 3 months, so it was the 3rd month that I was in this draw of like 3,500 people or something like that, and I won the top prize. There are like other prizes as well. Like there's a €5,000 prize, a 1,000, and a couple of €100 prizes, and I was just working. And we had 2 offices spread out, like there's like 2 campuses. The draw takes place in the main campus in the large cafeteria and stuff.
There's a lot of
I'm just putting in more detail for you guys.
But so you won the car and you opted for a cash prize.
Yes.
Was that to the equivalent value of the car, or was that
effectively
another prize? And what happened to the car?
So the dealer just sells the car then. So the dealer, the dealer ends up.
I'll just sell it.
The dealer ends up giving you a cash alternative, and the cash alternative is less than what the car would retail.
I'm not having that. I don't think.
Do you know what?
Do that.
The only thing that
I don't think they would do that.
I actually have a funny feeling that when Lawrence came on the Sim Sundays podcast previously, I think you told that story. There were a lot of stories. Obviously, we had to split your episode into several acts. I think it was in part 7. I'm sure that's when you might have actually mentioned this story before.
I'm not buying that.
But if that's the lie, then I'm going to it's very obvious I wasn't listening. I must have tuned out at some point.
So, and this is not a lie. I did not tell you that story.
Oh,
not that one.
I'm not buying that. I don't think the garage would offer a prize and then just, we'll just sell it.
Yeah, if you offer money, they're not going to be like, well, we'll give you less since you opted for the
we'll
You are loving this. Look at you. You're absolutely loving us having us wrapped around your little finger
here. I could see the companies, like you picking the second highest prize and then giving the other person the chance of the car. I could see that, but not the garage just saying, sell it.
Yeah,
it's all part of the agreement of the prize.
I'm not having that one.
So what
I'm not having that one. I think that's a lie. I think that's a lie.
You think 3's a lie?
I don't know. I don't really believe that a test drive in drifting around a roundabout and turning on a blinker to get out of it and try to fool the cop. I don't believe that one.
Okay, so we've got the driving test. Sorry, so in order, we've got the drifting, the driving test, and you won the car.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we think out of those 3 stories? What are we thinking? 1, 2, or 3?
Which one's the lie?
Yeah, which one's the lie?
For me, I'm I think the car is the prize, the winning the car.
I don't know. I still think it's number one.
But Lawrence might not know what happened to the car, though. He maybe doesn't care. Just show me the money.
I made a profit on the car.
Oh, you know what this is? Actually, do you know what I think this is? I think this is going to be like, of course I didn't fail my test first time. I passed the second time. The second one's a lie. Okay, I'm going to go with 2 for that reason.
You think 2's a lie?
I'm going to go 2.
Yeah, I was either between 1 or 2. 2 or 3, sorry.
So, okay.
I still don't believe the drifting for a test.
So 1. Okay, so we've got a 1, a 3, and a 2.
I think Lawrence would drift a car, though,
yeah, so do I.
to make a sale.
So do I. Okay.
I think Lawrence would drift a car.
It's all about the sale.
Do you want to reveal all? Which one's the lie?
Yeah.
Which ones have you chosen?
We all chose a different one.
Yeah, we've all chosen different ones, but I'm going 2.
You guys are going to have to agree.
Okay.
Okay.
We need help.
What do we have in the crowd?
1, 2, or
out
3?
here?
Anyone? We got 3 over there.
Okay.
3. Oh, everyone's thinking 3.
Everyone's thinking 3.
2. Oh, 2.
Okay.
Okay. Ah!
Now it's even.
Right, should we go 3?
So everyone believes that you would drift a car, or
Yeah, that one is out of contention.
I mean, a lot of people watch my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It happens.
Okay, we're going 3. We think you never won the car.
Yeah.
Let's go 3.
Let's do this.
So, you guys did a great job because the answer was number 2.
I knew it. Because of course you passed first time, right?
Number 2. And you know what's so funny is that your lie is so similar to my lie.
Right.
Like, I failed the driving test because of something. You punted someone because of it's like they're driving related thing.
So did you pass first time or second time?
Passed first time.
I kneue it. I knew that's what this was about.
Yeah.
Don't listen to him. Useless at this.
I passed
That's
first
why I'm not
time.
a cop anymore.
Yeah.
You've been sim racing too long.
Yeah.
And since that day, I have not skidded a car on the road because it was too close.
I bet the heart was beating just a little fast.
Oh my God!
When you realized,
and the guy in the passenger seat was like, "Oh my God!"
Was it a full-on drift then? Like a
full-on broad sideways,
full up
tire smoke.
drift.
so he bought the car.
Excellent.
He probably just felt bad, and he's like, "Now I have to buy the car."
No, well, like he ended up leaving, and he was like, "Well, what if I get pulled over on the way home?" But he was kind of going like an obscure way. He lives out the country and stuff like that. I was saying, "Well, the car is still in my name anyway, and if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. It's nothing on you." So that was stupid. I was young and stupid, but I learned my lesson. Learned my lesson.
And the car, you won the car.
I won the car, yeah.
Been there 3
Yeah,
months.
my third time there. Everyone else was sickened.
And you took the car or the cash?
I took the cash instead, yeah, and invested in some JDM cars. So
incredible.
Nice.
That's dream.
Wow.
That's absolutely amazing. I'm still picturing myself test driving a car and being like, "Hey, can you drift this real quick to see if it, will?"
Do you want to buy my Porsche?
Oh, I actually kind of like that one over there.
Does it drift?
Does it drift? Can you switch the tires before we do?
Yeah.
So, what are you guys looking forward to doing for the rest of the weekend here at the Expo?
Meeting more people. Love speaking to people about sim racing. That's why we're all here. It's a common interest that we all have, and speaking about it comes naturally to all of us, I think. We all share the passion and the weird little hobby that is sim racing. So yeah, spending more time here, looking at some equipment, which I haven't had time to yet, but speaking to people, meeting people. Yeah.
Have you had a lot of people that watch your channel come up and say hi?
Yeah, loads, which is bizarre. It's surprising. I've built up quite a following, but I don't really pay any attention to it really. And then when somebody comes up and recognises you, you think, oh my word, crikey, he knows who I am.
Yeah.
You forget sometimes that you're on YouTube, so it's a bit bizarre. So I want to do that and then try and take some more covert photographs of Lawrence eating sausage rolls.
He's going to be hiding
general
in rigs
pastries.
and just ducking behind corners.
I got one earlier on, so
you.
I will. There was another opportunity which I passed up on. I felt guilty. I thought it was putting a sausage roll in his mouth over there. Took a photograph, but then later on, he was doing something else. I thought, should I? No, that might turn into bullying.
It would be a battle between how you can capture each other in the
exactly. So I've started it now. So I fully expect Lawrence to step up and catch me doing something.
And you have to create more images, more material for Lawrence's incredibly dedicated Discord community. They need meme material.
Oh, yes.
At this point now, I almost want to walk around and take photos and just put it on the Discord and see what
out.
they
Do
come
with
up
them
with.
what you will.
Feed them.
This is art. Lawrence, what are you here to see?
kind of similar chatting to people.
I thought you were about to say Dave.
Yeah.
I'm actually going home now.
It's great to chat to, you don't just have access to people who work at a company. You've access to the CEOs of companies. You've got lots of people who are aspiring content creators as well. And it's great to chat to them, hear their story, and meet other people who are in a similar field as well, doing their content creation. And it's just fun to get their perspective on stuff, listen to people talk about product, what did you think of this, what did you think of that, I guess soak that all in. I know it's very much a hardware, showcase, but it really is a people event, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
One thing that I would really love to do if I was to have a target for the next 24 hours, I'd like to speak to more people on the software side of things. Because I've already been here a couple of days. I've been around to all the different stands and stuff. And I'd love to have, just speak to people from iRacing, LFM, BeamNG. I'd love if there was representation from a lot of the apps that we use, like, Crew Chief, ACC, or AC Content Manager, some stuff like that. It would be really cool to have access to those people. So hopefully in future events we can do that.
Are you sure? Sorry, are you sure it wasn't two that was true?
I would love to one day get Crew Chief on the podcast, but the only problem I would have is I get a little bit of PTSD from hearing his voice, because I usually hear his voice in the context of I've just done something wrong.
Yeah.
Flag, or somebody is catching me. So to have to listen to that voice for like a full 45 minutes, it might make me a little bit anxious. But this has been, the SimRacing Expo has been great for that exact reason, right? Getting to speak to some very cool people. So we had, just before this, we spoke to Thomas Jackmeyer of Fanatec, incredibly cool guy, and he showed us around his 25 years of Fanatec thing, and we were kind of nerding out over the Command and Conquer Red Alert control pad that they have, which is freaking awesome. And then I did my first fanboying over a streamer. And you were there, Dave. I'm sorry, it wasn't you. It was David Samsoid. So Samsoid is the first sim racing channel I ever saw ever. And I was stuck at sea for like 4 months, going between like Qatar and the Mediterranean. And whenever I got signal, I would like download some YouTube videos to watch, like in my cabin, just when I had time off. And one of them that was recommended to me was a Samsoid video. And I didn't know what sim racing was at this point. And I watched this Samsoid video. I was like, oh, this is cool. iRacing, never heard of it. Is it like Gran Turismo? So next time I got signal, I downloaded like gigabytes worth of Samsoid stuff, watched all of his stuff. Then I came across Dave Cam stuff and like watched all that. And it kind of got me into sim racing. So when I hit land, I had this the Thrustmaster waiting for me and all that. So seeing him today was very cool. But walking around the expo hall, there's so many interesting people. And I kind of liked how you put it, Dave, like our weird little hobby. We're kind of all part of one community,
I've always
right?
been a motorcyclist, and I always found whenever I went on a bike meet, or you had that camaraderie, and it was like a brotherhood. And I get a very, very similar vibe with sim racing. We're all here for the same thing. Nobody needs to speak about why we're here. It's just we all just chat and talk and get on, no matter what simulator you like or what brand you're a fan of. We're all here for the same reason, aren't we?
Are you sure that doesn't matter?
It depends what sim. SEC.
There, I got you back.
Yeah, thanks.
Give the sponsors.
You're going a bit red there.
Yeah, you'll pay for that one.
How was so we need to let's get some insider information here. How was the streamer dinner last night? So you went out with Random Call Sign, Jardier. I saw that picture of you all. What did you chat about? Was it force feedback and tire models?
Nothing remotely sim racing or streaming related. It was all just kind of getting to know each other. Yeah, it was good fun. We had a few beers last night as well. Yeah. Just wanted to make Dave's day even longer after he missed his flight. And
You missed your flight?
Well, no, we didn't miss the flight. The flight missed us.
Oh, okay.
So we flew from Manchester to...
That's a lie.
Manchester,
got buzzers.
Manchester to Frankfurt, and we got there 5 minutes before the plane was due to leave, and it had gone. And I says, "What do you mean it's gone?" It's gone. Like, what do we do now? We're in Frankfurt, so they give us a ticket. You might be able to get a train.
Oh, did you get a train?
No.
Oh.
I hired a car. Instead. I thought the easy thing is just to hire a car. Frankfurt, drove down. So we didn't get here till about 5:30 last night. So I missed that dinner, so we just had dinner in the hotel.
And last night, he told me this whole story. And then, like, 5 seconds later, Julie goes, You should have used that for one of your truths and lies.
I should have done. Yeah, I should have done. She's too wise. She's too wise for me. She's the brains in the operation, I tell you.
Awesome.
But it's been good so far. Tonight, hopefully have a couple of drinks and meet some more people, and same again, hopefully, tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping to get a couple more of the CEOs for the podcast, just so that we can line up some real interesting conversations. Because we're creating this mini series of all the different interviews that we're doing here, and then we're also going to release, the full podcast that's we're doing right now, technically. And some of the stuff that's been coming out of these conversations is more interesting than the sim racing stuff. It's like their journey, how they went through the mindset of being a CEO of just this little hardware company. And I started in my garage, they'll say, and I just started welding together pipes and trying to figure out how I can make my own sim rig. And then all of a sudden my friend wanted one, and then it got bigger and bigger from there. It's so interesting to hear these stories.
And that's actually a great point, because one thing that I've noticed, because I've been chatting to a lot of CEOs, one thing I've really noticed is that nobody wants to just do what the others are doing. Everybody wants to engineer their way to a solution that's unique and different.
Yeah, there's never let's go spy on these guys.
Yeah,
so
it's a very healthy. So even if they want to do something that's similar, they want to do it in their way. So obviously their IP is very, very important to them. But just even the way they're speaking, it's like, I've had 2 or 3 of the CEOs say to me, it's no fun to just copy what somebody else is doing. You have to do it your own way, and you have to do it better. And I think that holds true for sim racing as well. If you're chasing a car and you do exactly what they do, you're going to make all the mistakes they make as well.
That's interesting. That's a good point.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're better to get in front of them. If you keep following them, you're never going to get ahead of them.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank you for
time.
having me.
Thank you for coming on the stage. It's been a lot of fun. Bit of comic relief between the sessions. So
still don't believe that car.
It happened. There was one witness. If there was no witness,
one witness.
The guy who bought the car.
Okay. There was one witness, which worries me.
There were
now there are no witnesses. Yeah,
I'm going to miss that car.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate you guys coming on the show, and we've had you on the show. We would love to have you again. We need to get you on the show.
Again.
And again. Oh, yeah, I wasn't there. I was unable to make that show.
You were on a holiday, I think. You were in
Hawaii.
Hawaii,
I was. It was a terrible time.
I don't feel too bad that you missed it, to be honest.
I would love...
To be honest, you didn't really miss much.
No. Well, I basically made that show feel very uncomfortable from the start by opening the show by saying, Dave, last time I saw you was in McDonald's. And Dave was like, I've never met you before. I was like, no, I saw you. In McDonald's. You were just eating, I was just watching.
Yeah, in the car park. Julie and I were in the car park in McDonald's, and then I got a message from you saying, I saw you in McDonald's car park eating your breakfast, didn't you?
You were at McDonald's
I didn't even see him. He was just watching me eat a hash brown.
Yeah, you just picture him in the car.
Yeah, just waiting.
Like the behind the steering wheel, just kind of looking over the top.
At least he didn't take a photo.
Exactly. Yeah, I know it would do that though. It would take a photograph of somebody eating. Not me.
Well, we really appreciate, once again, thank you for joining us on the stage. This has been a very surreal thing that we got to do this. And Tom, obviously, we have the Sim Sundays podcast. It's released on Sundays, every single Sunday at 8 p.m. UK. We stream it live to YouTube, and then we also put it on all the podcast services out there. So if you'd like to see it live, tune in on YouTube. If you don't want to, then go ahead and Spotify, Apple Music, Google Podcasts, and a bunch of those smaller ones as well.
Yeah, the weird ones.
And we'll see you for the next episode, hopefully. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
I think we...
Wait, we leave?
work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want the TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2022. That was a really interesting podcast there, and we learnt one thing really, that Dave Cam is just a liar. It is what it is. Not only do we have the SimRacing Expo happening this weekend, we also have Virtual Le Mans taking place at Sebring, the 500 miles of Sebring. And well, I have the pleasure to tell you that we have the first 30 minutes or 30 minutes of action from there happening right now. So I'm going to disappear, enjoy some racing.
In the top two positions. But then why were they running in the top two positions? Was it because of the speed? Because they would have had less fuel in the car.
That's why they were very aggressive at the start.
Exactly, exactly. It's kind of like, it's a strategy which can work. It's a strategy which it's very easy to say at this point is a silly idea. It's an aggressive idea, but this is an aggressive race, right? This really, really is. It's 4 hours, 500 miles. It is absolutely brutal with the bumps, with the way the race goes, with how brutal this track is generally, and you've got to race the track as much as your other competitors. So, yeah, it could work.
For a team that started third, it seemed a strange call, but they are the experts in the cars, and it makes, I'll tell you what, it makes for a very interesting race, doesn't it? We always love to see, oh, there we go. Is that Pescarolo side by side with, Axel. Haven't seen much of Axel in this race, but we will do now, and they make a move for 17th place. just about saved the car, though.
My goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, coming up through
Le Mans.
up through Bishop, up towards Le Mans. I mean, it's a risky part of the track. It's a great overtaking opportunity if you're brave enough. But of course, anyone will remember the World Endurance Championship here earlier on in the year, they'll remember Lopez's crash going into Bishop. It's a risky corner. A bit of a lock up there coming down into Sunset from the centerline axle. That is so easy to do over those bumps. You're turning, you're resting it down on the brake pedal, and it can be sometimes a little bit too much. It's the battle for the race lead. If you're going to ask me about one car that's been looking very, very impressive today, I've got to say that 77 has been looking very, very fast indeed. Collins behind the wheel. They're on the aggressive strategy as well, aren't they?
Yes, they're both the Protons came in.
Yeah.
So these guys really should just work together now. I mean, they won't do themselves any favours fighting with each other. So we're out of sync, aren't we, in the order here? SF Velas and Proton are leading, but we expect them to be in the pits one more time. So at some stage, they're going to drop back and are going to be the ones chasing. That'll be towards the end of the race. It looks like the AMG cars have done well strategy-wise as well, particularly the Petronas 63 car. Really closed the gap to Team Redline and has kept that gap at 1.5 seconds ever since. So great performance from them so far, and on to fight for a podium.
Yeah, when we speak of recovery drives, realistically the 63 AMG Team Petronas Esports has been on a recovery drive for the season. Started out without being classified even in the first round after some issues during the race. Then they finished in 8th, and then of course they won the last round, looking to move their way up. But don't forget AMG Team Williams were won in 5th position. They did win this race last year, which put them into championship contention, a championship which they did not win, and they missed out by the most painful of margins.
Remind us.
Half a point. That is, again, brutal. They took it very well, bless them. But they'll want to come back, they'll want to win, obviously.
Here we can see this is the battle for 5th place, RHG Redline, and ahead of that is AMG Williams. So we ride on board with 7th place. And RHG, the car that initially qualified on pole position here, can it get some places? It's, I'd say, taking a patient approach to the race so far. The Porsches look very hard to beat today. 1 and 2 for them. You wouldn't expect that. They've only got one podium between them, which came with a 3rd place at round number 2 for the 23 car, which leads the way so far. None for the number 20, but that could be about to change. That said, that is ahead in the championship after a very consistent season in the top 5 in all 3 rounds so far. Here we watch the RHG car, though, the number 8. After being very quick yesterday, it looks like it's getting a little bit closer to making a move here, but Team Redline does have the toe of the AMG Williams car ahead, and that seems to just be keeping RHG at bay so far. Yeah,
Brzezinski was way out wide going through Sunset and is struggling a little bit. Back to the battle between Collins and Stoltz at the front of the GTE field, as that was Williams and Arnage trying to slot the gaps one way. Or it might not have been the Williams, it might have been potentially even the Alpine. Certainly was. I just saw blue and was like, boom. But no, completely wrong there. Battle for the race lead, though, now, in GTE.
Now, Sim Maranello are going quicker than the 2 leaders.
Which I don't know if they would have changed tyres on that stop or what they would have done. But obviously they would have done something slightly different in the pit. And I believe they would have still taken tyres. They're not as far out ahead as I would expect. So I'm not 100% sure as to why they're struggling on pace right now.
Sim Maranello are the quicker team, 158. Marla are the quickest team last time round, 158.1. Brilliant lap from them.
Who's behind them?
D'Alessandro is in the car for them, who qualified for them yesterday.
Plenty fast enough driver on R52. Again, normally in open wheels, but still, you can wrestle around a GT. They did get used to driving the LMP last year, didn't they?
Yes.
Before moving into the GTE category, which I think I've got to say is a wise call, because obviously Marla in this are run by BS Competition. For BS Competition to then have 2 cars in the GTE category rather than spreading themselves out between GTE and LMP, I think it's a very wise call.
Makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? Now, it looks like Panis Racing Team, unfortunately, are going to be in danger of losing another place here. They're coming under attack from Next View Van Will Burst. and that is for 8th position. Panis Racing Team trying to hang on to a top 10 finish, or a top 10 place. We're far from the finish of this race, but next few van will burst in the 444 right behind them. This is for the battle for the lead in GTE, but I don't really... Are we going to see a battle between these two, or are they going to work together? The 77 is going to go for a battle down the inside at Sunset Bend, and Proton Coanda take the lead in GTE. Right now it's over to SF Velas to try and respond, Lewis.
I mean, Casper Soltz is so experienced in the world of sim racing. I think he's going to play this one very, very wise, and potentially won't come back on the attack. Again, not losing time, except the fact that, hey, Collins might actually be a little bit faster right now, and that is okay. Use the slipstream, let it pull you along away potentially from Sim Maranello, who are charging right now. I say I'm not sure what the right call is. I will say it now. Obviously, it's very early to say. We are 94 laps away from the end of this race. I don't think this is the right call.
No.
But I will say as well, I've spoken to a few teams today, and almost all of them are in full belief that we will see a full course yellow in this race, or a code 60, 80, whatever it is, in this current pit lane speed limit is. But we will see an intervention during the race.
Okay.
We've had one this season, of course, back in Monza, courtesy of the GR Vector car not being able to get out of gear.
Right.
But not turn off the pit limiter. Sorry. I don't know. It is one way you could see it. If you get a crash around here, normally it'll be a stonker.
Team Redline trying to get past AMG Williams. Jakub Brzezinski in the car for Williams. Diogo Pinto, Marcel Shinchik in the car for R8G. All three of them, you can see absolutely nothing to choose between them there as they hammer the curb through turn number 4 out of 5 now. Coming around Big Bend down to the hairpin. In the tow is Team Redline, and AMG Williams feel the need. Thought they were going for the defensive there, but they are clearing ProDrive in that Aston Martin. Project One by Dua Esports. We saw the gains and losses in GTE. They've done very well out of that first round of pit stops. They have gained 8 places since the start of the race. Absolutely brilliant start to the race for them. So Project One by Dua Esports. They did take a slower stop though, 46 seconds in the pit lane spent for them.
Did Lerner start the car? Did Max Lerner start that car?
Project One by Dua Esports. No, he did not.
No, I did get told. I can't remember. I asked him the question because he's
stop for them.
He's at Sim Expo today.
Oh, they're in the pit lane. Okay, there we go.
He's at Sim Expo today, and he did. I can't remember if he said that he was doing his stint after or before heading back. Well, I think it's after he's been to come back and then do a stint.
Well, they're in the pit lane, and so are Team Fordzilla are in the pit lane as well.
Fordzilla.
Are we coming to the second round of stops now?
Fortunately, we are approaching. We're 4-5 laps away from the second round of stops. I know you've explained it before, but I'm going to say it again. When it comes to the LMPs, the laps that we're looking at, we need them to do 2 23-lap stints and 4 22-lap stints across the entirety of the race. Here comes the move then around the outside. Marcel Chinchik's going for it.
R8G there trying to get round the outside of Team Redline, and Team Redline just covers it off as they come on the exit of the corner. The switchback not working for R8G. Team Redline read exactly what was going to happen and covered it off. R8G a bit ambitious coming into turn 5, just showing the nose down the inside, but not quite able to get through, and all of this playing into the hands of Jakub Brzezinski in that AMG Williams car. He is streaked clear by well over a second of these two now.
There's Chinchik. You can see on your screen a little bit wide there from Pinto. Big oversteer there from Chinchik. I mean, he knows how to wrestle this car. I did commentate once where there was a higher category than LMP. Reading to it what the category was in a league, and he was in LMP2, obviously, and this is the LMP category, but same car, but in that being the second category of the race, and in the wet was actually challenging for the overall race lead in this car. That is how good he is in this. That was when he was racing for Varga Sim Racing, the nature of how that race went. Alas, in this scenario, I think they will be able to catch back up to AMG Team Williams. I don't think it will be a major drama right now, because I think that Brzezinski I think he's struggling a bit. Maybe it's tyres. I mean, it's not the hardest tyre wear circuit track in the world, but you can overdo it quite easily around here. Typically, it's a little bit warm in Sebring.
I don't know if something happened to Alpine there, but it seems like they lost a place in a bit of time with it as well. They've now dropped down to 14th.
I'm struggling with it.
They're not quite the team that we saw at Spa, are they? That were the team that I think we talked about more than anyone else that time. That round, they were the ones playing the alternative strategy. They were on the attack all race, making so many overtakes. And Alpine are very quiet this weekend. Hopefully for them, they can, when we get to their home race at Le Mans, they can be back to their Spa 4.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Roy McDuff did the first ever Le Mans virtual. So we'll see him again in this one, making it 3 for 3.
This is Jas Heat getting down the inside of... Let's have a look. That's a place made for Jas Heat. Is it Pescarolo? That's they've gone down the inside of. It is. So that's a change of 18th place for them as we pick up now BMW Team Redline behind BS Competition. These two have been together pretty much all race. I mean, what a start it was, Lewis, for BS Competition. They were all elbows out at the start and really did gain out of it. And now ahead of BMW Team Redline. We didn't expect them to be the lead BMW at this stage of the race, but they're really holding their own over BMW Team Redline. Yeah,
doing a really super job, the BS Competition team. Of course, Ibrahim Khan behind the wheel, Felix van Delft running the strategy behind the team. Not 100% sure if they're sticking to the standard game plan of 3 stops. They're not really doing too much fuel mileage, but they do have the fuel-saving kings directly behind in Team Redline. So we'll have to wait and see. Out a little bit wide, and Redline with the up and under. I think that was Ibrahim Khan letting the Redline. Not in
Do you think so? I thought that was getting delayed on the exit because of the car on the outside.
I don't think he was fighting that Redline at all. I think, again...
You think that he was lifting off the throttle?
Potentially a little bit. You know, I've done my fair share of racing against Ibrahim Khan. He doesn't tend to lift out the throttle that much, but on that occasion certainly looked like it. I reckon he could have fought that one a little bit harder, at least, at the very least. But also, right now, if you've got Redline behind you, is there need to fight them now? Sit behind them, take their slipstream, use the time to save the fuel. I mean, Ibrahim Khan's plenty faster.
So this is a case of Ibrahim Khan going, right, enough of saving your fuel. It's my turn to save my fuel.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. That's how I would see that one playing out at the moment. One thing is though, is that I mean, Sim Maranello are miles down the road right now, and if they're running that same 3-stop strategy, then yeah, they're already in a really bad spot as we go back to this 3-way fight. So Brzezinski has been caught once again by Diogo Pinto and of course Marcel Chinchik, and someone closing in the background. I do believe David Marokchek is a million miles away, just 2.5 seconds off the rear end of this train.
Yeah, in that 444 car. And then we have Panis Racing, so the 444 is past Panis Racing. They are 2.5 seconds back, and Williams Esports are the next car chasing after Panis Racing. There we see R8G showing themselves in the mirrors of the Team Redline car. Up to Sunset, they take a really wide line through there. Will that give them a good run on the exit? They've got some traffic to deal with. No, they've taken the wide line so that they can get back across the circuit and come into the pit lane. AMG Team Petronas in, Team Redline, both Team Redline cars in. The 8 R8G is in, the 444 is in as well. The cars that stayed out were the 2 Porsche Coanda cars and also the AMG Team Williams car. Panis Racing have stayed out as well, as have Williams Esports.
I'm not sure, I've never had to commentate his maths, I'm not sure on the maths. I think it might have been a stint that was slightly too short, if I'm honest, because Josh Rogers is on his 44th lap, which would mean that he did 22 in the first, and he's aiming to do 22, so I'd expect that Rogers will be in either this lap or the next lap. which then means that everyone else is kind of pitting maybe a lap early. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm not 100% sure, but again, I trust the team's maths more than mine, if I'm perfectly honest.
So do I.
I will say, by the way, if you fancy taking part in this racing, we do, obviously courtesy of our sponsors in Thrustmaster, there is a competition going on. If you're on the Traction YouTube or the Traction Twitch, if you put in !competition, you can read all the information as to how to enter into that competition. You might win yourself a Thrustmaster T128. So
yes.
Get yourselves into the world of sim racing. It will start you on your career path, and then maybe you can go through the Le Mans Virtual Cup and join the Le Mans Virtual Series, as well as our race leader Josh Rogers up the pit lane.
Great pieces of kit to start with as well.
So
right?
good. So when it comes to starting gear, you know, there's always been that thing in sim racing as to what wheel did you start on, what wheel did you start on. And 9 times out of 10, at least at this point in sim racing, I'm not going to say what wheel it is because it is what it is. It's not on brand, but it's the same for most, right? And the T128 is effectively that wheel for the modern generation. It is the best place to have as a starting point, realistically, and at least get that first taste of sim racing without having to, you know, spend $2,500 on a direct drive and going, oh well, this isn't very good, is it? As you get battered off after another corner. The old classics of sim racing. Ups and downs.
Great insight as ever. Porsche Coanda 23 race leader came in. So did the 65 Panis, so did the 53. Now staying out, like last time, the 20 has stayed out for an extra lap.
I think an extra 2 potentially.
An extra 2?
Potentially, because they might do, because I've said before, they need to do 2 23 lap stints and 4 22 lap stints. So if I were them, I'd like get the 2 23 lap stints out ASAP.
Out the way now.
Whilst, you know, you're going through thick layers of traffic. Because when you're going through thick bits of traffic, you actually, if you play your cards right, you save fuel going through it. You're lifting off. You're coasting your way into it, coasting your way through it. So yeah, that's how I would treat it anyway.
Are either of these two teams saving fuel? I wonder, is Yuri Kazdok taking advantage of being behind a Proton Coanda? Yes, just a little bit. We can see the green bar reducing there, the throttle. That was a sign that he was getting off the throttle before applying the brakes. And Oracle Retro Racing makes his way. Okay, Lewis, I think we're going to see something happen to Team Redline here.
Yeah, you can see Pinto directly head on board with Marcel Chinchik. Ooh, that was nasty. Obviously coming down into Cunningham, and it kind of snapped a little bit on the rear and really struggled to arrest that car and slow it down for the corner. So Diego Pinto struggling a little bit. Tyres worn. We're expecting the LMPs to be double. We were expecting the LMPs to be double stinting, so it kind of makes sense. Was that before pit stop or post pit stop though? That's the question. Because if that was on brand new tyres,
then their tyres are very hurt.
That's a big oopsie.
There's our number 20 in, and now we wait and see what the gap is when they come back out on the track in comparison to the number 23. And we have some driver changes now. Lauren Heinrich has jumped in the car of the 23 Porsche Coanda. So driver changes starting to go on up and down the order after 2 stints. And there we can see the number 5 Williams esports car down off the jacks now. And I think we've just had some info there. Lewis, tell us more.
The number 2, we are being told that obviously Diego Pinto's handed over to Luke Bennett, who locked up on the outlap. That was on the outlap. And bearing in mind you're expecting to do an hour and 20 minutes on those tyres. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, LMP driver-wise, this is a perfect round, right? Because it's 1 hour and 20 minutes a stint. 1 hour and 20 minutes a driver in the car, right?
Yeah.
So you're in for a double stint, and then you hand over, and then your teammate does a double stint, and you hand over, and your teammate does a double stint. This is easy peasy. Yeah. You do not want to start your 1 hour and 20 minute stint around here, your only stint in this race, by completely obliterating the tyres 10 corners into the track. That's going to be
What's that a case of? He just stamped on the brakes far too hard.
Cold driver. A little bit. I know Luke Bennett's a quality driver in Redline. Of course, they've just picked up Luke Browning as well from Team Fortilla, of course, the GB3 champion of 2022. I've actually
never heard of it. I'm joking, of course.
That's harsh.
I'm joking.
Never heard of any of the stuff that you commentate on with Sky Sports' own Chris McCarthy.
He's a brilliant driver. He was up for the young driver of the year. We'll find that out tomorrow.
Yes,
if he's got that. So best of luck to him.
Super talent.
He'll win a test in a Formula 1 car, won't he, if he wins it. So best of luck to him.
Can't wait to see where his motorsport career is going to go. Generally, but now we know where his sim racing career is going to go. It's straight over to Team Redline, one of the absolute best teams in sim racing. Of course, Team Fordzilla are a great squad as well, but no disrespect if I had the choice between Team Fordzilla and Redline. It depends if Fordzilla are going to send me a t-shirt or not. But realistically, see you, Rocket. There's another one. They've been sent off by ARC Bratislava, and their luck is not with it today, is it?
Everyone's just piling into the back. They've got a target on the back of their car, haven't they? And ARC Bratislava have cashed in on that one as well. Oh dear. That was not good news for Rocket Sim Sport at all. ARC Bratislava continue on without losing any time. They might do with some damage to that car. Rocket Sim Sport at least have the rear wing of the car attached this time.
Yeah, there is a lot of damage on the front end of the Rocket Sim Sports car. We're riding on board with ARC Bratislava. Now, bearing in mind, again, we only saw a very quick snippet of that incident, but bearing in mind that the car that hit off Rocket Sim Sport earlier did receive a penalty, I would suggest that ARC Bratislava might be in the same camp. That's
a very injured car.
Yeah. I genuinely feel bad for them. No bias inside the team. It's just they are not having a good round. They're running in 23rd, the penultimate position inside the LMP category, just one behind them. And it looks like their difficulties this round are going to grow.
Well, Rocket Sim Sport will have to come into the pit lane now. Porsche Commander in the 23 did another good stint there with fuel, didn't they? 9.4 is now the gap. It went from around 6.5 seconds to 8 seconds. It's now gone from 8 seconds up to 9.1 seconds. So really going in the right direction. Yassi Veloce aren't making the progress we would have expected them to on this alternate strategy, are they? They are unfortunately struggling to make any progress in this race. And they are now trying to get past GR Vector Esport. Will they make a bit of progress here? No, they are catching BMW Team Redline as they make their way down through turn 3 and in towards 4 and 5. Lewis, talk us through this.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at ARC Bratislava, who slapped the 88 straight off the track. Of course, Proton Coanda coming into Le Mans corner, and then this incident that we did see as we come back live. So Rocket straight out of the pit lane, which is absolutely fine, and then ARC Bratislava coming into that kink at turn 2, sending them straight off the road. Yeah, the first one I'm kind of looking at and being like, okay, it is their fault, that is naughty, but also it's kind of like, that's traffic around Sebring, you get those kind of things. That second one is pretty unacceptable.
I think we'll see a trip. I think we're going to see that one's going to be definitely investigated, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them roll down pit lane. There we can see
effects have been off.
Pescarolo, this is the Alpine team, in the blue colours there, making their way down the inside.
I think GR Vector have been off the road because that's how they lost position, of course, to Yassi Veloce. Alpine trying to make up a spot after losing out fair amounts today. They're running a slightly different strategy courtesy of things happening behind the scenes. Not quite as aggressive as they were doing last time. Lehman behind the wheel, though, who has a bit of an issue computer-wise and hopefully getting a 23-lap stint in here and then getting straight out of the car. To avoid any of that potential computer issue jumping into the race and affecting the race. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll just keep the Alpine car in the race, because that is, like I say, when you're having hardware problems, basically, and I have had this before in sim racing. I once did a 24-hour race where we were expecting computer issues for all 3 of our drivers, and you basically sat there being like, fingers crossed, hoping, praying.
So that's it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's like having a car which you think we don't really know if the car's going to hang on, but we'll just send it out anyway and hope for the best. Yeah, no, it's exactly like that. As Pascal have a bit of a slide there. It's exactly like that. You are sat there. There's nothing more you can do. Like I say, you can.
whether it's the computer overheating in this case, you could stick as many fans around it and turn them all on and just hope for the best, hope to get as much of that hot air out of the computer as possible. But there does come a threshold with computers where, particularly in the modern day, they don't tend to like smoke up and fry up and all that kind of stuff. They'll just turn off. Right. There's a lot of safety things on the computer that will stop it from getting that far, and you're just hoping that doesn't happen, because it doesn't matter what you're in the middle of. If the computer's too hot, it will just turn off unless you disable all that, which I would highly recommend not doing.
Someone's gone off the road there. Who was that? That was a Ferrari, wasn't it? That was an SFLS, was it?
Might have been RHG potentially. I don't know. I certainly saw a little bit of blue in there. Could well have been.
Let's keep an eye on the background. As we come onto the Ullman Straight, we might be able to work out who that was exactly.
Smart move, I like that. We'll hope for a really big head-on shot. That's a call to the broadcast director to find something magical on that one. Sorry, Tom.
There we go.
No, because it's all out of focus. Sorry, I've become so critical.
Wow.
With this, and that's how I got sacked from Le Mans Virtual in January. Have a good one, lads.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's keep an eye on the lap times, shall we? That might tell us who has a slow lap next time they cross the line.
Well, speaking of RHG, at least in the LMP category anyway, they are on the attack.
Yes, it was SFLS.
SFLS?
Yeah, 203 last time round for them, 159 for Proton.
Here we are with Fordzilla versus RHG, going a little bit wide down into Cunningham. He brings it back on. Hard tyres being used from Gianmarco Fiducci, but
that's a strange one.
That is not helping them slow down in that occasion. They are pretty tricky when it comes to the brakes. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, has taken over the number 53 at the moment. We do expect driver swaps for the most part in that category.
Now, Lewis, it's going to really hurt is SFLS, because now the gap between them and Sim Marinello is less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're not having a good race, to be perfectly honest. It looks like they are, and it does look on paper like they are. But right now, it's just not fully going to plan. It's a bit of a shame. It does not mean they cannot get a good result. They've got great pace. Cars running well around here, particularly on the Ullman Straight. Anyway. They're looking like they're in a good spot. I'm just, with issues like that, I'm not so sure. I think they probably got sent off by the way to Tower, but still.
Well, we've completed 50 laps, so let's go through the order then, where we sit in this race. Porsche Coanda are 1 and 2 overall. The 23 car, which was on the podium at the second round, 4 Hours of Bonza, leads the way by 8.7 seconds over the sister car, the number 20 car, with Tommy Uskard now in the car for them. Lauren Heinrich is in the number 23, a man who raced in the Porsche Super Cup this year, a Porsche driver, did a brilliant season as well. Tommy Uskard is in the number 20 car, 8.7 seconds back, 4th in the championship so far. Team Redline, our championship leaders, are then in 3rd. They're just under 4 seconds back from the second of the Porsches. AMG Team Petronas Esports are coming through the field nicely. They were winners last time out. They sit P4, P5. The winners here last year, AMG Team Williams Esports. Then our pole sitters from yesterday are next. That is RHG Esports. They're just 6/10 behind Williams. That's the battle you can see on your screen now. Then we have Luke Bennett, who has injured his tyres in the Team Redline car, the number 2 car. Next few Van will burst are next in the 444. Panis Racing are dropping back, unfortunately, in 9th place, and are being caught by the number 5 Williams Esports. The rest of the order: Brabham, Floyd Van Will Burstins, Axel Arnage, Yasik Veloce, Pescarolo, Alpine, RHG after a penalty of 10 places on the grid, then GR Vector Esport, Team Fordzilla, ARC Bratislava have just had that incident, then GR Vector, Rocket SimSport, Mexico had a drive-through at the start of the race. As for GTE, Proton Coanda are leading the way in the 77 from the SF Velas, which did just go off the road. Those two are on a different strategy, though, to the leaders, Sim Marinello. Then they are being chased down by the 2 BMWs, Redline and BS Competition. The gap there, 7.5 seconds, so Sim Marinello in a good place at this stage of the race. Oracle Red Bull Racing coming through the field nicely. They could be in what could be 4th place at this stage, and Proton Coanda are next from D Station, who are going along nicely. Marla have done very well. They were once 16th, they're now 9th, which could become 7th later in the race. P1 Esport next, then Simsa, R8G. ProDrive not showing the form they did, which got them 2 second-place finishes. Dur Esports are next, then InSpeed. Satellite, their home race, has sadly been a bit of a disaster, and that's where we are with now just over 50 laps gone in this race. As for pit stops, we're about 10 or 15 away from LMPs, and we're about 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes away from seeing.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want the TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Hey everybody, welcome back on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo. My name is Matt, and I hope you enjoyed this nice little joyride to the virtual Le Mans conference. Same time, our professional trophy finale is already, of course, going on. You can follow it on the parallel stream on YouTube and also on Twitch if you like. But please stay right here with us on stage, because it's getting exciting again. We have new guests. The next stage panel is with the team of EFS. And if you're asking yourself who is that, we will find out in just 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the team of EFS. Hello guys. There you are. Hey.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We already shook hands, we do it again. Hi, nice to meet you too. Shall we get over here? Perhaps yes, right? Yeah.
As you like.
Have a seat in the very back, and the next one, and I'll sit right here. Get myself seated here. So, nice. Finally sitting. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. You too?
Me too.
Have you already had the chance to get around on the fair?
Yes.
How do you like it so far?
It's great.
Amazing.
Okay, cool. So, would you do us the honor to please introduce yourselves first, so that the audience get to know you? That would be really nice.
So we are just people of a group of people who actually just started this year with the vision of what can be done with sim racing in general. What can you do if you're a tech nerd? What can you do if you're also kind of a hobby racer and also enthusiastic in motorsports? And that's why we actually said, hey, let's start the year, develop a new product, and launch it right today.
Okay. Okay, so we prepared a video actually to just a little bit showcase what you're doing, right? Yes. Let's have a look at the video first.
So
okay, now tell me.
We had a lot of fun doing those video clips and promising you, of course, the future of sim racing.
Yeah. Okay. As I already learned, like you're approaching sim racing from a technical level somehow. Is that right?
Yes.
What I forgot for the first, like, just please tell me your names, guys.
So I'm Martin and
I'm Matthias. Hi.
Okay. Hi, Martin and Matthias. Now that I know who I'm talking to, just go on, please.
So our vision is that we want to actually not waste the data that we produce on a daily basis, and also think of what can you do with all those data if you really centralize it and fill a database if you ask a community for help to filling this database, and in return actually give back all the functionality, all the possibilities that you can invent on basis on top of those data.
So therefore you have created the Racing Hub, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so there you collect the data, and what then do you do with it?
So at first you collect the data, and afterwards you upload the data to a cloud base. You process the data in the cloud on a completely automatic level, and afterwards have it available for everybody, freely available, and you are able to actually search through the data. The full database is actually searchable in a Google-like manner, full text search, and afterwards find your sessions, find sessions of others with special cars on a special track, sorted by best lap numbers, and so on.
So would you consider that to be the vision behind that, or is there even a greater vision behind it?
The greater vision behind would be that you actually use the data in order to construct an AI that provides you with new features, and I think Matthias can tell a bit more.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, sure. We have many features. I want to focus on a few of them. One thing is, you talk about the AI. By the data, we aggregated the data to develop AI features that allows individual driving analysis to your individual driving style. So every racer has a bit other style. Some likes oversteering, some likes understeering, and so on. And our tool can detect this and can give you recommendations based on your individual driving style and skill level. This is the main feature, and then we think about other features for the future. For example, driving instructor that can help you to improve your skills by give you audio feedback over your headset, for example, or for the more far future, something like AI race engineer. It's a kind of a setup assistant who tells you where you can tweak your setup parameters, for example.
Okay, so then who should use your tool?
Our tool is for everyone, for both beginners and pro sim racers. So the beginners can compare to the pros and can learn from them, and the pro sim racer can use our tool to identify where he lost the last thousandth of a second, for example.
Okay, all right. So how does it really work? Is it downloadable, or do I have to like connect to your database? How do I do that?
It's very easy. You can register on our website, the racinghub.de, and can make an account and can download the data logger tool, install it on your PC where your simulation is running, and then the data is, as Martin has said, uploaded automatically on our cloud, and then you have go back into your browser and can open our dashboard and can see your data and the data of all the people.
And help me a little bit to understand what I see there. Do I see numbers and like letters or something, or do I see like a curve or a graph or something?
Right. We have today we have open beta, so you can see our first dashboard where you see the driving lines with colors, with numbers. But we designed the dashboard by the latest UX standards, so it's easy to understand. I think this is a key factor, yeah.
Okay, that is really cool. So what is your background? Where do you come from?
So we are located not far from here in Ingolstadt, and this actually hints that we are originated in the automotive industry. So we worked with Audi, also with VW, and in this regard, we are busy with autonomous driving, with applying parameter setups for the suspension, and also handling huge cloud data from VW fleet. So, and if you combine all of this, actually you end up in such tech nerds as us. If you also have a hobby like sim racing, and all of a sudden you end up in the idea of creating the racing hub in order to provide something that will be beneficial for the whole community.
That sounds so good. So, do you originally come from like being sim racing fans, or come from like being tech nerds?
We are actually both.
Okay.
Of course, in our ranks we have pro drivers who need to be pro driver in order to apply a suspension setup.
Mm-hmm.
But we are also hobby racers, and then like me, a total tech nerd who are into data, into machine learning, and who is actually also curious of how would I improve myself when I'm new to the whole field. And then, yeah, we saw that data can help you to do so.
I could probably use that, I guess. Definitely.
Just drop by. We can show you how to use it.
I thought so. Yeah, I thought about that. Definitely. EFS, guys. EFS.de is the name of the website, is right?
Right.
Okay, perfect. So what are your plans right here at the Expo?
So, as I said, we started developing this year, and we said, okay, we need to be finished till the Expo. We released at the 1st of December, and now we are here to ask you guys for your opinion, for your feedback, in order to know, okay, what do you think is good? What would you expect next? So, also, we have a questionnaire available at our stand, so you can tell us what is the sim that you like the most, and we know, okay, where to emphasize.
Okay, so EFS has a booth right here on the fair. Make sure you get by and like answer some questions exactly and get in touch with the guys. Also, if you're watching online, you're very welcome to ask your questions under hashtag ADAC. Oh no, what do we have? SimRacing Expo SRE22. Hashtag SRE22. Sometimes my brain doesn't work. On Twitter, if you like, and also, well, write us an email. Do whatever you like. Get in touch with the guys. Go on efs.de. Also, there might be a contact form or something, right?
Or the racinghub.de. Then you get to our project site directly.
Okay, perfect. That is so cool. Do you guys want me to ask some further questions? Do you have something to tell, something more?
If you have further questions of your own, of course.
Well, let me see. What comes next? What might be the next thing to do for you?
Well, next thing to do, of course, right now we're in kind of a beta phase. Our dashboard also has maybe 1 or 2 features that might be improved. And by start of next year, we want to be finished with this dashboard and then address, of course, the wishes we collect today.
Okay, that sounds amazing. To make everybody get better, or even like only the people who see us now and listen to us and meet you now will get better. The others will have like a problem then. Right? Am I putting that right or not? Like,
no, you're right.
Okay, your database analysis is pretty strong, I guess.
It's the future.
Well, that's ballsy. Let's say. Thank you, guys. This is EFS. Make sure you get in touch with the guys when you see them right here on the fair or via the internet, and have fun with those dudes. Thank you for being here. It was great having you on the stage. And you guys, we're heading to the next panel, and it's called actually when your job turns into when your hobby turns into your job. When your job turns into your hobby, you probably have a problem. But no, when your hobby turns into your job, and I will welcome some guests right here on stage in a few seconds. I hope we can head into a short little break so that I can get more of my cards and more information for you. So, yes, we're having a short break. Okay, and then we start the panel. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Everybody, welcome once again on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo. My name is Matt, and we're heading into the next panel, When Your Hobby Turns Into Your Job. I'm super happy to introduce you to some guys who made their dreams come true, actually, or not. We will figure that out now. Please welcome on stage from Low Fuel Motorsports, Boris, Niels Naujoks from BMW SimRacing. Then we have Andre from Rennwelten and Steve from SimGrid. Hey guys, yes, just please take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. We have 4 of you and we have 3 seats. That's going to be funny. I'll get you one more seat from over here, I guess. Up. All you need is a strong host. Okay, here you go, Steve. That fine by you? Have a seat. Good. Breathe. Is everybody fine? Yes?
I guess, yes.
Okay. First of all, guys, please make sure that you speak right into the microphone so that everybody can understand you, also everybody in the stream. Yeah, please do us the honor to introduce yourself so that everybody knows who you are, because there's always some new faces to the whole game, and probably not everybody might know who you are and what you're doing. Perhaps you want to start right here?
Yes. I'm Andre, CEO from Rennwelten, and we started as a community, or at least we are still a community.
Yeah.
And doing a lot of sim racing, leagues, series. And on the other hand, we're trying to connect it with real motorsports. Mm-hmm. So we are located on a racetrack, which we can use. We have normal cars, and we try to bridge sim racing and real racing. This is my job.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, I'm Niels Naujoks. It's awfully loud to hear myself, but anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a BMW sim racer first and foremost, I guess, but I'm also working for an agency who is doing a lot in sim racing, which is a VCO. So we're hosting races, we are giving away the Simi. There's so much stuff that I probably can't recall it all. And then I've been running a team, the Retro Racing Esports team, while I was in G2 in the last couple of years. So I've taken a couple routes, and now I've kind of founded my own little company around telemetry and setups in sim racing.
Wow, okay, sounds like a lot.
Yeah, I'm Boris, I'm the CEO of Lawful Motorsport, a competitive sim racing platform with daily racing and rating system for ACC and R-Factor 2. And yeah, lately it turned out that this will be my job.
Sometimes it happens so fast. Okay, Steve. Please.
Hi, yeah, I'm Steve Hood. I've recently joined SimGrid, which is in the same space as Boris and LFM. I've been in the industry now for maybe 25 years, made video games, worked on lots of different platforms, avid sim racer, love the space. And yeah, with SimGrid, it's a platform for the community that we're trying to increase the numbers of people in sim racing, and delighted to be here.
Good to have you all here. Yeah, I think we skipped the part where I ask you if you have been to the Christmas market and stuff. Like, we can discuss that later. But it sounds like, or I mentioned in the introduction that you seem to be some guys who are living their dream because of like making their hobby to their jobs. But in Germany we say, es ist nicht alles Gold, was glänzt. Sometimes it's not as nice as it seems. Perhaps we can dive into this a little bit. So, when hobby turns into jobs, like sometimes work doesn't feel like work, it feels still like very playful and hobby. When was the point that you realized, oh, now it's a job? And did you like it or not? What would you say?
What did I say? Okay. It's still a job, and yeah, there are moments where it's not that funny, but in the end, it's a cool thing. It was a decision we made because we had as a customer, a classic sports cars team, and they couldn't start because of Corona. And so I was in normal motorsport marketing, and we said, okay, we got to do something for the sponsors, so let's do some sim racing. And this really was the first contact for sim racing was me. And then I watched the first race, and I said, ooh, that's way cooler than the normal. And it was a 24-hour race, and like, we finished as a team on P3, when I remember correctly, with 0.011 seconds. And it was like, wow, amazing. Couldn't sleep. Said, wait, this is not just bridging and waiting for normal times to come back, but there's got to be more. So like 2 years ago, we made the decision and said, okay, let's do the sim racing and go explicitly not into the pro part. I think there are enough guys doing pro stuff, and me, myself, I'm an absolute not talented sim racer, talent-free. But we decided to, okay, let's do it for people, let's do an AM community and bridge real racing and digital racing. As for me, in Germany we say Rennsport, and there is no difference. And for me, there should be no difference between which type of Rennsport. Yeah. Okay. So this pushed me into it.
And are there all right, I'll ask the next question later. I'll just pose it on or head on to you. So how does it feel for you?
I don't know. Describing the feelings are probably hard. So I'd rather go back in history a bit, which is just 3 years. I'm not as long in sim racing as Steve is, but I'm there for a long time, since probably early 2000s or so as a sim racer. And we couldn't really make ends meet back then, as you might have known. And especially when the financial crisis hit 2007-08, and until then I felt sim racing was having a small wave or something like that, but then all the marketing budget drained really quickly because the companies had to consolidate, and well, sim racing was on the very end of any chain. And so all the money left, and there wasn't really any opportunity back then, so I just did the normal way, go to school, study, did that stuff. And then in 2018, just through a friend, I came back into sim racing because he was running the G2 things, which had sim racing on the side, not really very serious. But there was the Race of Champions, the virtual edition. And I had a bit of spare time, qualified for it, went to Mexico. And yeah, I just kind of got back into the scene through that. And my friend there offered me a job because he couldn't handle the sim racing project on the side, and asked me if I wanted to run a sim racing team. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So I kind of stumbled into that. Was the first 2 years, they went by very quickly. It was really interesting, learned a lot about all the people that are now there, and all the faces that I recognize now, I only really learned in the last 3 years or so. And then there are still some people around from 20 years ago who either came back or been here the whole time. But then you notice that if you really invest so much time in this, you need to make a living, especially when you're 30 plus of age or so, you're not living with your mom or your parents or whatever. You need a decent amount of money, and that's hard to get in sim racing. And that's probably the point where you sooner or later notice this is a proper job with a proper amount of workload if you really want to have enough money really from sim racing. So for me, it's driving, it's selling setups, it's coaching, it's having the job in an agency, probably forgetting a few things. But it all together is enough revenue streams to make for a decent wage, I guess. Yeah, the question was about the moment where you noticed it was serious. Probably when you got the tax bill.
Okay, I get it. Does it come also with a lot of fear of not making enough money or something like that?
Currently not, but I guess there's always the feeling of it could drain again rather quickly. The hype could go elsewhere, could stop entirely. As we have seen here on the fair, all the hardware providers will see that there's a multitude of new hardware suppliers coming into the space, and some that have taken the revenue for granted the last couple of years because word of mouth, the money was just going their way. Suddenly, they face opposition, not just one, but 2, 3, 4, 5 suppliers of rims right now. I just need one. So all of those are trying to find people who buy them. So I guess they will all have similar thoughts of not knowing how long this can go well.
Okay. What's your perception?
Yeah, for me, to be honest, it was never the plan to make something in sim racing as a job. But it turned out rather quickly, because when we started the platform, I was developing and we started to get it online. People turned in, and it was growing so fast and got so big that it was not anymore possible to do it as a hobby alone, you know. And so I had to get some people in me helping, like stewarding for races and stuff. And so now we are at the point where it's so much work that you have to take the decision to do it as a job, you know. And that's how it is actually. But it's a dream, I would say. I mean, I did it already a second time because I was doing music before. When I was 19, 20 years old, I started DJing and producing. And I was learning a job, and after that I was quitting the job and doing music. You know, my parents said you are crazy. but it worked out somehow, so I was doing that for 10 years, then I was going back to the job as a software developer, and now doing the same thing again with the platform stuff. So yeah, I'm curious how it will work out.
It's super interesting. You seem to be somehow used to it, but at the same time, everything's new, right?
Yeah, of course, because it's a different field of work, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, how was it from your perspective?
For me, I heard a lot of the crazy when I started out as well. For me, actually, I was studying and training to become a lawyer at the time, but I played a lot of video games. I changed tracks completely. Because when I was starting out, I didn't really believe that you could have a career in this space. And now, to some extent, we take it for granted. But when I was starting out, I didn't know where these games or opportunities came from. People just arrived. But I played a lot of them. And actually, I grew up playing a game called, this shows how old I am, but it was Jeff Crammond's Grand Prix, Formula One game. Yeah, the old guys all know this one, right? and this is what caused me to get into the industry, because I thought, wait a minute, I've got that kind of character where I like to problem solve. I like these things. I spend far too many hours playing them. Could I actually have a career in this space? So I started applying everywhere. Yeah, I had no experience. I was doing something completely different. I had 1,000,001 interviews in London where I was growing up. Everybody said you have no experience, there's no chance. But somebody did take a chance on me, and that led to an opportunity to get into the industry. And my big break was working on the first Formula One game at Sony when the PlayStation 2 came out back in the day. And that for me was the moment where, okay, now I am living my dream. I got in. Everybody said you were mad to try it, but touch wood, I'm still around and still making games, still involved, and I love what I'm doing.
Obviously, like your eyes are sparkling and everything's nice, seems to be.
Yeah.
Whenever passion comes into it, we tend to work a lot, or even more than we would if we were just employed anywhere. So when was the first day that you realized, oh damn it, I worked 20 hours or something like that? Did you realize that already, or have you had something like that?
Yes.
Yes.
A lot.
Tell the story, please.
Yeah, I mean, as a developer, you know, your day never stops. That's the thing, because if, for example, if there is some bug coming up, if something is not working, so you have to fix it until it's working. And you cannot stop, until, you know, you cannot let it like, oh, I will do it tomorrow, so they cannot race, I don't care. That's not working, so... Yeah, I had this really often already, that I was starting at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning and was going at 2, 3 in the night, then to bed, and next day same.
Crazy.
So, yeah.
Whenever any of you has the feeling that you want to answer to that or have another question towards that, like, please go ahead, just do. It's only me asking the questions because I have them written down, but if there comes up something, please, let's make that a talk, right? So, if you're feeling like, do you have something, Steve?
Well, I've been on all sides of it, really, in terms of working the additional hours. And you know, it's always a tricky subject today, because I've been on both sides where I've worked to the extreme hours, because ultimately we're passionate about what we're doing. It's not just that we know that we have to deliver something, but there's a sense of professional pride in trying to deliver something in a timely fashion. And we've all been there. Like, my biggest fear is in not delivering the kind of product that I myself would enjoy. So you tend to work really, really hard on these things, and you can burn yourself out. And I've also been on the other side where, in my more advanced years, I end up looking after the teams and running the teams, and then you care about the human nature of people burning themselves out, working too hard on features, because it is still a creative industry. There's still so many things that we have to solve. It's not always about putting so many hours in, but it's about putting the quality in as well, which is incredibly difficult. And as a team grows and you're part of it, you almost have to detach yourself from that. But I've still got that developer nature in me where I think I want to be there late night working on something as well, even though I know it's not to the benefit of everybody. And that my teams probably say to me, I wish he would take a back seat. We do it better than him now. But you know, we're all passionate developers, and we work too hard sometimes.
I can certainly not recommend trying to play too many roles at the same time, because they all require their own amount of time, and you also face problems from several directions totally out of your control. And then the problem is that because it's entertainment industry, there's stuff happening in evenings or into the night or something like that, but then the normal jobs runs from 8, 9 in the morning or so, and then you very quickly end up doing 14 hours. And it's really tough to do a break in between, meet with friends, because they're working normal hours and you're always kind of off that cycle or out of sync with other people. So you end up working a lot.
Oh, I believe so.
Yeah, and in the end, I'm not... the question is not the right question for me, because I was never had a classical job. So I was always been self-employed, and I started my agency in school. So for me, it was normal. I do not separate between private and work. Mm-hmm. So either the work fits into my private life too, with passions and everything else, or it's not my job. And
okay.
So it's basically the same. It's my life, my work, and my private life, and my family, and my friends, and all of that. But it still has to be one life and not separated. And so, in the end, I do not really care about how much hours I've been working, doing whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's the thing, because if you do something with passion and you love what you're doing, you don't care sometimes if you work 12, 14, 16 hours. If you have fun, you know. If you love what you're doing, it's fine.
And it's not work.
Yeah, for you it's not work. It doesn't feel like work. At the end, it is work, but it doesn't feel like.
Unless the tax bill comes in.
Let me then please put it the other way around. Would you say you're always on vacation because you love your job so much?
Everybody's smiling.
Probably
No.
a stretch.
I'd say no. For me, it doesn't feel like a permanent vacation. Whilst it is a dream job, and I would say for the vast majority of years and the vast majority of time, I've always had to pinch myself and say, this is pretty cool. I like what I'm doing. Even in the really hard times, you do appreciate that you're in a great position. But it is hard work, and for me, it doesn't feel like a vacation. Mm-hmm. My wife always says to me, we can never go on holiday anywhere for less than 2 weeks, because it takes you the first week to get out of work mode and start to settle down. Yeah. So if we go away for 7 days, I am not on holiday mode. So I need to be pulled away from that. It is a difficult balance.
How's that for you? Other guys?
Holidays, yes.
When was that?
We had a good. Corona had a good effect for us. As I recall, we bought a camper, and now can do work and travel like on a good level. So we're, I would say, 8 weeks a year. We're on the road and working from there.
Okay.
But that's again the same story. There is no difference between work and private.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I get it.
the problem is I'm a very lazy person and a very social person, so I really love to chat with people.
Okay.
And that's what Steve said before. Like, you really have to concentrate and say, okay, now get to do a professional job and fill out this Excel or do this and that. And that's the harder part. And that's what I try not to do in my camper when I'm on holiday.
Good thing, though.
Yeah, holiday is hard to come by, really, because, there's so many roles for me. When you have to do the practice for the races, it takes a lot of time. Then there's the races scheduled out of your control. They're just going to happen at a certain point. You got to be there and practice before. It doesn't work when you're on holiday, right? As long as you're a sim racing driver, every time away from the rig gives you the perception of not failing, but missing out potential practice time.
Okay.
There's always a chance to find, or less, and we're operating at those margins. So I would say, probably to everyone, if you're thinking of making a career in sim racing, as a driver, you need more options, because you can only do so many years as a driver. I'm I guess, lucky that I can still drive competitively at 35, but I'm pretty sure it's only going to be so many years until it's just not viable anymore because of the time investment you have to do as a driver. And because how it limits you, because you need to be on that rig. You can't put it in the... I mean, potentially you can put it in the camper.
You can.
Yeah, but it just makes things more complex, I guess. And so if you're looking for a career that's a little longer in sim racing, like Steve's or yours, and maybe yours soon, and maybe mine, you have to really think of actual business and not just being the driver. The drivers in sim racing are usually, again, end of the chain.
Yeah. Seems to be like. We were not only talking about like you all kind of somehow stumbling into your jobs or accidentally getting into it, but also about the support of your friends and family. How important would you consider that to be? Like that you have like friends and a background that supports you in what you're doing? Yeah, who answers? Perhaps you.
Of course, it's very important. Even I would say the whole team around LFM and the guys behind already, they are sitting here, everybody.
Yay, give it up.
They are already close friends for me. And of course, we all love the same thing, what we're doing. And it's very important to get that support, even for everything what you are doing and what you are planning. So, yeah, it's very, very important.
So?
Yeah, I'd say... it is incredibly important, of course, because you sometimes doubt yourself when you're starting out or when you're working really hard, and you need that support to kind of, reinforce that understanding that you're heading in the right direction. When I started out and I had such a different career change, unfortunately, everybody said to me, what are you doing? Are you sure this is a good idea? And that makes you doubt. That really makes you doubt. Of course, as it started to take off and it started to work, then everybody said, we always knew it would work out, there's no problem. Everybody changes their tune. And now in my situation, I think I've been doing it long enough for people to realize that it is a proper career. I'm going to be here for the long haul. And I do have the support of my wife, my kids, my family around me that understand that this is my passion and my work. And without that kind of support, it would be incredibly difficult. But my industry and my work is really the hub of the family. It puts food on the table. It's what we're all based around. So it's meaningful for all of us. I think there's a network around you, but it's not just about me. I have to support my wife as well. If I have to go away and travel for a long period of time, or I'm working for a long period of time, we all have to pull together. It is important, yes.
Yeah, and I think like every intense job, you will never fit into a normal life. Like 9-to-5 job is easy, and all you can meet with your friends, you can have your family times, and blah blah blah. So, if your job does not fit into this, which obviously is the case in everybody's life here, you need support and understanding from family, from friends, because also their life changed.
Yeah.
If I want to meet with my best friend, it will take most likely 1 or 2 years because he also has an intense job with complete different branch. Everything is different, and if he would not understand or I would not understand him, it wouldn't be a friendship anymore. It couldn't work as a friendship. So the understanding is what I think the most important part of it. And if you are struggling, then it really helps if you have some people who say, "No, go, it's a good idea."
Yeah, I think somehow it might be a problem that you are super passionate about what you're doing, are super into your jobs and spend a lot of time with it, but your family or friends are not passionate about what you're doing. They are passionate about your friendship somehow, something like that.
My son doesn't have a driver's license. Does it explain enough?
See,
completely different.
Do you have a problem with that?
Yes. Yeah. Obviously, yes.
Because you can't drink.
Exactly. That's why I have a daughter who's younger, and she's starting the license now. So there's a backup plan.
I can second that with the understanding being the most important part, because if that's not there, then you will get into conflict over and over again. And for me, it's just in that sense, it's also important that my girlfriend just has hobbies on her own and can spend that time that I don't have in a different way.
So you always have to find a way to figure it out with your nearest persons around somehow. Okay. Has it been the case that at some point your former hobby, now job, has been so intense and so exhausting that you somehow didn't like the hobby anymore? You know what I mean? Like got a little bit, tired of sim racing or what you loved so much before? Steve,
I would say that always happens. Things never completely flatline, but there are highs and lows always. And there's a period for me where I was working on a particular motorsport in F1 and working hard to get each year's game out. And that inevitably takes a toll on your interest in doing that when you get home. Because the window of being home and having a life outside of work becomes more and more narrow. Mm-hmm. And so you can't face doing the same thing when you get home. Although in our day jobs, for the most part, it's not always the same as your home life and use of the hobby. I might have been a developer, but then if sim racing is my hobby when I'm at home, I don't necessarily have the energy to focus and have the commitment on something. But your interest remains. So, being part of sim racing doesn't always have to be being a driver where you have to be on it all of the time, but you can live in that world and still get joy from it. So many people now, the big difference is I see people going, I want to be a commentator, I want to get into broadcast, I want to be the engineer, I want to be the team manager. So there's so many things around sim racing that I consider to be my hobby that don't require you to put enormous amounts of energy and practice in the same way as you would a driver before an event. And I think that means that your interest remains alive, but you don't always participate in the periods where you're really, really busy.
Okay, I get it. Boris?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And also, for me, it was already often the case, especially when you are working on something, on a project or on an event or whatever, and you have deadlines and you have things that you have to deliver to some specific point, then and it gets closer to it, and you see yourself struggling, and you start to fear that you cannot make it somehow. And at this point, it starts to get sometimes annoying, I would say, and you would say, "Oh, why I did this? Why, why I put this pressure on myself?" You know. And this I had already quite a few times, but when it's working, or when you somehow do it, and maybe with help from others or something, after it you are happy again that you did it, you know, and the things you forget really fast.
So at some point you have to just push through somehow.
Exactly.
Okay. How's your perception?
Yeah, it happens all the time. It just comes in waves, right? Sometimes you love it, particularly when you win races. It gets more ugly when you're not winning races for whatever reason. Usually you blame the BOP, which is just a thing in the GT3 racing we do all over sim racing. Mm-hmm. That's probably the tough times, and then the amount of work you have to put in for incremental gains, if at all. That can be really frustrating, and I think you need to be, especially on the driver role, you need to be thick-skinned in sim racing, because there's going to be setbacks all the time. The level in sim racing is incredibly high, much higher than in real racing. I'm convinced of that.
Because there are so many competitors coming in.
There's so many competitors, and the entry barriers are much lower.
Yeah.
So there's much more likely that talent actually rises to the top, not so much in real motorsports. And you're competing with, so if you have a grid of 40, you can expect 40 people to all be capable or at least interested in winning and sacrificing anything for it. And then we see this especially in F1 esports on the F1 game series, where the top 10 qualifiers are set apart by half a tenth at times. And at this point, you're pretty much out of control of your result. I wouldn't say half a tenth or something you control, you just have that lap or not. But then again, we always see the same people on top. So they just have that 100th edge on everybody else that they rely on, but you can lose a 100 really, really quickly as well. And having the energy, and it certainly doesn't work without passion, to go after that lap time again and again and again, and facing those setbacks and keep going, this I think is really underestimated. And the mental struggle, especially in this F1 esports space, where you have a lot of young people who have aspiration, who might have naive hopes of where sim racing can lead as drivers. They are under immense mental pressure to handle the situation, basically. And I think slowly teams are starting to pick up. I enforced it in my time that I was in Red Bull Racing, that we start to work with mental coaches, because it's a huge topic, but also young people need to open up to that as well. It's not like everybody's carrying their heart on their mouth, right? So it's often young men with a strong attitude, but don't really commit or admit mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think you can literally see that in the back in the booth over here, how strong and big the pressure is they're under, and how much tension is in their bodies and stuff like that. And when something goes wrong, what the body language says. I think mental health is a strong topic there. You also wanted to say something. I interrupted you, I guess.
Busy. The question was if my passion turning into my job was too heavy or damped the passion in it.
Exactly.
For me, explicit no. Because I'm in a comfortable position, as I'm not a race driver or whatever, and I'm just a petrol head. I love racing all my life long, and if I'm too tired, I'm just watching a race. So it is another part of the same story.
But this is what you also do in your free time, and that never changed.
Yes.
Okay.
Luckily, my kids go into their rooms. My wife now started to watch Motorsport or take a second screen and watch whatever.
Okay.
Motorsport is for me everything I I like, whether it's on a normal track day, whether it's in racing, whether it's watching the sim races, or having ideas, finding new products for the Rennwelten community. Like, there's a lot to do, and if I'm fed up with one, I can thankfully shift to another.
Yeah, from my perception also, you seem really relaxed. Like, perhaps also because you're doing it for such a long time now and really have like a certain feeling of, okay, I am somehow in my comfort zone doing this.
That's a perfect luxury to have. It can't be better if you don't separate work and life.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah, yeah. I think
so I am definitely. I'm relaxed, and I like it.
Congratulations to that.
Have to get there. You're living the dream.
Obviously,
yes.
obviously.
In the end, yes.
So perhaps you can tell us your secret then. But I have another follow-up question for Niels, because it just popped up in my mind. When do you think, whenever you will at some point stop your active sim racing career, will you can get back on the rig like just for fun and just like don't feel the pressure anymore or something like that? Do you have a certain feeling for that?
Yeah, I actually talked with someone about this earlier, that I would love to do more streaming, for example, also because that's the part in sim racing that can actually scale and give you a higher income. But being competitive, it's very tough to set the time aside for casual streaming because it all deducts from your practice time, which is crucial. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to do sim racing more as a hobby again after this professional side has ended. But I think there's still 1-2 years to go.
Okay.
Drive under my name will be easy as pie then.
Okay. I guess I have just 1 or 2 more questions, and one of them would be, what would you tell others who are aiming on or willing to make their hobby a job? Like, how did you do it? When did you realize, okay, this can be actually a thing or something? Like, at what point should you make the decision or follow a path? Do you have an idea or have something there? Steve?
It's probably easier to reach out to people today than it was back in my day when everything was black and white. Now you can, follow people on social, you can reach out to them. My biggest piece of advice would probably be, look at who you're following in this industry that are doing the kind of things that you're interested in, and just try reaching out to them. Like, ask them for advice on where they could start, because these people have got connections, and we've all been there where we've had to start out. Lots of people in sim racing in particular, I would argue, are very willing to help and give you a piece of advice. It doesn't mean that necessarily we can just hire you and give you the easy start in your industry. I wish we all could, but we're all struggling in our different ways. But we're willing to kind of connect you and give you advice. The best thing is to ask. If you don't ask and you don't try, then it's really not just going to come to your door. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a struggle, but just reach out and ask.
If I was...
Sorry, and do it quickly, because we don't know how long we have Twitter still.
Yeah, that's
good
also
point.
Definitely good point. If I was a young sim racer or super interested in sim racing, and I'm just I don't know, a bit anxious about approaching somebody because I feel like I'm probably not good enough, but I know I'm passionate, but I don't really have a lot of things to on my plate, to just show or to prove that I'm good enough to make a career in sim racing, not only as a racer but in something else. Could I even then like approach you and like try to talk to you, or would you laugh at me?
Well, I wouldn't laugh at anybody that did that. That you have to be brave, I think, to walk up to somebody. But I never started out with a huge amount of confidence. I had confidence in myself, but I would hate to be on a stage like this, for example, let alone walk up to somebody and kind of, cold introduce myself. But what I'm suggesting is it's easier to reach out to people online. And many of the people that I've hired over the last, many, many years have been very quiet individuals who turned out to be incredibly talented and switched on. But they didn't necessarily want to, embarrass themselves by coming up to me and just introducing themselves. But they would email or get through social or contact somebody that I knew. And there's plenty of different approaches depending on your own personality.
Mm-hmm. talking about braveness, Boris might be also a good person to tell.
Yeah. I think the main thing is if you want to reach something, if you have something in your mind what you want to make, then best thing is just do it. You know, it may sound stupid, but it is exactly like this. You have to believe in yourself and just do it.
As Steve said, like even though many people might say, "Are you crazy?" Just follow your dreams somehow.
Yeah, a lot of people say, "Why you do this? You are crazy. This will not work. Get a normal job, you know." But no, just do it. Believe in yourself. Believe in the thing what you want to do and what you want to reach, and then keep going.
What would you add?
I don't know. I'm not that much of an American dream storyteller, so I try to keep it more realistic. In the end, you won't know if you fail or succeed in this, and I guess there's a probably statistically 80-90% chance that any endeavor will fail, and then you just do the next again. It just depends what kind of person you are, and if you are ready to live with, well, a more risky, more unsecure future ahead of you, or not knowing the future at all. So this is a bit of a personality thing. If this is your route, I mean, at the end you can be very relaxed like him if it all works out. And then you did the perfect calls, but there will be issues on the way most likely. And the younger you are, the less you know of the industry, the more likely it is your first idea has either been there already or is simply out of touch with the scene, for example. So the best you can do is get involved. And the more you get involved, the easier it will become to see the blind spots that nobody has thought of so far. And maybe then you can start to develop a business idea around that. So I'm all for thinking business first before diving into the platform development, for example. But of course, in hindsight, that's very easy. So sometimes you come from one direction, you want to start a business. Sometimes you come from the other direction, you start with passion, and then suddenly it turns out to be a financial opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not relaxed because everything worked out. It's exactly the other way around. Like, everything messed up I did already, yeah? I had everything going wrong, and I thought, okay, you learned one simple thing, it's your life, you can change whatever you want to change, and you can do whatever you want to. And based to the question, how do I ask people? Just go there and ask. Like, I was working with a sales guy, and he was telling me this one simple sentence. A no, you have for sure. A yes, a maybe. So always ask, and the worst thing that could happen would be, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work with you, and so what? And yes, so go on, and if you try to, it will work out someday, maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah. So many super interesting insights and tips, I guess. Like, especially like a no you have for sure. You can get a yes maybe, and also like if it doesn't work out, you said that if it doesn't work out, try another thing. Why not? If you're passionate about it, there will be a lot of things you will like maybe be able to think of. Super nice. So last question. What's your personal next thing to reach, to, I don't know, head for? First, we can start with you.
We definitely want to raise Rennwelten to the community who changes the game in motorsport. Game changing means for me, like, motorsports was always, as you mentioned before, an elite thing. Like, you have the connections and or the budget, then you may be a motorsport racer. And I think sim racing can completely change it and make it to an open racing for everyone. And that's our main goal and our vision in Rennwelten, to open it up as much as possible and not caring about real racing or sim racing. Like, in German, it's real, digital, scheißegal. That's our claim, and yes, working on that one.
Well, for me, it's certainly about scaling the small business that we started, which is around telemetry and setups. It's not a brand new idea. It's all been there before, but we think we do it a tiny bit different. And especially getting into the B2B space with that, because that's where it really gets serious, bigger deals. You get a bigger footprint into the industry. And then I think that the one big thought I always have, which is probably looming on the horizon maybe 10, 15 years or so, would be what sim racing is actually simulating once there are no cars.
Good.
Yeah. For me, it's we will slowly grow the platform further and see where it will take us. And I'm not a person who plans so much in the future. I just take it as it is and make the best out of it. So just grow it slowly. Maybe also do some B2B stuff and see where it takes us.
Steve?
As a developer for most of my career, I think I've always been frustrated that most sim developers and game developers don't have enough time to consider the community. It's a big piece that's always been left by the side. And at SimGrid, I think the key thing that we're trying to do is ensure that community can interface much better with the different sim platforms that are out there in a frictionless manner. And by that I mean make it easier to become involved. Like when you become time poor because you're busy or you have a different career or it's so hard to start out, how do we connect you much easier with the community so that you're enjoying sim racing? It doesn't always have to be about number one, but you want to be involved in the community and enjoy what is a wonderful hobby. And that's what we're trying to bring to the fore. And there's still some distance to go, but I'm still super passionate about it.
It's so good to see that. Also, so good to be on stage with like 4 people who seem to be very happy in their lives. And I thank you for your insights, for your hints and everything. It was really nice talking to you. Hopefully also for the audience. And for you in the stream, I really enjoyed it, having you around. And feel free to approach those guys or anybody else you feel like could help you in your career or making your dreams come true. That's my little piece of advice, if it is. And now we have still a race going on, so we're heading back to Paul and Alex. Have fun there.
It's higher than that at the moment. It's ACC doing wonderful, wonderful things.
Yeah, so with 36 minutes and 15 seconds to go, we're down to crunch time, folks. Williams Esports now are just a handful of moments away as there's a roar from the crowd, thanks to the last panel of the day. And a big thank you to our guests up there. But there is Unicorns of Love. And quite recently, Paul, what we did have was the fact that the top 4 in the championship standings were the top 4 in the race order.
Yeah, we did. And no surprises in some way, but sometimes a bit like other motorsports, we like a bit of a mix-up from time to time. But
yeah,
the gap between Williams Esports and following the overtakers has opened up quite some way, but let's see, there's 35 minutes left. It's a big ask to close up at 15 seconds. Yeah,
it is at this point in the race, because we saw for quite a long time Triton and Williams trying to outdo each other on the strategy. Triton got the upper hand, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But Williams were masterful in their execution.
Indeed.
And they do say that theory is one thing, practical is another. It's a bit like a science experiment. You don't know how it's going to pan out until you go for the, you go for the plunge and see how it all
It's
pans
the same
out.
when you develop a car, right?
Exactly.
You do things on a computer, but actually when you get it out into even things in a wind tunnel, but actually when you get it out onto the track, it's a little bit of a different thing, really. It's sometimes hard to replicate and simulate what's really going to happen.
Yeah, so Dara McCormack for Williams Esports now in the saddle of the 124 BMW M4 GT3. We're now on to lap 168 of the iconic 5.148 kilometre Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit that has been in operation for 2 decades in the current configuration. Ballas Esports B rounding out the top 17, not too far behind them. It's been a struggle all race long here, Paul, for West Competition Racing in the 33 Beamer.
It has. They've had a pretty eventful race. Is that a nice way of putting it? Eventful race.
More than spicy. I think they probably thought...
Yeah, you wouldn't say it was a korma, would you? You go for a madras?
Or you might go for a hot tamale, maybe something like that. Changing it up a little bit, But it has come down to this moment. And those here at the hall, I actually made a very, very good observation.
You did? Or I did?
It's to do with the fact of how, with what SimRacing.gp decided to do for the championship. Not to bring in any kind of balance of performance. Open car choice.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets interesting. Up until this point, we've had 4 different winners from 4 different manufacturers. The drivers that will be more than likely our champions in 33 minutes' time have driven 5 different cars in 5 different races. Audi at the opening round at COTA.
Yeah.
And I was trying to remember the second one. It's been a long day. They have driven 5 different cars. They won in the Porsche at Kyle Army. You know, it's great to see that it shows how adaptable you can be. And we see that in a lot of sports nowadays. We used to see it in racing, like in real life racing, where Sterling Moss would go and do a sports car race, and they'd be back in Formula 3000 or Formula 2000.
That's right.
At the weekend.
Yeah.
The very next weekend.
Before there were like 30 odd races for a season, you know, like before things got a little bit too much. That's because that's exactly what they used to do. They would go and race in other classes of races throughout the weekend, throughout the week, and it wasn't just all dedicated to Formula 1. And you're right. I mean, I would struggle jumping, personally, from one car to another, but that's why they're pro and that's why I'm just a hobbyist.
And that's why we're spectators now.
Exactly, indeed. Lovely shot on board there on the rear spoiler.
And also a wonderful trackside shot too, as we're into the deep of night in the Eifel region at the Nürburgring. On board from the left side of the 163 Chain Ballas esports car, the 163 Audi, still being hustled along by the number 33 BMW of West Competition Racing. And about 6.4 seconds adrift, it's the number 42 of Brabham Esports. And how's it looking towards the... Well, how's the top 10 looking, apart from the top 2... Well, the top 3 there, Paul?
Well, not too bad. As we've got Williams Esports leading the way, followed by Triton Racing in P2. Then we've got the Unicorns Love car number 1, followed by Team Racing Point, who are the team, I think, for us, who have really kind of shone today with their performance. And then we've got the Veloce team following up there, and then we've got the WPS Racing team in P6. GTWR Go setups in P7. In P8 we've got the Kramer Racing Esports team. Then we've got Rocket Sim Sport in P9, and rounding out the top 10 we have the Yas Heat. And it's been an absolutely wonderful event. There's been some fantastic battles out on track. There's been some incidents which, you know, could be a little bit avoidable, but you know, the stewards have been proactively dealing with those situations, and we've seen a protest being submitted and also, you know, a decision being overturned. And that's why we have live stewarding here, because sometimes, you know, decisions can go wrong, rightly or wrongly. So but we're into the last 30 minutes now. That's it, 30 minutes.
Right then, we've got some highlights over the past few hours. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a recap of the 5th and final round. Under the sunlight, we got underway here at the Nürburgring. Early doors, we did have some toing and froing, but it was Dara McCormack for Williams Esports that led the field. Yas Heat coming into a little bit of a scuffing match with the 100 of Von Hodge competition, and there was a little bit of afters. West Competition Racing, it was the start of a race to forget for the number 33 BMW crew as they got turned around entering into the pit lane. And there's more, you can see the replay from the overhead. A big thank you to the replays powered by Heusingfeld. And more dramas, this time for Corvana Gaming. Again, not having the greatest run. Flo Bauer from last year's Community Trophy winner, one of the drivers in the squad. Even the number 42, and that was not exactly the most gracious of spins. Yas Heat and also Yeet Esports having a little bit of a moment. Even Williams came into strife, and not just them, Triton Racing also had dramas. GTWR, and then that was a bit of a scuffing match again with BSR BGR by OBS World. Kramer Racing were on the comeback trail. And then another moment here between Yaz Heat and also the number 4 car of Unicorns of Love 2. Wild Things also didn't get carried away, but they got caught up. And you can just see how much people were squeezing each other. And more dramas here, this time with BGR by OBS and Simulation as the Porsche runs wide. Triton Racing even had their own fair share of dramas because they battled side by side with Williams Esports with 4¼ hours still to go. And they would not relent, they would not give up all the way through the next few hours. And even Brabham Esports making sure that they were showing good intentions. A young team in the esports world with a bright future still to come.
Great livery too.
Ren Velton also bringing the colour alongside Grid Finder. They were embroiled in a battle going into the left-hander at turn 6. West Competition again getting their elbows out, but this time it would be against the number 4 of Unicorns of Love 2. And then this drama, Team Ballas Esports A and also Simulation going off at the Vidal Chicana. And then Unicorns of Love 2, more contact, and the number 4 gets a turnaround, having touched the Porsche in front. And then more, again, the replay, Simulation. It looked like it was more of an Audi Quattro than an Audi R8 going off. And then decided to exit stage right into the pit lane. And then this moment here, that was the second. And you know what they say? Bad things do come in threes, and that has certainly happened to West Competition Racing. Yaz Heat and I think there was WPS Racing Team. Brabham Esports even had a moment cutting the chicane bite, outbraking themselves a little bit. And then this moment for the number 14 car. That meant that Unicorns of Love 1 knew that their title chance would pretty much be at an end. Then this moment between the two cars, Veloce getting a touch from behind and an assist, a big old tank slapper and a great save from Jardier. And then this was when the real battle began for the title. Williams Esports getting jumped, well, basically having Triton Racing powering past on the left-hand side through the pit stop phase. Door Esports clattered into Arnage Competition. It's been a difficult one for the number 100 crew. Who also like their pink, just like Unicorns of Love. Triton Racing also having dramas going sideways, and then that was the moment that allowed Williams Esports to retake the lead, coming out of the chicane and into the Hyundai N-curver. It's been also a good showing from the likes of Wild Things Racing by Codex.gg, and also the car that just passed them in that highlight, Rocket Sim Sports. More dramas for Cavana Gaming going side by side with Grid Finder coming out of the chicane and into the final corner, and then the number 4 stuck its nose in. You can see the replay here powered by Hoisingfeld. Cavana Gaming squeezing Grid Finder to the outside. The number 4 car just barnstorms its way up inside, clatters into the wall, then clatters into the Audi. And then Ballas Esports going side by side with BGR by OBS World. The number 68 has been the standout driving team of the qualifiers, of the 10 that made it in, and then a great switchback going through Goodyear. Once again, the pit stop shenanigans were on between Triton and Williams Esports. Brabham Esports also having more drama. This time it would have been towards the inside of turn towards the outside of turn number 6. Yaz Heat trying to turn in, and that was against, I think that might have been Triton Racing, judging by the colour livery. More dramas, another chicane cutter, and that was Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue, very reminiscent of the Gulf Racing colours there on the Porsche. And then more dramas for Triton Racing, who were then given a final warning by Race Control. BGR again sending it like Danny Rick up the inside through into Goodyear. Then Arnage Competition going up the inside of Simulation with a nice clean overtake through the first corner. And still more dramas as the 85 went through. But 23 minutes, 45 seconds. We're on lap number 174. of this 5.148 kilometre circuit. Paul, it's been a very, very long journey.
It has. I had to fly all the way here.
Don't you start. See, I mean, you know what? It's great because we're still keeping our sense of humour. Even at this point, you know, we're dog on side. Everyone behind the scenes that has made this happen. We have to say a few thank yous, first of all, to Steve, Dan, Adam, the entire team at SimRacing.gp, our broadcast team, Mike Yao, Steve Proudy and David Christie. Then we also have to say a big thank you to Steve actually jumping on here. You have to give a shout. It was so good that we both had an opportunity to work alongside the legend that is Mr. Luke Crane, with him being here on comms. That's really good. Terry, Daniel, Adam, James, you've all done a great job this season being part of the commentary team. We have to thank every single one of the teams, every single one of the drivers, the staff that have made everything possible here for this event to take place on site. We ain't finished yet because we've got the digital GT 500 tomorrow. There you see, we've got a nice little... Now this is the beauty of the booths. We can actually see the ornate switchgear.
Yeah, you don't get that on the webcams, do you, when they're remote?
No, you don't.
No, there's some great equipment. If those who are on site, if you haven't walked around what we call the paddock behind the stage, to look, obviously don't interfere with any of the driving that's going on, but you know, stand from afar and you can see the amazing equipment that some of these teams have got. Some more than others, of course. Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love are really doing some great laps at the moment. They're in the 153s. But then again, you know, the likes of Williams Esports and Triton Racing don't necessarily have to push that hard right now. They've got a nice cushion. There's a couple of potential gaps. As we got, we're looking at Yaz Heat right now, and the 149. Well, chasing down the Rocket Sim Sport, who are now P9. So that gap's just around half a second. So you'd expect in the next 21 minutes that a move may be possible. They've had a couple of scrapes of other cars, haven't they, the Yaz guys? So it's possible we may see another one momentarily. But last time around, Yaz were approximately half a second quicker. Oh, they just got past. Look at that.
Oh, right.
Something happened. I was looking at the time, looked up, and the move had been done.
Bang. There you
Don't quite know how that happened.
Bang, and the dirty's gone. Sorry.
Bang, and the dirty's gone. Now we're doing advertising. So we've done films, music. Now we're doing adverts.
And we've done NASCAR.
Right. Okay. We're bringing all the references in, aren't we?
Yeah, it's it has been an absolute hoot.
I think the new fastest lap has just been set. Am I wrong in that? A 1:53.655? Is that
McCormack's on fire. Yeah, that's the quickest lap yet. 1 minute 53.655. That's up by just over.
My eyes weren't deceiving me. Okay.
No. I saw the time go purple, and I was like, you know what that means? That car has been fueled light.
Yeah, of course. They came in rather late, didn't they?
They did indeed. I'm going to take a sit down because make some notes on one of these.
Okay, absolutely fine. I'll remain standing if that's okay. I quite enjoy standing when I commentate.
No.
It's the first time I'll ever feel tall, so that's always a win on my part as well.
Yes, I don't have the Richard Hammond complex today. Finally. I'm only kidding, you know that. But at the moment, looking at it, Unicorns of Love have got Tobias Pfeffer, who started in the car. Williams Esports, Dara McCormack, who qualified and started in the car. Triton Racing, they have got, at the moment, it is not Dominic Blyer. Dominic Blyer qualified the car, but then did a double stint. So Mateusz Tyszkiewicz is the driver behind the wheel, bringing the car home. I cannot believe this has... I feel like I've done 12 hours of commentary rather than 6.
But that's because you've been in this position many times already this weekend. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
a lot going on in the
yes,
arena.
There has been. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm looking forward on Sunday afternoon to create some content for Sim Racing Unlimited, who have been also providing coverage of the Expo this year. with myself working with Yannick Hauerstein, who's an avid sim racer himself. But then at least people can come and have a laugh at my expense, and I don't care. I'm that tired, I'm past caring at the moment.
But yeah, it's been a great championship, and like you say, teams been able to. When I first heard, is that the Enarge team?
Yeah, Enarge competition. Yeah. That was off the circuit. The next stage left, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
that just goes to show that I have said this, and I haven't said it that often. It's the mental and physical aspects of the sports that a lot of people who don't understand sim racing. We're going to have some sim racers that are going to be wanting to get, that'll be hydrating quite a lot. What they do, how they train. The amount of commitment I hear of when I speak to some drivers.
But I was talking to an esports driver the other day and asking them about what is their practice routine, and it's basically every day, really. They'll set a day aside for a bit of fun every so often, but it's regimental, it's being structured, it's their job, it's their career, and they have to be disciplined. About that, and I think it's fair to say that we've seen an uptake in the esports arena when it comes to sim racing, especially over the last couple of years, and long may that continue. And there's some great talent out there, and as we saw in qualifying, it's very hard to separate them. We're talking tenths.
We were talking thousands, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. Yeah. So it's close out there. It's close out on circuit. Obviously, in a race environment, it's slightly different. You've got other challenges to face, back markers, looking for consistency, and knowing how to share the black stuff with other racers, and that's fundamentally what allows you to remain intact, to take part in these events. So very, very important. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that Williams Esports in the second half of this race have just gone up a level, and unfortunately for Triton, they've not been able to meet that.
Yeah, with regards to Williams, the consistency has been. Wins don't always win you a championship. Like, say, if it's a 10 or 12 race, race campaign for a season. In a championship like this, the consistency is just as important.
Fastest lap, sorry. A 1:53.5.
Tobias Pfeffer, you little animal. He's behind the wheel of the number 14. So what was that? 1:53.595. Dara, get your finger out, please. To be honest with you, Unicorns of Love, always, apart from being a fan favourite, the biggest thing that they also have going not against them, but for them, is pace. You want a qualifying lap. You just have to say Michi Tauscher, we know you can do it, and that is just proof in the pudding more than anything else.
Yeah, indeed.
So we are very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 15 minutes remain on the timer. The round 5, the 5th and final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by simracing.gp. And in late June, the first of 2 qualifying races, one at Donington Park, then the following week in early July, we went to, it was Monza, then Donington Park, my apologies there. But then we went to Kota, the mountain, Mount Panorama, then to Spa, then to the place in Zulu they call my home, Kyalami in South Africa, and now here in the ADAC SimRacing Expo's home here in Germany. Oh, bit of a touch there. We're now going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be right back. Okay. Still, the racing continues. We are full throttle, pedal to the metal, with about 13 and a half minutes to go. I mean, Paul,
yes.
we said at the top of the broadcast when we started doing the paddock walk this morning at about 10:40 that we couldn't pick a winner. The winner has reared their head and shown them who they are.
Here.
And West Competition Racing! 13 minutes to go. Back into the barriers goes the number 33.
Yeah, there was a car in the back. I didn't quite catch who it was. It was off the track initially, and then there's been
that might have been the number 7 of Corvana Gaming. And look, no headlights functioning on that car. No headlights for West Competition Racing. It's like they're driving blind, I'm afraid. That car's seen better days.
It has indeed. That is most unfortunate. It's just under 13 minutes of the race remaining. That's not a great way to bring it to a close, unfortunately, for them. But I was about to just comment about BGR by OBS World. We're right on the back of the SGP team in P13. So they've really done a great job after their initial technical issues.
Yeah.
The BGR team could have easily just thrown in the towel, but they didn't. And they kept going, and they're on a rig at on the Logitech stand as well. So they're not in the paddock. They're surrounded by a lot of noise over there, and they've honestly doing a sterling job. So I think if there was a team of the race award, I think I might give it to them. I know Williams have been outstanding, but
you know what, I'm gonna throw another one into the works. Team Racing Point number 85. I really have to give them a shout out.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they've been amazing as well. So yeah, maybe we give 2 awards. Some great stuff from both teams. Especially the BGR were right at the rear of the pack at one point, and they've kept going. They've got the right kind of mentality. And they maybe get P13 before the race comes to a close.
Yep, and it's not that far away. We started getting the build-up at 10:40 this morning. Here we are now, just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time in Germany. It's side by... now was that Brabham making a move? I think it might have been on Team Ballas Esports. And here's Corvana Gaming, so they go sideways. And they come into the path. They've come across the track.
Yeah.
That's the redress. And all of a sudden, West Competition Racing
takes out 2 cars in the process, unfortunately. I didn't see who the other car was.
Well, in the words of my good friend David Christie, you hate to see it.
You do. There's not a lot you can do. You're just a passenger at that point, unfortunately, especially when you've hit the grass at speed. So you're just going to slide along. But we're back looking at this battle here now for P13, and the BGR by OBS World team looking to gain a final position and improve their final standings by 1, of course.
Yeah,
we can all do maths, can't we? I certainly just about can. They've gone in. They've made a late lunch there, side by side.
I hope Steve Worrell is not having kisses at the moment, because it's the SGP SOP. There was a little bit of a bumper rub. That was a bump and run, I think.
Yeah. There's mayhem now behind because the faster cars are coming across them.
Didn't I say earlier on today? The night time was going to bring trouble, and with 10 minutes to go.
You did say that.
And it has gone whoops.
Yes, I can see that car number 7 does have a 15-second penalty.
And that's for the redress. That's for the redress there, I think.
I'm guessing so. Yes, I will take a little look. Just
right. Who is behind the? Now I can't tell whether it's Florian Bauer or Samuel Hatz that's behind the wheel of that car. Whoever is. And Corvana's just had a shove from Grid Finder. So it might have been Grid Finder they might have collected as well, so there was a little bit of afters.
Right. Okay.
Might have been. And hang on a second. Yeah, the front bumper and the front cowling on that Audi is not 100%. Yeah, it looks like the front headlights have got a little bit of impact damage on it. And now the 71, here comes Randvelten up the inside. And Corvana keeps out of the way.
So they got car number 7 got an unsafe rejoin for...
That's what I meant for the redress, yeah. Out of control. So.
Yeah, for hitting 33.
No.
15 seconds.
Contact
with 33. But for the instant where they hit the other cars then, obviously they didn't get a penalty for that.
Well, it was probably because it was part of the same incident anyway.
Probably, I imagine so, yeah.
But 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Wow.
There's our race leaders. 181 laps in the books. Now on lap 182, Dara McCormack from Williams Esports qualified the car, put it on pole by 2/1000ths of a second, and now they are literally...
We should have set ourselves a challenge. We should just drink as many beers as they've done laps later.
No, you will have organ failure with regards to that, mate. You know that, I know that. Might be the combined total of how many beers or how many drinks are combined consumed tonight, but that's another story altogether.
Indeed.
As long as we don't have fuzzy heads in the morning.
So the West Competition Racing team have made it back into the pits, so you can see them in there now.
Yeah. So...
got to feel for them on that.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it was an unfortunate incident, but as I said, the night time brings a little bit of chaos.
It does.
And when the number 7 car of Corvana Gaming went through that corner at full pelt, I kind of thought that back end so squirrely that is not going to be controlled. Well, they'll try, but they won't get it under control. You could, try and turn into it, put the brakes on as hard as you can, using the full force of your left leg, but it doesn't always do you any good.
True that.
So, what are the lap times that Williams are running at the moment? Let me just have a quick look. 1 minute 54.1. So we've got 6 minutes and 45 to go. I think we've got this and another 3 laps to come, so that will probably put us on about 100, 186.
When did Williams get the fastest lap back?
Have they?
According to what's on screen here.
Yeah, 1 minute. They've done a number on the Unicorns of Love. Dara McCormack, 1 minute 53.565, 3/100ths. As if it wasn't enough to rub salt in the wounds by taking the title, they're going to take the fastest lap and pole position. And you know what this means? That effectively
is on them.
No, effectively that means it's the Grand Chelem.
Yes.
So they've done the clean sweep.
They've done the clean sweep. Well, there's still 6 minutes to go, so you never know. Somebody might grab that off them in the last 6 minutes. Anything is possible, right?
As the late Murray Walker said once, something happens in motorsport, and invariably it usually does.
Yes.
God rest his soul, that man. An absolute legend in commentary circles.
Indeed, yes.
So, again, the statistic. So, it was the Audi at Kota, the Honda at Mount Panorama, the Ferrari at Spa-Francorchamps, and the Porsche in Kyalami. Williams Esports, 5 minutes and 25 seconds. I know if I can feel my ears burning because Seb Hawkins and the rest of the crew are nervous. But to see them here on site, we are going to get a very, very different reaction, because you'll hear something erupt. It'll be one particular box in the paddock,
yes,
and it is well deserved. Triton Racing have done everything, and I mean everything in their power to keep going, to keep Williams Esports on edge.
And they did for a large part of the race.
They were still leading the championship after Spa, but then it was Porsche. Then it was the Porsche that really helped Williams Esports take that lead, which was 9 points. And now, with 100, and now we're on to lap 184. Total distance run by the leaders, 947.23 kilometres, which is just under 588 miles. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to head into the final 4 minutes. We'll be right back to bring you to the checkered flag here at the Sim Racing Expo. So 3 minutes, 40 seconds remain. Alex Goldschmidt and Paul Glover with you here. We've been here for the majority of it, Paul. You know what? As much as we loved it when it began, we're sad to see it end, my friend.
We are, but I'm also looking forward to maybe finding a match with someone, have a little nap. So it's been fun, but it's also, you know, taking its toll on me this whole weekend. But yeah, it's been absolutely incredible event, incredible scenes, incredible stage, incredible setups with the drivers out there in the paddock. It's been incredible meeting some of them. We've got, you know, a view on the feed right now of one of the teams.
That'll be Kramer Racing, I believe.
Yeah, so, you know, it's great to see the community come together. And it's great for people to be here watching, and also those at home as well, which has been a fantastic championship and a fantastic event today at the ADAC SimRacing Expo.
Unicorns of Love 2, currently sitting in 19th position, not being an easy task for the sister car, but there is your race leader, the 124 Williams Esports BMW M4 GT3. Reminds me of the days when Robert Kubica won the Canadian Grand Prix a year after his very, very significant accident at the very same circuit. It's bringing back a little bit of a history full circle. 2 minutes to go. And now what we're going to go on to will be the final lap of the final race of the final round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp. Out of the final corner, the 186th lap now starts.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now.
Final lap has been called. Final lap has been called. It's been a masterclass from the trio of Dara McCormack from Ireland, Tinko van der Velde from the Netherlands, and Brazil's Igor Rodriguez, not able to attend the event, but has still been able to compete remotely. The pit stops have been brilliantly timed. The strategy has been nigh on masterful here, Paul.
Indeed it has.
This is the way to close out a title. You do it in the right way. You go clean, you race hard, you race fair. There was some paint swapping between them.
You go fast.
And Dara McCormack is the man to do that.
To bring it home.
So we stay with the 124. And when the professional trophy started on the 26th of June this year, the anticipation, the waiting was finally over when we got here to the SimRacing Expo this week, here in early December. And now it will start to sink in, not just with the drivers, not just with the team who are on site, Javi Guerra, also Seb Hawkins, because Dara McCormack, Tinko van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, and also the other team, the other members of the team, Moreno Sirica, Louis Naza, Daniel Pastor, and Alessandro Bico. One more corner remains, and ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure to pronounce for 2022 the professional trophy champions, it's Williams Esports.
The leader has finished the race.
Well,
guys, absolutely brilliant. Professional outing today, absolutely fantastic.
And we have to say commiserations, battling right up until the end. The trio of Dominic Blyer, Max Wojcner and Mateusz Tyszkiewicz, Triton Racing, are gallant runners-up. They took the win at Mount Panorama. They've been at the sharp end of the field. They come out of the final corner and take second position. And who could have thought of this? Unicorns of Love took the opening win at Mount Panorama. Not Mount Panorama, Kota. Mount Panorama, drama saw them drop way down the order, but they fought back as we knew they would. And not only is it first and second in the championship that take the top two in the race, it's also they secure third in the season. They're further 21 seconds behind. But Williams Esports And what I want to see now, well, actually, that wasn't Dara McCormack, that's Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. It looked like it was McCormack, but, well, there you go. But that's it. The season's over.
It's done.
It's dusted. Mate, come here. Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, to see the race finish, the season finish the way it did, Paul, was the right way.
It's class as we see them on feed now. You know, they put it home. Professional outfit.
Now the laughter starts.
Yeah.
Now the laughter starts. Well done, Williams Esports.
Yeah.
Brilliant job, bringing it home in the right way. And that's why they are good at what they do. I've been at their facility, you know, now having had the opportunity to meet the team. I mean, I've met Seb before, and now tomorrow.
And look, congratulations being offered
by Yas Heat.
Yes, that's what you love to see, right? That's what you love to see.
Exactly. So from that perspective, that is it. There are your champions for the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp. It's another title in the bag for Williams Esports. You know what? I think we've had so many thrills and spills over the course of the 5 rounds and also the 2 qualifiers. We have to say thank you to everyone that has been a part of this championship. And it means a lot to the sim racing community. Now Tinko van der Velde gets out of the seat. And you know what was funny? When I mentioned earlier on this weekend, big hug there, handshakes ahoy, unicorns of love. That's sportsmanship. They're here, they're in person, and that's what it means to them. But now, tomorrow is the big event. Now we have the ADAC Digital GT 500, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning. And it's going to be a flat-out sprint at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza for 500 kilometres, around about 2.5 to 3 hours. There's the rest of the team there.
There's not enough of them.
Louis Garza, don't go on the beers tonight, Louis. You've got a race in the morning. But that just goes to show, you know, Unicorns of Love have done a fantastic job. They won the opening race at Kota. Mount Panorama didn't go their way, but they fought back. And that is what you call fighting spirit.
Indeed.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a moment's time as we get underway with our official presentation for the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by SimRacing.gp. We'll be back after these messages.
Guys, what a race. How did you like it, Luke?
Well, incredible. Well, first of all, I want to say Alex Goldschmidt, Paul Glover,
yes.
6-hour stint. That was superb. So well done, guys.
Have a round of applause for the guys.
Unfortunately, there's not €2,000 up for grabs for the commentary team, but well done, all the same.
Yes.
Great.
Marathon of commentating, right?
It certainly was, and it was an incredible race, really. Williams Esports, of course, dominating in the end, you know, with that 20-second margin, but that doesn't really tell the story of the race. Triton pushed them, but it just wasn't quite enough. Incredible stuff then. Should we get some drivers up here, shall we?
Yes,
Let's start with third position then, who are indeed going to win €1,000. 3 drivers in Tobias Pfeffer, Michael Tauscher and Dennis Schoeniger of Unicorns of Love.
Round of applause, Unicorns of Love, hopefully showing up at the stage in a second.
They win €1,000 and none of them are old enough to drink, so no beers for them.
What a pity, right?
I don't think they're ready,
so
I guess we take the trophies then.
You could buy so many beers for €1,000.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
They'll be here in a minute. They will be here in a minute.
Yeah. Wait with us.
Unicorns of Love, they've been around maybe for the last 18 months within sim racing, but they have grown hugely. They've come from nowhere. Unicorns of Love are a big esports organisation, but had never done anything in terms of sim racing before the last 18 months. And wow, they have taken it by storm, especially ACC. Probably the best team on ACC, I would say.
Okay, that's definitely a call, I'd say.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably you're right. I love the name. And it's so likable, like from the very first second, right? Like they can't be assholes. Did I say that?
Well, they haven't showed up on stage, so I don't know. I'm not sure on that one.
Let's see.
I guess we get to pick up their prize money. So here we go then. I'll announce it one more time. There's a P3 in our championship. The SimRacing.gp professional trophy goes to Tobias Pfeffer, Michael Tauscher, and Dennis Schoeniger of Unicorns of Love.
Once again, here they are.
Yay! Thanks.
There you go.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Okay. Wow. Guys, congrats. Thanks. Congrats. Congrats. I thought about giving you the trophies first, but no, I have some questions. So first of all, where do I start? Over here? How do you feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. To be P3 at the championship and now on the race, just crazy. And yeah, the event is really nice, so I enjoyed it.
Okay, so how did you enjoy the race then?
Yeah, it was really tough. The Porsche was not the best car, but yeah, it was at the end enough for P3, so yeah, I enjoyed it.
Okay. How was this special situation that you were all here, like with all the other teams?
Sorry?
The special situation that you were all here, like right on spot with all the other teams.
I mean, it's nice. Like, yeah, it's just amazing when you see all the enemies you always compete against the whole season, and then you see them, and yeah, with all the team together, too, it's just amazing. So
yeah. Okay. Anybody of you want to like send some love to anybody or say a word? Or do you just want to get your trophies now and party?
I'd like to say thanks to UOL, because they're doing an amazing job every race. I can't be happier with my teammates or my manager, Michael and René. They're always doing a great job, so big thanks to them, and I hope we have some great success in the future.
Yes, I think so. I hope so too. Perhaps from you as a manager, just a small word, like how did you see the race and all the season and everything?
To be honest, for the season I'm a bit disappointed because, of course, we lost a lot of points in Bathurst by our brake failure. But I know they're always doing their best, our drivers, so Williams was just better today. And I'm very happy with their performance. I mean, we are here on the podium, so that's what we want. We want to give our best. So I'm happy with the race, but not with the season. Also, I'm sweating a bit because I was driving myself on the second car today. Also, not the best performance, but yeah, I think overall with this race today on the stage, we can be very proud of our drivers and ourselves.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be another season. Give it up for Unicorns of Love. Congratulations. Yes. Please stay here for the photo later.
Get some pictures.
Yes, of course.
Let's do it one more time. Let's give it up then. P3 in the simracing.gp professional trophy. Unicorns of Love. Perfect.
Great, guys. Thank you.
So in P2 for €1,250, it is going to be Dominic Blyer, Max Woitner, and Matthias Tajskovic for Triton Racing. Hopefully.
Hopefully. So.
There they are.
There they go. Round of applause for the guys. Congratulations. Congrats. Congrats.
There you go.
So, here come the trophies. And I come with the questions, of course. How do you feel?
I feel a little bit stressed, but pretty good.
Pretty good.
We were aiming for the win, but we didn't succeed, but P2 is good anyway.
As Luke said, you were pushing and pushing and pushing like the whole race and did a very brave job, but it didn't work out in the end. So are you somehow disappointed, or is it okay-ish for you considering the whole season?
Would you like to repeat?
Of course. You were pushing the whole race, and in the end it was enough for place 2, but not for place 1. So are you disappointed, or is it okay considering the whole season?
Considering the whole season, it's okay, but it's difficult to not to be disappointed after a fight like this. But as I said, that's racing. That happens. We'll come back stronger.
Stronger is nice when you make this second place. So you're going to be probably first place then next season. Is that what you're aiming on? Of course.
I hope. Yeah, we will see next season. So yeah, I hope we will improve in terms of teams and the pace, and I hope next season we will fight for that. So.
Okay. So is there anything else you want to thank somebody or tell something?
Yeah, I want to thank to the team and my teammates Max, Mateusz, and Jakub, who is home now. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. You as well? Have you anything to add?
I mean, I would thank the team for providing me a rig so I could practice on it before the event itself. It helped me a lot to get in the groove here, and I would like to thank my teammates, Dominic, Mateusz, and Jakob, who's not here with us, unfortunately. And yeah, I think that's it.
Good. Then give it up for Team Triton, please. Congratulations, second place. This is your opportunity for photos. Oh yeah, that is of course for your team manager. Take it with you. Thank you guys. All the best to you.
And finally, after qualifying P1, a very strong performance indeed. One of the OGs of sim racing these days, Williams Esports. Now, still, after the pandemic we've had, coming out the back of it as one of the best teams in the world. So the three drivers, Tinker van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez, and Darren McCormack, taking home €2,000 and the championship. It's Williams Esports.
Give it up. There they go. I have some trophies for you. Perhaps you start over here. One for you, one for you. Oh, whoa, that was close. Sorry, mate. You good? Okay. Wow. Great reaction. It must be a race driver, right? So how do you feel, guys? You're number one.
I'll go for these guys first.
I'll go for these guys first.
Amazing, really good race, a lot of fun, and thanks to these guys we can do this, and yeah, it was really good.
How has it been, like looking back at the whole season? Like, how do you feel now, and how would you like sum it up?
It was just, we executed everything perfectly, to be honest, in my opinion. Over the whole season, there was like small mistakes, but nothing really big that costed us a lot of points. So yeah, we did a great job, maximized performance, and I'm very happy.
Very, very consistent. From your perception, same?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. We did everything perfectly, nailed the strategies. Both Igor and Tinko did everything perfect, so I couldn't ask for better teammates, really.
Okay, and then come back to you. Is there something you want to add?
Just very proud of the guys. I think it was a good event. They've had a very dominant season, but it all came down to today, and Triton definitely kept them keen, so I think they did a good job.
I think so too. Does the audience think so too? Then please give a warm round of applause for Team Williams Esports. So nice. There's one more trophy for you. Yes. You can also keep that one. And then please, that's your opportunity for photos. Smile, guys. You won the season. Great.
Congratulations, guys. Well done. An incredible day's racing, a long, grueling day's racing. And again, I will say thank you to Alex and Paul for their 6-hour stint of commentary. It was absolutely incredible. Behind the scenes, we've got Mike Yao and Steve Proudly in the gameplay production area. For race control and server management, Dan Terry and Adam Burks. SGB stream themselves, it was Marcel Kula. And thank you to all of our partners, but especially to our drivers and teams. Without any of those people, these competitions do not happen.
Yes, and also thank you so much to Luke Crane, who can speak incredibly fast. It's amazing. It's always a pleasure to be on stage with you. Guys, we call it a day. That was the Saturday of the ADAC SimRacing Expo, but we're going to have Alex on stage.
Alex is coming on stage. He's not
really
done talking.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there he
everybody.
is. Alex, give it up for Alex, making a 6-hour marathon of commentating.
Well, and also the Paddock show this morning as well from about 10:40. But, yeah, Luke, firstly, it's a pleasure to be alongside you in the box earlier on, mate. Real good pleasure. I mean, the past 3 days have just been crazy, filled with adrenaline. Late nights, early mornings. We're all here at the just after the crack of dawn. But tomorrow, we've got the grandstand finale, haven't we? The GT 500. 34 of the best teams, Unicorns of Love. We've got Team Redline here. We've got Bieler Racing, Monza. But I gave this man a little present. You're going to get one now as well. Courtesy of our friends at Heusingfeld. A bottle opener.
Oh, wow.
And a keychain for your car.
That is so nice. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, the thing was, everyone likes a bit of free merch, don't they? Of course. Do you all like a bit of free merch when you get the chance?
I think that's a yes.
That's a yes.
Yes.
But, I mean, to be honest, to be part of the commentary team, the lead commentator, but also nerding out, I can't help but do that. I mean, I did that the last couple of days, but to be up there on the stage, being a part of the Sim Racing Expo, I just have to say a big thank you mainly to Danny and Marcel for calling me earlier on this year saying, we want you to be a part of it. And now to actually be alongside you guys here on the stage is mega. We've got some great machinery alongside us. I don't really need to talk about that. I mean, that's enough from me, but it's been a hoot today. Roll on tomorrow.
Well done,
Yes,
mate. Great stint today.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the words and also for the presents. Nice.
No problem.
Guys, then finally now we call it a day. It was great again. Thank you for joining us right here on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 22. Tomorrow we are going to have a game show. That's going to be fun for sure.
That's not the most important thing. We've got the GT500, one of the most historic sim races of all time.
Yeah,
and we've got some e-NASCAR around Daytona. So it's going to be complete carnage. But yes, you're right. We've got a game show.
Yes.
I have no idea what to expect, but I'm sure it'll be fun all the same.
Absolutely. So make sure you join in. At 10:15 we start right here on stage. See you then. Have a great night, guys. It was fun with you. Bye-bye.